A cold downpour mercilessly lashed the gloomy castle, marking the birth of an heir into an atmosphere of melancholy and hopelessness. The baby lay alone in its cradle in the middle of the vast hall, the moonlight highlighting its uselessness. The tall man looked down at the cradle with icy disdain, completely devoid of paternal warmth and compassion. The child slept peacefully under the cover of the blanket, unaware of the weight of hatred hanging over his head. The father disgustedly called the newborn a terrible creature, forever determining his sad fate with these words. The luxurious bedroom turned into a place of grief as everyone realized the scale of the tragedy that had happened that day. The fair-haired baby smiled meekly as those around him bitterly compared him to Kajin's unattainable ideal. The mother held the baby close to her indifferently, feeling only the crushing weight of disappointment instead of the long-awaited joy. The woman, with deep sadness in her eyes, lamented that her own son never became Kajin. The boy quickly realized that his birth was nothing but a source of endless pain for his parents. It turned out that the baby was born without a right arm, and his mother whispered her dark thoughts to him every night. The woman, with cold calm, whispered to her son the wish that he simply die, finally renouncing her connection with him. The boy mentally asked his mother for forgiveness, but firmly decided that he was not going to die against her will. The baby smiled mysteriously, remembering the cruel words of his father that he had heard before his birth. Parents once considered their unborn child their greatest hope, unaware of the crushing disappointment and shame that lay ahead. The father fiercely demanded that the new heir surpass his older brother and his own children in everything. The boy cried bitterly, realizing that he was a disgrace that had finally trampled all the bright hopes and dreams of his parents. Life in the estate went on as usual while the maids looked after the little gentleman in the blooming garden. The maids joyfully called out to the young Master Kajin, trying to attract the child's attention with cheerful cries and warm smiles. Everyone around sincerely admired the baby's angelic smile, completely unaware of the darkness that had settled within him. The mother watched the maids' games with detachment, feeling no affection for her own child. The woman acknowledged with deep bitterness that the gifted Kajin had already begun to walk independently and confidently. The mother looked at the crawling baby with irritation, outraged by his frighteningly slow physical development. When the boy finally took his first step, he felt only the weight of his parents' unfulfilled hopes. The mother drowned her sorrows in wine, lamenting that the talented Kajin had already picked up a training sword. While young Kajin mastered fencing, the hero only became more aware of his own utter worthlessness. The father, in a fit of rage, lamented, dreaming that the god-blessed Kajin was his own son. Amidst the snowstorms, a burning mixture of admiration and black envy took root in the boy's heart. The old cart carried the child away through the snowstorm, forever severing his connection with his home. At the age of 7, the boy was sent to Kajin, appointed as a simple servant to his own brother. The father cynically sold his son for a sack of gold, hiding behind a lie about helping a noble relative. The boy realized in a rage that his family valued his life at 300,000 people. The child, tied to a tree, watched helplessly as the arrogant and cruel Kajin laughed mockingly. Kajin swung his whip with a mad grin, calling the wounded Davin a worthless and pathetic loser. Another merciless blow fell upon the hero's body, causing a bright flash of unbearable physical agony. The torturer furiously demanded more tears, continuing to whip the bound victim for his own perverted pleasure. Overcoming his suffering, Davin gritted his teeth and vowed never to show weakness to the enemy. The loud laughter of the adult knights wounded the boy's soul much more than the bloody marks of the whip. The indifferent warriors watched the execution in silence, completely ignoring the silent plea in the child's eyes. In the icy desert, there was not a single adult capable of stopping this cruel atrocity. The uncle's castle was buried in snow, while the relative ignored the abandoned family for years. Kajin became an uncontrollable madman, violently torturing people for his own twisted and sick pleasure. The hero desperately blocked the enemy's blows, amazed by his incredible speed and inhuman power in this battle. The tormentor mocked Davin's slowness as he continued his series of swift and merciless attacks with his wooden sword. The training sword shattered into pieces with a loud crack under the onslaught of a gifted and furious opponent. The defeated Davin humbly fell to his knees and loudly admitted his complete defeat in the fight. Kajin smirked smugly as the sword's divine blessing slowly turned his soul into a poisonous abyss. The psychopath suddenly launched a vile blow with his sword, ignoring the admission of defeat from his exhausted enemy. The brutal swordsman pointed imperiously at the next victim, arrogantly demanding that this bloody and senseless training continue. A mature Davin with a stony face entered the arena, demonstrating to everyone his new power, acquired through suffering. Davin clenched his teeth fiercely at the bandages, desperately envious of his enemy's innate talent and crushing strength. The hero rushed into the attack, driven by the sole desire to finally attain true and great power. The swords collided with a deafening crack, striking out sheaves of bright sparks in the very heat of this battle. Kajin, with icy fury, ordered Davin to immediately stop this defiant and extremely insolent look. The powerful blow sent the boy flying back as Kajin screamed his burning hatred and anger. The tortured Davin collapsed onto the stone floor while his tormentor mocked his physical mutilation. Kajin beat the lying enemy with particular cruelty, demanding that he immediately get up and continue. The arrogant swordsman angrily declared that pitiful efforts would never help a hero surpass his talent. The tormentor's heavy boot mercilessly pressed Davin's face into the dirt, finally trampling the remnants of his pride. The beaten Davin stared intently at his offender, keeping in his heart an unshakable thirst for future victory. Davin exhausted himself with endless training in the forest, realizing that effort alone was not enough to achieve a dream. As an adult, Kajin became mired in vices, trading his rigorous training for alcohol and questionable carnal pleasures. Despite the obvious degradation of the enemy, the wounded Davin still could not completely defeat him. The hero declared himself a hard-working idiot, vowing to decisively change the current state of affairs once and for all. The huge arena shook with the enthusiastic cries of the crowd, eager to see the bloody and exciting spectacle. Davin rushed into the fight, furiously exchanging powerful blows with his armored opponent. The warrior, shrouded in a dark aura, delivered a crushing blow, causing the air to vibrate with a powerful concentration of mana. The young man released the magical energy of his blade, turning the entire battlefield into a chaos of sparkling lightning. The hero's eyes flashed purple as he used his most secret and dangerous technique. The explosion shook the entire space, marking the end of this incredibly brutal and extremely long confrontation. Kajin cursed in horror as he felt the crushing power of the magical explosion that completely engulfed the entire space around him. The blinded swordsman desperately clutched his face as his vision began to rapidly leave him in the midst of the fight. Davin, engulfed in purple flames, rushed headlong towards the enemy, not giving him a chance for the long-awaited salvation. The hero's eyes glowed with an ominous light as he gritted his teeth and muttered his utter determination to win. The swords clashed one last time, creating a powerful electrical wave that completely destroyed the arena. A deafening explosion instantly thundered over the stadium, causing the spectators to freeze in shock at the incredible, terrifying sight they witnessed. Witnesses to the bloody battle froze in complete shock, unable to believe such an unexpected outcome. The dumbfounded judge stared at the defeated champion, unable to utter a word. The announcer triumphantly announced that the one-armed Davin had accomplished the impossible and completely crushed the renowned storm sword Kajin. Breathing heavily, Davin realized that he had broken a streak of 21 defeats with his new great victory. At 29, Davin finally defeated Kajin, feeling a long-awaited triumph over his longtime enemy. The hero ignored the previous ridicule of those around him and continued to fight despite all advice to immediately surrender. Despite his past failures, Davin stood proudly over the fallen Kajin, confirming his superiority. The vast arena erupted in cheers as the crowd began chanting their hero's name with delight. Davin asked the defeated enemy with icy calm how long he had planned to surpass him. Kajin, in impotent rage, realized that he had lost to someone he considered only a pathetic loser. The cruel words he had constantly heard in his youth appeared in the hero's eyes. The mother, with disappointment, told her little son that she wanted to see the talented Kajin in his place. The hero remembered his father's dream of Kajin as his own son, which completely devalued his existence. The defeated Kajin scornfully remarked that if he were in his brother's place, he would never have lived such a life. An enraged Kajin called his opponent a bastard through his teeth, refusing to admit an honest defeat. Davin sternly advised his brother not to waste his life on vices and empty entertainment. Leaving the arena, the wounded hero felt relieved by his first significant victory. A sudden fear flashed across the warrior's eyes as he sensed mortal danger behind him. The vile Kajin abruptly thrust his blade into Davin's back, treacherously violating the rules of a fair duel. The witnesses, dumbstruck with horror, watched the bloody massacre, unable to even move. The dark silhouette of the traitor loomed over his victim as the sharp steel pierced the hero's tortured body. Davin, bleeding profusely, only chuckled bitterly, admitting that his vile killer was truly vile. Kajin gripped the hilt of his sword in a frenzy, finally losing the remnants of his human form. The hero realized with rage that death was near, slowly sinking into the cold and silent darkness. The ancient sword of the Samian family carried solar anti-demon mana that was destructive to all demons. The wounded Davin mockingly promised his enemy that he would forever be remembered only as a pathetic loser. The dark stone corridors of the deep dungeon were illuminated only by the dim and extremely ominous flickering of the rare torches. The exhausted hero finally came to his senses, tied tightly to a chair in a cold dungeon. The prisoner, completely unconscious, hoarsely asked the guards whether he had finally found himself in a real hell. A huge executioner in heavy chains loomed like an ominous shadow over his new and completely helpless victim. The jailer called the young man incredibly lucky, mentioning Davin's miraculous rescue by the great Saint Rayla. The battered fighter stood stunned at the sudden and utterly merciful appearance of the saint in the arena. The miracle worker's shining magic circle completely healed the mutilated body, giving the wounded hero a chance to survive. Davin was barely breathing, amazed at his survival despite the huge number of severe fractures he had sustained. The masked executioner rudely inquired whether the tortured prisoner had really made a secret deal with the devil. Davin froze, stunned, not understanding what kind of monstrous sin they were now trying to accuse him of. The jailer explained that such a worthless loser could only defeat a genius after signing a hellish contract. The brute added mockingly that even his own parents had fully admitted his guilt and had completely disowned him. Before Davin's eyes appeared the images of his mother and father, who had betrayed him to save their reputation. The prisoner only hoarsely croaked out the question, amazed at how low his once beloved loved ones had fallen. The prosecutor furiously called the hero a devil who killed hundreds of innocent children to gain his new power. The executioner claimed that Kajin had pierced his brother with a sword solely to protect the desecrated honor of their family. Davin laughed bitterly, realizing that his family had always preferred the gifted and blessed Kajin over him. The jailer presented an order for life imprisonment for Davin, who allegedly sealed the mana with blood. A demonic face with bloody eyes condemned Davin to eternal torment in a damp and dark dungeon. The guard dragged Davin down the corridor, his tendons treacherously cut and his magic sealed with heavy chains. Deprived of strength and freedom, the hero found himself thrown onto the cold floor in the deep loneliness of a prison cell. Through the thick blindfold, determination shone through, despite the numerous scars and complete exhaustion. The arrogant Kajin came to the dungeon to personally enjoy the helpless sight of his defeated and bound enemy. Grinning maliciously, the golden-haired traitor mockingly remarked that the prison rags suited Davin very well. Kajin boastfully declared himself the Emperor of the Sword, hailed by all as a true, hard-working genius. Leaning down to the hero's very face, the scoundrel sarcastically thanked the loser for his rapid success. After Kajin left, the pitiful remains of food in the bowl became the last reminder of the cruel treatment. The exhausted Davin, covered in fresh scars, in complete silence, realized the unbearable torment of growing impotence from hunger. An exhausted Davin coughed up blood, covering his mouth with his trembling hand in the cold prison corner with his last strength. Looking at his bloody palm, the hero thought with bitterness that he would like to meet his inevitable death with dignity. Leaning against the wall, Davin lamented that he should have died with dignity back then, in the blood-soaked arena. The wounded outcast collapsed onto the stone slabs, feeling the icy cold of the dungeon finally enchain his body. With fading eyes, Davin peered into the void, wondering how his life would have turned out with two hands. Remembering his childhood, Davin dreamed of good health and great blessings from the legendary sword god Keshak. Looking at the images of his parents, Davin wondered if his bitter fate could have been completely different. A fleeting vision of a mother's tender embrace became the last glimmer of light in the fading consciousness of this tormented hero. Through bloody tears, the dying Davin whispered that despite all the torment, he still wanted to live. A single drop of water falling into the viscous darkness marked the sad end of a long journey of shame and suffering. A blinding flash of light cut through the impenetrable darkness, marking the end of the earthly journey of the exhausted Davin. The hero's fading consciousness caught on a bright spark as he pondered the injustice of his death. A sudden shout from an angry adult made Davin open his eyes wide and instantly return from oblivion. Someone's strong grip on his shoulder and the name Vincent made the hero wake up in a completely unfamiliar environment. A sharp pain in his shoulder made the hero realize the incredible fact that he had a healthy right arm. Dawen looked around the luxurious hall in shock, wondering why this strange dream seemed so real to him. The hero's gaze fell on the angry aristocrat, whose face seemed vaguely familiar to him from the past. Someone else's memories of the Adenka family surfaced in his mind, completely confusing and shocking the shaken Daven. Enjoying the fresh air, the hero noted that this dream was much more pleasant than his previous fetid dungeon. Daven froze in amazement, considering the return of the limb to be the last merciful gift of fate before death. Rage distorted the face of the golden-haired aristocrat, who stared indignantly at the disobedient and completely impudent youth. The man grabbed Daven roughly, trying to cause him unbearable pain with his powerful magical mana. To the attacker's surprise, the hero instinctively blocked the dangerous attack, enveloping himself in a bright, protective stream of blue energy. Remembering his fighting skills, the young man decided to physically distance himself from his opponent by making a swift and sharp movement with his hand. The aristocrat flew back, amazed by the incredible speed and flawless control of mana on the part of the inexperienced youth. Daven apologized for his rudeness with feigned humility, while maintaining the mask of an innocent and frightened child. Looking coldly down, the hero ironically noted that his hand had simply slipped accidentally while defending himself. The defeated man furiously called the young man an impudent brat, unable to come to terms with his shameful fall. The angry father stood up and reminded them of the family's status, barely restraining the desire to immediately punish his impudent offspring. The aristocrat gleefully promised that his true son would crush the upstart from the main family without any mercy. The hero realized the striking resemblance of this man to his father, who also longed to defeat his older brother. Daven suddenly realized that his father had been projecting unrealistic dreams onto him, completely losing all filial respect. Before leaving, the aristocrat angrily warned that he would never forgive the insolent arrogance and rudeness shown today. The man told the young man to wait patiently for the day of the gathering of true swords to fully pay for all the grievances. The door slammed shut with a loud bang, leaving Daven completely alone in the middle of this very luxurious hall. Exhaling heavily, the hero felt an instant relief after the departure of his extremely powerful and very aggressive enemy. Exhausted, Daven literally collapsed into a chair, trying to comprehend the scale of all the incredible changes that had happened to him. Closing his eyes, the young man again asked himself the important question: was this really reality and not a deathbed delirium? A sudden sharp pain pierced Daven's head as alien memories began to rush back to him. He clearly remembered the tragic moment of his mother's death, who died immediately after his birth. The indifferent father never showed any concern, leaving little Vincent to fend for himself in the huge house. The other children cruelly bullied the boy, making him the eternal scapegoat for their jokes. Loa's younger sister struck the weak Vincent, causing him to cry bitterly from resentment and powerlessness. The Adenka family considered the young man an ugly duckling, constantly hunted by evil representatives of the side branches. Daven realized the fact of his incredible reincarnation in the body of a useless and universally despised scion of a noble family. The hero lowered his head thoughtfully, completely unable to understand the reasons for his sudden appearance in this strange reality. Vincent's fingers touched an old diary that held years of pain and secret suffering. The boy lamented his worthlessness, feeling completely ignored by the servants and the burning hatred of his entire family. The diary was steeped in self-deprecation, as the body's former owner finally succumbed to the weight of endless humiliation. Daven lifted the book triumphantly, considering the discovery of the diary a direct answer from the gods to his desperate prayers. The dying Daven realized that while he had been desperately struggling, Vincent had voluntarily chosen the path of death in the chamber. Standing in the silence of the library, the hero doubted the reality of what was happening, considering his salvation to be a complete absurdity. Daven's gaze filled with a scarlet glow as he sensed the powerful aura of an otherworldly being in the room. Grinning, the young man demanded that the invisible guest immediately show himself and explain the reason for his sudden visit. The hero accused his interlocutor of demonic deception, not wanting to believe in the possibility of such a strange resurrection. The invisible interlocutor ironically stated that it was he who owned this body before Daven appeared in it. Realizing the terrifying truth, Daven froze at the thought that the real spirit of Vincent Adenka stood before him. A ghostly azure butterfly froze before the hero's eyes, confirming the presence of the soul of the true owner of this body. The spirit of the boy who appeared asked to be called Julian, finally parting with his previous painful name. A shocked Davin could not understand how the deceased Julian was able to retain his consciousness after physical death. The ghostly spirit mentioned enlightenment with a mysterious smile, surrounding itself with a swarm of bright and azure butterflies. Davin, completely confused, recalled the legends about the rare gift that the gods sometimes send to mortals. The hero's inquisitive gaze filled with realization as he pieced together the facts of his incredible and terrifying resurrection. The young man resolutely demanded confirmation and heard from the ghostly boy a bold confession of his divinity. Julian, with an ironic grin, called himself a minor deity, which only caused a new wave of mistrust in Davin. The spirit spread its enormous wings and explained that in order to achieve greatness, it needed Davin's future exploits. The boy spoke with inspiration about the divine calling that would finally allow him to achieve the status of a true supreme god. Davin coldly pulled away, declaring a complete lack of interest in the ambitions and plans of the ghostly guest. The hero firmly decided to live a new life on his own, completely ignoring any demands of this impudent ghost. Julian gently concluded that it was Davin's fierce desire to live that led to their strange union. Julian warned Davin that his spiritual energy was extremely low and that this body could die very soon. Sensing the hidden danger in the ghost's words, the hero cautiously asked if this was an open threat. The young man examined his healthy hands, considering this body too strong for such a sudden and inglorious end. Davin's gaze filled with grim determination as he focused on his sensations and the internal flow of new mana. Julian contemptuously called the hero a real scoundrel as he stood before him in complete and utter confusion. The spirit mockingly asked Davin if he now saw the horrifying truth as he lay helplessly on the cold floor. The ghost boy noted with a gentle smile that Davin was incredibly naive in his judgments about life. Julian promised to immediately show the hero something important while he was hovering in a mysterious space among many butterflies. The spirit announced the return of true memories as a swarm of pink butterflies rapidly filled all visible space. A pillar of blinding light suddenly burst from the chest of the lying youth, marking the beginning of a deep dive into hidden memory. Streams of white energy pierced Davin's body, bringing back painful images from his distant past. The cruel insults with which his relatives had tormented the defenseless and weak young man for years came to mind. A crowd of cruel peers mercilessly kicked the exhausted Vincent, who was lying on the cold ground. The boy being beaten suddenly flashed a red gaze full of hatred, frightening his tormentors to death. The hero deliberately played the role of a pathetic coward, skillfully hiding his true strength behind a mask of despair. Davin realized that the body's previous owner had been secretly preparing the ground for his inevitable demise. A shocked Davin breathed heavily, trying to comprehend the frightening depth of this 13-year-old child's thoughts. Julian, with a wry grin, praised himself for his flawless and extremely convincing acting. The ghost admitted that he had been hiding from his family for years, studying powerful, high-level apostle creatures. Finally, the spirit offered Davin a mutually beneficial alliance, demanding that he listen carefully to his terms. Julian sighed in resignation, and the boy silently confirmed his readiness with a heavy, determined nod of his head. The ghostly boy asked mysteriously if his interlocutor had heard of the great archdemon Davin and the hero Kajin. Shocked by the mention of names from the past, the young man jumped to his feet, piercing the spirit with his furious and stunned gaze. The hero froze in silence, suddenly realizing the scale of the monstrous distortion of the historical truth about the events of 5 centuries ago. 500 years ago, amidst furious flashes of lightning and torrential rain, this bloody and betrayal-filled story began. The one-armed swordsman cut a path to freedom from Samian prison, leaving behind only the cold corpses of the guards. Legends claim that the fugitive sacrificed thousands of people to gain power, making a contract with a higher demon. Over the centuries, the image of the warrior was transformed into the image of the great demon, inspiring horror in all subsequent generations. The young man was stunned by the realization of the abyss of time and the terrible fame he had acquired among his descendants. While the spirit philosophized about chance, the hero clutched his head in despair, realizing the ironic and grim cruelty of fate. The hero clearly remembered his death in prison and was amazed at the absurd distortion of the facts of his death. The Samian family cynically chose the storm sword, forever disowning their crippled, one-armed relative. While the outcast lay dying alone, his vile cousin triumphantly ascended the throne of the Sword Emperor. Grinning fiercely, the young man called the official legends about demons and heroes complete and shameless nonsense. Filled with righteous anger, the warrior slammed the table down, furiously cursing the entire Samyeon family. Julian enthusiastically called the feud between Kajin and Davin romantic, completely infuriating his interlocutor with his frivolity. Beside himself with rage, the boy shouted at the spirit, ordering him to immediately stop talking such nonsense. In response to the ghost's puzzled question, the hero angrily blurted out that this entire chronicle story was a blatant lie. Julian stood frozen in amazement, suddenly realizing the truth about the origin of his mysterious and angry companion. The youth confirmed his origins, and the spirit philosophically acknowledged that history is always written only by the victors. The ghost boy noted that children today are growing up quickly, and their times are very different from the past. The irritated hero sighed heavily and ordered the ghost to immediately stop this tiresome and useless conversation. The spirit spoke of the alliance between the Hero King and the Sun Sword Emperor to crush the great demon. The young man asked in puzzlement about Emperor Arslan, suddenly realizing his connection to the current Adenka line. The boy laughed heartily when he realized that the great ancestor of the new family was his old friend, a boy. Many years ago, young Arslan enthusiastically introduced himself to Davin, expressing sincere admiration for the might of the stern warrior. The child looked up to his mentor and vowed to become such a great swordsman in the future. The one-armed swordsman remembered his student fondly, wondering what good he had seen in the wounded and despised outcast. Arslan visited his teacher in prison, firmly believing that truth would triumph over evil and restore justice. The boy fiercely grabbed the bars, promising to defend Davin's trampled honor at all costs. The young man gloomily recalled that after that fateful day, his faithful disciple no longer visited him. Julian hovered in the air, telling of the great mission bequeathed by the first head of the Adenka clan. The little spirit solemnly declared that the family's main goal had always been to surpass Samyeon. The warrior looked forward resolutely, ready to finally face the harsh and centuries-old truth. The hero realized that Arslan knew of his innocence and was trying to restore his trampled honor. The young man was finally convinced that his rebirth in this particular family was not a simple coincidence. It turned out that Arslan renounced his past in order to create a new family and reveal the truth. The swordsman looked at the majestic estate, realizing his fateful connection with the legacy of his faithful friend. Julian offered a deal, promising to become a god and make his companion the true owner of this body. The spirit hovered nearby, convincing them of the exceptional benefits of their union in achieving common goals. Vincent gratefully gripped the hilt of his sword, accepting the legacy of his once devoted and loyal student, Arslan. The young man swore to fulfill a sacred mission and at any cost surpass the traitorous Samyeon family. The swordsman decided to rise above his enemies, becoming a full-fledged and devastating part of his new aristocratic family. To the measured rhythm of his steps, the warrior confidently walked down the corridor of the estate, accompanied by his ghostly mentor. Julian hovered behind him, eagerly asking his companion about the purpose of his sudden excursion. An irritated Vincent gritted his teeth and ordered the spirit to stop calling him a decrepit and eternally grumbling old man. The ghost mockingly retorted that 5 centuries of experience made his partner a real and undeniable old man. The hero ironically attributed the strange lapses in memory to his advanced age, while the spirit persistently called to him. The young man grinned slightly, taking on the cheerful attitude of his restless and eternally flying ghostly partner. Julian joyfully announced the start of the training battle, while the determined swordsman silently prepared to demonstrate his skill. The crossed blades marked the beginning of a severe test of the young warrior's fighting skill. The young man watched the knights with interest, assessing the progress of technology over 5 centuries. The hero looked forward to a quick meeting with his enemies and smiled predatorily at his dark thoughts. A sudden feeling of weakness and dizziness paralyzed the young man's body right in the middle of the corridor. The swordsman bitterly realized the weakness of his new and too fragile physical shell. Davin sat down in a meditation pose, feeling the frightening fatigue of his untrained muscles. The sudden and powerful flow of mana made the guy flinch in great surprise. Overwhelmed with alarm, the young man jumped to his feet and called loudly for his ghostly partner. A sleepy Julian in his pajamas answered the call, grumbling about waking up so late. The hero grabbed the ghost furiously, demanding an explanation for the host's lack of fencing skills. Julian sadly admitted that a congenital disability had forever blocked his path to studying martial arts. Davin furiously demanded an explanation, to which the spirit only confusedly referred to its physical limitations. The young man angrily asked why his interlocutor ignored fencing, despite possessing a rare gift, the sacrum. Davin unceremoniously grabbed the outraged spirit and revealed the secret of storing magical energy inside human bones. Julian stood there dumbfounded, trying to comprehend the insane idea of accumulating powerful mana directly within his skeleton. Davin explained that the master needed mana to gain power that was many times greater than that of any human. The schematic image confirmed that in the bodies of mere mortals, all magical energy is traditionally concentrated in the heart. The young man proclaimed that the presence of the sacrum allows one to use magic infinitely, turning the bones into an inexhaustible reservoir. While the shocked spirit was realizing its uniqueness, Davin sternly reminded him of the colossal importance of this discovery. Holding back his rage, Davin remembered that his sworn enemy Kajin Samyeon also had this advantage. Davin ironically noted that he was reborn with the very gift that he had envied his entire past life. The hero thoughtfully realized that the world 5 centuries later turned out to be much more bizarre than his wildest expectations. Julian patiently repeated his attempt to convey the idea of the impossibility of directly transmitting a magical image into the heart. Davin skeptically inquired about the meaning of the term, causing the spirit to sigh in dismay at his charge's profound ignorance. The ghost explained that the mysterious image was merely an imaginary storage for the concentration and accumulation of personal mana. Davin jumped up in shock, not understanding how one could ignore traditional meditation and the usual storage of energy. Julian was confused, sincerely not understanding what ancient method of concentration the young man was now talking about. The young man recalled the unique technique of the first Adenka, which allowed the masters of the past to effectively seal power within the heart. The spirit objected that modern masters measure power by the number of stars created, which have completely replaced outdated methods. Davin was finally convinced that the ancient knowledge about the physical body had been lost forever over the past centuries. Davin watched the stars thoughtfully, realizing the harsh demands on the strength of the aristocrats of his new line. The young man studied the sword, thinking about creating a mental image to protect his heart from magical overload. The hero gripped the hilt tightly, remembering the fallen masters whose hearts could not withstand the pressure of unbridled mana. The air around Davin trembled with magical discharges as he fearlessly channeled energy into the blade. Julian, horrified, tried to stop his ward, who had risked concentrating dangerous magical power directly into his heart. Davin made a swift lunge, proving in action the effectiveness of the ancient method that had saved him in his past life. The shocked spirit cried out about the violation of order and asked if the young man was familiar with the formula of the cycle. The young man irritably asked his companion to shut up, while simultaneously clarifying the details of the existence of a special formula for the flow of mana. Julian confirmed the existence of a secret technique that allows the body's accumulated magical energy to be used much more effectively. The ghost froze in amazement, suddenly feeling the long-forgotten atmosphere of the greatness of the masters of his distant era. Davin calmly told that half of the practitioners of the past died from destructive magical explosions right inside their own bodies. A shocked Julian was horrified by the prospect of mortality, but the young man only sarcastically noted the excellent chances of survival for his other half. The spirit furiously demanded that the body be treated with care, while Davin sprawled carelessly on the bed next to his sword. Julian asked bitterly why the hero would expose such a valuable physical shell to such an unjustified and extremely deadly danger. The little ghost froze in mute amazement, suddenly hearing an unexpectedly high assessment of the physical potential of his current charge. Davin acknowledged the uniqueness of his sacrum and strong heart, complaining about the complete lack of proper training from his previous owner. Julian explained with alarm that for the last 13 years, the rare gift had only been draining his fragile body, mercilessly absorbing his vital mana. The young man realized with a grim sigh that without proper control, Vincent's body would inevitably perish before it even reached adulthood. Under the cover of a deep, starry night, silence reigned over the estate, concealing the true seriousness of the fateful decision the hero had made. Deep in meditation, Davin learned of his short lifespan, which was now limited to only 10 years of struggle. Davin realized with a grim expression that the world had forgotten about him for a decade while Kajin had grown in power. The young man remembered the painful years in prison, when he was slowly dying, desperately clinging to life. Those 10 years seemed truly frightening and absurdly long in the hero's memory. A sudden loud knock on the door and a demand to answer immediately interrupted Davin's heavy thoughts. Surrounded by objects floating in the air, Davin wondered in bewilderment who dared to disturb him so rudely. A strong man decisively threw open the doors and burst into the room, loudly announcing his arrival. Wilson stood frozen in horror on the threshold, astonished by the disorder and the strange behavior of his young master. Davin slowly rose from the floor and dryly asked if this man was really his servant. The servant confirmed the status while Davin recalled his fatal death at the hands of Julian's spirit. The young man resolutely pushed away gloomy thoughts about the future, trying to focus entirely on the present moment. Davin ordered the servant to bring clean clothes and immediately clean up the ransacked room. Wilson noted with bewilderment that the previously weak youth suddenly looked much stronger. The servant suspiciously inquired whether his young master had been conducting forbidden experiments in the bedroom. Davin remained completely calm and firmly denied committing any unusual or suspicious actions. An enraged Wilson accused the hero of practicing dark magic and threatened to immediately report it to the head of the family. Davin only chuckled, noticing the blatant insolence and complete lack of respect from his own servant. The young man commented ironically on his subordinate's reluctance to follow orders and listen to the instructions of his rightful master. Davin sternly reminded that carrying out orders was the direct and sole responsibility of every faithful servant. Wilson angrily shouted out his refusal to clean up, declaring his hatred of doing the unpleasant job. The hero, with a cold glint in his red eyes, menacingly asked if his interlocutor was really a servant. Davin calmly decided to take charge of the matter himself, since the servant flatly refused to carry out his direct duties. A stunned Wilson panicked and asked where exactly his suddenly emboldened young master was headed. The hero, with a grin, promised to personally inform the chief manager about the blatant laziness of his negligent subordinate. The servant ground his teeth in impotent rage, realizing that his usual strategy of intimidation was no longer working. Wilson grabbed the rag sharply and shouted in despair that he would immediately begin to carry out any order. The dejected man wandered off to clean up, while Davin silently watched him go, celebrating his first small victory. The young man thought gloomily about the inadmissibility of such arrogance of the servants, which was clearly encouraged by other members of the family. The spirit Julian appeared and fully supported the hero's conclusions, observing with curiosity the changes in his character. The ghost suggested that the seventh son had been deliberately given the opportunity to deal with the problem of the rude servant on his own. Julian mentioned Wilson's dark past in the gang, to which Davin only laughed out loud and ironic. Davin coldly noted that assassins always possessed a specific energy that revealed their true dark nature. The young man ironically called the servant an ordinary coward, unable to hide his fear of true power. A stunned Julian curiously asked where his protege got such a deep knowledge of human psychology. With a creepy glint in his eyes, Davin admitted that his past life had been a truly unbearable hell. The spirit shuddered in horror, suddenly realizing that he had summoned something far more dangerous and frightening. A sharp cry from a servant outside the door suddenly interrupted the tense conversation between Davin and his ghostly companion. Wilson entered the chambers humbly, carrying freshly laundered clothes for his young and powerful master. Davin sat majestically in his chair, contentedly accepting the report on the work done in the completely cleaned room. Carefully packing his things, Wilson timidly asked the master not to turn his private quarters into a battlefield anymore. The servant secretly gloated, considering Davin to be nothing more than an arrogant upstart whose pride seemed to him completely useless. Davin ordered Wilson to immediately bring a training wooden sword made of special black wood. The servant grinned insolently and defiantly asked about the consequences of his refusal to carry out the order. The young man calmly headed towards the door, promising to personally inform the security about his subordinate's behavior. Davin reminded Wilson of the guards' loyalty to their direct descendants, causing him to become seriously afraid of punishment. The panic-stricken man roughly grabbed his master by the shoulder, trying to detain him. Davin's icy gaze instantly registered the hostile gesture, promising the servant a quick and painful retribution. With a lightning-fast throw, the young man threw his opponent over his back, bringing him down with a roar. The hero coldly mentioned his bad past and his hatred of being attacked from behind. Davin commanded the defeated Wilson to remember this lesson well for the future. Through his smile, the young man felt his exhausted body scream in agony from the sharp pain. An angry Wilson clenched his fists, barely holding back curses directed at his unexpectedly imperious young master. Davin turned around abruptly and calmly asked if the impudent servant had anything else to say. The frightened man immediately changed his tone, obediently clarifying the characteristics of the training black sword the gentleman had ordered. The young man laughed ironically, reminding the servant of his recent loud statements about his unwillingness to do dirty work. Wilson panicked and began to justify himself, desperately denying his previous words in the face of the angry aristocrat. The heavy door slammed shut with a deafening bang, interrupting this tense and extremely unpleasant conversation for the servant. The frightened servant quickly attributed the loud bang to an ordinary draft, in every possible way denying his obvious malicious intent. Davin watched his subordinate's cowardice with a grin, mentally calling him a pathetic and extremely funny scoundrel. Grabbing his sword, Wilson quickly left the room, trying to hide his humiliation behind a mask of feigned efficiency. Obsessed with revenge, the man vowed that he would prove his superiority in their next fateful encounter. Wilson twirled his wooden sword mockingly inquiring about the reasons for his young master's sudden despondency. Davin coldly asked if the servant knew about the man who had lost his right arm in his past life. The young man gloomily recounted the painful fate of a cripple whose life ended in a truly horrific finale. A resigned Wilson silently handed the weapon over to Davin, who briefly thanked him for finally completing the task. Overcome with burning shame, the servant hurried away, throwing out an excuse about finishing his work. The massive doors closed with a dull thud, leaving Davin completely alone for the upcoming training. Davin gripped the training sword with determination, looking forward to testing the limits of his new body. The air was filled with the whistle of a swift blow as the hero unleashed his pent-up fury on the wooden training dummy. The spacious hall filled with the sounds of heavy swings as the young man methodically honed techniques forgotten over the centuries. Breathing heavily, Davin realized Vincent's monstrous weakness and the need to go a long way to the top. Davin admitted that he sincerely enjoyed this feeling, because he was born to become a great master. With one powerful movement, the hero cut the mannequin in half, apologizing for his carelessness and his suddenly increased power. The armored stranger arrogantly remarked that due to his extremely weak mana, he had not even noticed the presence of the trainee. Revan Adenka introduced himself defiantly and asked if the young man he had met was the useless Vincent. Davin maintained a heavy silence, looking piercingly at the insolent relative who dared to mock him so openly. The hero immediately recognized in the uninvited guest his very distant relative, whose roots went deep into history. Julian worriedly reported that Revan was the favorite to win the upcoming prestigious gathering of true swords. The young man instantly recalled his past meeting with the father of this impudent man, realizing the continuity of their family arrogance, and the opponent firmly stepped on the ground, silently demonstrating his unshakable confidence and readiness for an immediate attack. Revan haughtily declared that he had specifically sought out Davin for the sake of a duel, considering him an important condition for his triumph. Davin recalled the gathering of true swords, where the best warriors fought for the right to be called true masters. In this brutal competition, young men as young as 14 fought with real and deadly steel blades. The hero realized that as the heir, he would become the final test for the future winner of this tournament. The arrogant blonde mockingly asked if the frightened Davin was going to cowardly hide from the upcoming fight. The opponent burst into loud laughter, mocking the overly sharp tongue and high status of his completely unperturbed opponent. Davin coldly advised the impudent man to learn some manners, causing him to fall silent for a moment in confusion. Davin condemned the cheap provocations, and Julian was outraged by the blatant rudeness of this uncouth and overly harsh relative. Full of dignity, Davin shamed the enemy for the shameful and barbaric destruction of someone else's training dummy. The rival flared up with indescribable rage when he heard Davin's disparaging remark about his father's methods of upbringing. Blinded by rage, the swordsman rushed into the attack, vowing to cruelly punish Davin for insulting the honor of his parent. Julian warned Davin about the strength of the enemy, who possessed the attributes of a steelman and had reached the second level of stars. Davin noticed his opponent's inferiority complex and his complete ignorance of the rules of etiquette of true martial arts masters. The hero gripped the weapon, determined to teach the arrogant youth a lesson in the culture of blade handling over the past 500 years. The enemy froze when Davin suddenly placed the tip of the wooden sword directly to his completely defenseless throat. Davin said with a grin that the elders would beat the insolent man for his extremely unacceptable and shameful behavior. The opponent fell into a stupor, not understanding the reasons for the crushing and frightening confidence of the young man deprived of magical mana. The frightened swordsman realized that he had no chance of winning when faced with the incredible power of a simple wooden weapon. Davin emitted an aura that screamed of the ability to instantly cut an opponent in half at any moment convenient to him. The shocked fighter quickly suggested calming down, sensing a real and mortal threat to his life emanating from the young man. Davin put away his sword, doubting the wisdom of fighting such a cowardly and extremely weak-willed opponent. Davin grinned ominously, reminding his opponent that in a real tournament, wooden swords would no longer protect anyone. The opponent gnashed his teeth in humiliation, barely containing his seething rage after the hero's extremely insolent and offensive words. Blinded by rage, the blonde rushed into the attack with a wild cry, vowing to immediately finish off Davin with his training sword. The attacker's face twisted into a mad grimace as he put all his last strength into one blow. Julian panicked and urged the hero to immediately retreat, but Davin remained calm, confident in his complete safety. A security guard suddenly appeared and harshly intercepted the enraged young man, ordering him to immediately stop this shameful and stupid fight. The spirit let out a huge sigh of relief as Davin carefully watched the companion who had intervened in their tense argument. The man sternly explained that Davin's injury would only give him a convenient excuse to avoid participating in the upcoming tournament. As he left, the angry opponent gritted his teeth and challenged Davin, calling him a pathetic coward hiding behind the guards. That evening, Julian inquired about the reasons for the dangerous provocation, since a wrong move could have resulted in a shameful injury for the hero. Davin calmly remarked that he had merely taught a lesson to an ill-mannered child, causing the ghostly companion to express his indignation. Julian lamented the thwarted call of the Great Spirit, while Davin ironically thanked him for the modern training. Suddenly, the young man came across his own portrait in the book, which made him genuinely amazed for a moment. The spirit slammed the book shut, demanding that he immediately focus on learning magical blessings and special skills. Julian explained in detail the concept of an artificial blessing created through careful analysis of divine and ancient power. Davin was amazed by the spirit's ability to create blessings, for which he received a stern warning of divine punishment. Julian grumbled about the lack of proper respect, reminding that the gods had never punished anyone with death for this. The hero inquired about the steel man's abilities after learning from his teacher about the magic's emphasis on extreme body strengthening. The spirit described a technology tree in which developing one ability opened the way to more powerful techniques. The steel man's ability guaranteed a moderate level of defense and destructive power, which became the enemy's calling card. Julian advised focusing combat techniques on one trait to quickly increase Davin's strength. Davin studied the dismembered mannequin, amazed at the incredible power of the features demonstrated by his daring opponent. The young man was determined to master modern innovations in order to successfully compete with the masters of the new era. Silence reigned in the sun-drenched arena before the start of another grueling hero training session. Davin swung his training sword furiously, enveloping the blade in streams of his awakening magical aura. The lazy guards openly mocked Davin's weakness, completely unaware of his true skill. The insolent men suddenly fell silent, sensing the approach of a warrior behind them, whose steps inspired genuine awe. Merlin appeared and sternly reprimanded his subordinates for their shameful disrespect for the young master's training. The frightened soldiers quickly apologized to the deputy commander, trying to quickly disappear from sight. The red-haired swordsman with a scar on his face thoughtfully watched the tenacity of his young protege. Davin breathed heavily in the arena as the guards contemptuously called him the greatest disgrace of the Adenka family. Julian suggested going into the forest, doubting Davin's stamina to continue such a long training session. The hero remembered the triumph when the one-armed Davin, despite everyone's contempt, crushed the mighty master of the storm sword. Davin was determined to turn the crowd's whistles into cheers again, confirming his unwavering belief in success. Merlin unexpectedly handed Davin a vial of an advanced potion, causing the young man to be genuinely amazed by this gesture. The red-haired warrior explained that with the magic elixir, Davin's training would become much more effective. Deputy Commander Merlin formally introduced himself to the hero, expressing his sincere respect for his iron will. Davin asked directly about the ridicule, and Merlin honestly admitted that he initially found his efforts amusing. The experienced swordsman noticed a desperate search in Davin's eyes, which fully justified his fanatical desire. Having looked closely at the mentor's face, Davin promised to forever remember the name of the noble warrior Merlin. Davin politely said goodbye to Merlin and continued on his way, clutching the precious bottle of elixir in his hand. Merlin watched the young man thoughtfully, noting the striking changes in his gait and inner strength. Back in training, Davin furiously practiced his punches on a dummy, striving to perfect every move. The training dummy shook under the hero's rapid attacks, whose sword swings became ever faster. Exhausted, Davin greedily drank the restorative potion, feeling the magical energy once again fill his tired muscles. Deep into the night, the young man diligently studied the ancient treatises, while Julian closely monitored his progress. During another lunge, Davin balanced his weight perfectly on his right leg, perfecting his new technique. The young man felt the pulse of mana in his heart as his blade glowed with a bright azure light. Determination flashed in the hero's red eyes as he finally began to see the true path of the currents. Davin realized that the one-armed master's path would inevitably lead him to a final confrontation with Kajin. Davin used a new sword technique, connecting lines to manifest his true and hidden ability. The hero launched a lightning-fast attack, concentrating all his magical power into one decisive and crushing movement. The training dummy instantly shattered into pieces, unable to withstand the crushing and incredible force of Davin's blow. The young man joyfully celebrated the success of the experiment, convinced of the correctness of his long and tedious training. Davin looked proudly at the shining blade, realizing the completeness and greatness of his revived swordsmanship. The servant with the tray was indignant at the master's habit of starting breakfast at 5 in the morning. The servant grinned ominously, anticipating Davin's quick and painful humiliation right during the morning meal. Davin calmly greeted the servant who brought him breakfast in the early morning hour. The young man remained thoughtfully silent, closely studying the food and trying to unravel the true intentions of the arrogant servant. The dish served was a meager collection of scraps, demonstrating complete disrespect for the young master. Davin ironically advised the servant not to steal food so obviously, noticing crumbs on his face. The young man ordered the stunned thief to wipe his mouth to hide the traces of his recent and shameful crime. Davin coldly promised to ignore the theft, causing the insolent servant to fall into a deep and disturbing confusion. Flashing his scarlet eyes, the hero sternly warned his enemy against crossing the line during their next meeting. The servant, with a cheeky grin, recalled his bandit past and the many murders he had committed. The servant laughed mockingly, while the imperturbable Davin continued his breakfast, ignoring all the stupid and empty threats. Davin used telepathy, explaining to the shocked enemy the futility of controlling people solely through fear. The hero displayed a magical glow, confirming that the presence of mana in his body completely changed the situation. The angry servant ordered Davin to stop bragging, promising him a quick release from the hardships of shameful service. Davin offered a choice between eternal horror and loyalty, calmly continuing his meager morning meal. The servant was furiously indignant at the sudden pressure and declared that there could be no talk of his loyalty to his master. The man in the training uniform stood motionless in front of the door, his hands folded behind his powerful back, waiting. The former bandit shuddered as he felt the icy composure emanating from his young and completely unperturbed master. Merlin walked calmly through the arena when a magical explosion suddenly shook the entire training area around him. The red-haired swordsman thoughtfully noted that Mr. Davin had arrived for morning classes unusually early today. Merlin stared at the mannequin, cut in half, trying to comprehend the incredible and menacing power he had seen. The noble warrior was genuinely amazed that a simple wooden weapon was able to cut through dense material like steel. Merlin clearly remembered that Mr. Davin always used only training wooden swords during practice. The swordsman touched the perfectly smooth cut, amazed at his student's incredible progress in just a few days. The experienced deputy commander whispered Mr. Davin's name into the complete silence with undisguised excitement in his voice. At breakfast, Julian cheerfully asked Davin what kind of martial arts he was studying. Davin threw a snow-white shirt over his shoulders with a sharp movement, preparing for a new day at the estate. While the young man was adjusting his collar, the subdued servant Wilson was silently busy tidying up his wardrobe. Davin noted Wilson's extraordinary politeness, recognizing the ability of such people to show the necessary initiative at the right time. While examining the sleeves, the hero suddenly turned to the servant with a serious question regarding the quality of his clothes. Davin exposed the use of cheap Leviton cotton, which was completely unworthy of high aristocratic status. Looking at the empty plate, the swordsman pointed out the glaring discrepancy between the quality of the food and the allocated family budget. Julian was astonished at the suggestion of theft, while Davin reflected on the brazen appropriation of someone else's money. The servant was stunned by the master's knowledge, who tried to ignore the minor technical details of the machinations. Davin was finally convinced that someone much more influential was behind the financial crimes. Revan's heavy wooden sword whistled through the air, leaving a trail of furious energy in its wake. Breathing heavily, the blonde took a break and wiped beads of sweat from his bare, muscular torso. Davin suddenly appeared from behind, sarcastically inquiring about the reasons for such strong fear in front of a simple wooden sword. Revan clenched his teeth until they creaked, feeling the anger boiling inside him at the enemy's arrogant and offensive taunts. Blinded by rage, the swordsman swung his weapon, loudly denying his fear of Davin straight into the void. While Revan was exhausting himself with training, his father suddenly called out to his son, interrupting his arduous studies. The tall aristocrat in red praised his son's success, closely observing his persistent and fanatical work. His father's eyes flashed menacingly as he reminded Revan of the short time remaining before the important gathering of swords. The parent sternly demanded that Davin be defeated at any cost in order to avoid a shameful life in deep poverty. Clutching his son's shoulder tightly, the man proclaimed the inevitability of victory and Revan's commitment to the entire family. The father commanded the young man to become the one who would destroy the main family and elevate their collateral branch. The boy bowed his head obediently, frightened by his patron's growing obsession in anticipation of an important gathering of swords. Davin watched gloomily as the child vowed to restore his family to its former glory at any cost. Julian gleefully presented Davin with a compiled dossier on all the participants of the upcoming assembly of true swords. The hero studied the report in shock, in which the spirit revealed the secret techniques and habits of his future opponents. Davin called the spirit's talents frightening, to which Julian only smugly took it as the highest compliment. The companion confirmed the plan to capture the miraculous stone using the great strength of spirit borrowed from the king. Julian pointed to a rainbow mana crystal that could instantly make a champion's body and mana incredibly powerful. Having assessed Davin's condition, the spirit noted his extreme thirst for victory and his readiness to go to the very end. The young man grinned confidently, realizing that losing with such an advantage would be an indelible shame for him. Davin turned to Julian, emphasizing that he was not at all the expected spirit of the king. The hero resolutely promised the ghost of victory that even the spirit of the king could never have ensured. The sharp sound of a bell echoed throughout the room, calling for a faithful servant named Wilson. Wilson hurried into the chambers and humbly inquired if the young master needed any assistance. With a mysterious smile, Davin ordered his servant to immediately begin carrying out one extremely important task. A slender female hand lay imperiously on the spread-out documents, calling the invisible visitor to complete calm. Wilson knocked timidly on the heavy door, politely asking the head of the chamberlains, Raelsa, for permission to enter. The servant peered inside nervously, embarrassedly inquiring about the well-being of the high-ranking personage at such a late hour. The stern Raelsa sat behind a massive desk, surrounded by endless stacks of papers and bookshelves. The chamberlain looked piercingly at the guest, briefly ordering him to immediately state the essence of his secret business. Wilson trembled in terror as he felt the overwhelming power of the seven-star martial artist. The servant humbly conveyed to the chamberlain Vincent's request to arrange a personal meeting with the head of the Adenka family. The pen in Raelsa's hand suddenly froze after the bold words about the True Swords Assembly. Wilson explained that the young man intended to prove his worth at any cost at the upcoming council. Raelsa coldly reminded us of the harsh punishment for embezzling large sums of money from the family budget. The servant furiously shouted out the young master's demand to immediately do the impossible for the sake of their common victory. The shocked chamberlain demanded an explanation, but Wilson merely referred to the will and orders of Vincent. The woman commanded her subordinate to leave immediately, considering this strange conversation completely exhausted. Raelsa assumed that Davin had deliberately sent the servant as a daring demonstration of his increased authority. She smiled mysteriously, wondering if the hero had realized her true and insidious intentions. The mighty head of the Adenka family meditated in the center of the hall, surrounded by flashes of pure azure mana. Streams of magical energy enveloped the aristocrat's trained body, emphasizing his colossal physical strength. The formidable leader of the family, without turning around, shouted out the chamberlain's name in an imperious voice, demanding an immediate explanation. Raelsa stood respectfully before her master, delivering Vincent's bold invitation to the gathering of true swords. The head of the family coldly reproached the woman for senile dementia due to her belief in the empty promises of the young man. The aristocrat, with hidden doubt, repeated his son's words about his intention to prove the value of his pedigree. The clan leader skeptically asked if Vincent had enough experience to make such grandiose statements. The chamberlain confidently confirmed that this time the young man was determined to demonstrate his true strength to everyone. Raelsa bowed, offering to become a personal notary and guarantor for the impudent Vincent. The woman resolutely declared her readiness to pay with her own head in the event of her protégé's failure. Raelsa admitted that Vincent had skillfully taken advantage of her weakness, forcing her to take this risky step. The head of the family coldly clarified whether this was a case of systematic theft of funds from the general budget. The chamberlain humbly confirmed the theft for the sake of Vincent's future and meekly asked her master for forgiveness. The aristocrat stepped back, declaring that he had no intention of interfering in the affairs of a servant who was someone else's and useless to him. The man noted to himself that such a bold manner of expressing intentions was entirely in keeping with her style. An image of a mysterious warrior appeared in the father's mind, causing him to doubt his son's true origins. The clan leader admitted defeat in the argument and seized his cloak with authority, preparing for the decisive exit. He officially announced his firm decision to personally attend the True Swords meeting. The day of the great meeting arrived, and the stands of the huge arena were filled with a crowd roaring with delight. The young swordsman in red armor strode resolutely toward the arena, preparing for the start of the first battles. The fair-haired opponent mentally threatened Vincent, promising to achieve a crushing victory over him today. Davin eyed the high-ranking spectator on the balcony with suspicion, trying to determine his true identity. The appearance of the mighty Khan chief on the throne caused a real tremor among all the assembled warriors. The self-confident young man in scarlet armor perceived the chief's visit as his main chance to become famous. The True Swords gathering solemnly opened under the fluttering flag of the family for the great battles. The enraged swordsman launched into a swift attack, cruelly demanding immediate death from his opponent. The dark-haired warrior barely withstood the powerful blow from his shield, barely suppressing the groan of pain that escaped him. The defending fighter cried out in anger, accusing his opponent of unforgivable and impudent arrogance. The blonde grinned mockingly right in his enemy's face, completely ignoring his weak attempt at a counterattack. The fighter mockingly doubted the success of the enemy's tactics against his innate gift of a steel body. The red-haired swordsman threw his opponent back with a powerful lunge, causing him to let out a cry of pain and rage. The happy father rejoiced loudly, triumphant over his son's crushing victory over yet another weak and inexperienced enemy. Spectators enthusiastically discussed the talent of the young two-star genius, who demonstrated an incredibly strong and extremely effective steel defense. Davin watched the battle with skepticism, considering today's recognized geniuses to be only a pale shadow of the great masters of the past. The hero studied the fighters' movements with concentration, noticing one fatal and dangerous flaw in their vaunted art. The young man compared modern warriors to pathetic puppets who blindly rely only on their innate abilities. Davin realized that overconfidence was causing the enemy to attack completely recklessly and without any tactical plan. The victor in red armor bowed humbly to the roaring crowd, enjoying the moment of triumph in this vast arena. The swordsman mockingly acknowledged Vincent's courage, praising him for his decision to stay and accept this shameful challenge. Davin responded to the challenge with a cheeky grin, urging his enemy to quickly end the current fight for the sake of their meeting. The head of the family silently watched the heir's triumph, hiding his true thoughts behind a mask of cold calm. The arena stands erupted in cheers as the defeated opponent's sword soared high into the sunset sky. A crushing blow knocked back the last competitor, marking the unconditional victory of the young master in scarlet armor. The judge officially declared Revan Adank the winner as the young man gasped for breath after the grueling final fight. Revan proudly proclaimed his victory over all his rivals before the leader who sat on the throne. Intoxicated by success, the warrior announced that, according to the rules, his next opponent would be his close friend Vincent. Vincent accepted the challenge calmly, expressing his willingness to fight the heir apparent for the sake of his family's honor. The young man grinned predatorily, accepting the challenge and anticipating the upcoming clash in front of everyone. The opponents took their places in the arena, separated only by the imperturbable judge under the scarlet rays of the sunset. Judge Zeron called on the fighters to prepare, but Vincent suddenly interrupted him with his own bold demand. Davin called over the faithful Wilson, who humbly presented the master with a simple wooden training stick. The hero boldly announced that he would use only a wooden sword in his left hand, giving his opponent 3 blows. The audience stood in shock, wondering if Davin had lost his mind due to his incredibly arrogant statements. Davin vowed not to move until the enemy had delivered all 3 promised blows. An enraged Revan screamed furiously at Davin, taking his strange condition as a blatant personal insult. The crowd in the stands roared indignantly, calling Davin's behavior in his new body absurd and meaningless. Revan's father jumped to his feet, accusing Davin of a pathetic attempt to justify his loss in advance. The powerful Khan leader suddenly ended the dispute, authoritatively allowing Davin to fight on his terms. The family leader coldly advised Davin not to throw words to the wind, but to prove his strength with actions. Davin confidently accepted the leader's challenge, promising to carry out his plan and crush his opponent. The judge officially announced the start of the long-awaited duel between Davin and the direct heir of the family. Revan ground his teeth in anger, impatiently urging Davin to begin their final confrontation. Davin, with a mocking grin, reminded his angry enemy of his promise to take 3 blows. The referee waved his signal flag sharply, loudly ordering the fighters to begin the fight immediately. Revan charged headlong, threatening Davin with death for his arrogant arrogance. Davin stood frozen in concentration, coldly awaiting the approach of the first crushing attack from his embittered opponent. The hero remembered Julian's instructions about the high probability of the enemy using a faint short strike. Revan swung his weapon with a triumphant cry, eager to test the outcast's overwhelming self-confidence. The attacker cried out in triumph of success, believing that his heavy blade had finally found its target. Davin instantly read Revan's tactics, recognizing his first move as nothing more than a simple feint. An enraged Revan, with a triumphant cry, brought the heavy blade down on Davin, blindly believing in his victory. Davin calmly noted the predictability of the enemy, who relied on innate defense and forgot the basics of combat. The hero concentrated his mana in his palm, preparing to prove the superiority of true mastery over brute physical force. Davin gracefully deflected the deadly thrust with his hand, noting that great swords were not meant to pierce. A shocked Revan realized the enormous difference in experience as the outcast easily deciphered the direction of his complex attack. Davin mockingly announced to his opponent that he had already wasted his first 2 gifted blows. The opponent gnashed his teeth in impotent rage, refusing to believe in the skill of the cripple he had once despised. Revan attacked again furiously, accusing Davin of insolence for using a couple of his pathetic tricks. A powerful clash shook the arena once again, as Davin confidently blocked each chaotic attack of his enemy. The youngster took a barely perceptible step to the side, completely disrupting the striker's pace before his final counterattack. Davin slammed his opponent into the ground with crushing force, leaving him no chance to defend himself. Revan screamed in agony as he realized the depth of his swift and shameful fall. Davin calmly stated the completion of the 3rd blow, hanging like a dark shadow over his defeated opponent. The hero mentally swore to Julian that he would keep his promise at all costs. Davin confidently announced the counterattack, surrounded by flashes of his awakened powerful mana. The spectators in the stands froze in horror, shocked by the skill of the once despised outcast. Judge Zeron stood frozen in shock, refusing to believe his eyes after such a sharp turn. The head of the Khan family watched Davin with a dark and intent gaze, trying to unravel his secret. Revan's father, in a rage, ordered his son to rise immediately and stop this shameful spectacle. A heavy silence fell over the arena as Davin calmly awaited his enemy's next move. A shocked Revan wondered why he was losing to an opponent who had absolutely no control over the magical energy of mana. While Julian tried to comprehend what he had seen, Davin calmly explained the use of only a basic martial art. The hero remembered the instruction that a true master does not need a sword to crush an enemy. Falling to one knee, Revan suddenly realized the true reason for his ignominious defeat in this clash. A distraught Revan accused Davin of receiving power from a minor deity of whom he was supposedly ashamed. An angry Julian was outraged by the enemy's insolence, while Davin coldly promised to suppress all his opponent's thoughts. With a furious cry, Revan swung his lightsaber and declared that all of Davin's tricks would come to an immediate end. Julian warned of the danger of the block, and Davin confidently confirmed his intention to dodge to the left. At the moment of Revan's crushing blow, Davin moved with lightning speed, avoiding a direct collision with the heavy blade. Concentrating his will, Davin prepared to deliver the decisive blow, shrouded in the powerful aura of his martial prowess. Revan realized in horror the vulnerability of his position, suddenly opening himself to a direct attack from Davin. Davin immediately took advantage of the mistake and delivered a sharp blow to the enemy's head with his training sword. Revan touched his neck in confusion, amazed that the powerful blow had not caused him any pain. Vincent's father cried out triumphantly that a simple tree would never break the defense of a true steel warrior. The hero acknowledged the imperfections of his current body, but vowed to squeeze the maximum fighting power out of it. Revan mockingly promised to show his opponent the true difference in level before the next decisive attack. Davin focused on using the kinetic energy of the other's strike to perform his own finishing maneuver. Taking a sudden and painful blow, Revan was momentarily speechless from the unexpected counterattack. As a result of the furious clash, both fighters quickly flew to opposite ends of the spacious combat arena. Fixing his red gaze on Judge Jaren, Davin grimly demanded that everything be done to prevent tragedy. A stunned Judge Jaren watched with utter amazement as the incredible events unfolded in the arena. Davin slammed on the brakes, clearly realizing that he only had one chance left. The hero prepared to use a skill that could completely destroy his untrained body. Davin rushed forward, determined to finish the fight while Revan was in the air. Revan gritted his teeth in rage, feeling the imminent threat from his opponent's strange attack. The enraged enemy shouted an insult and made a last attempt to crush Davin with a powerful blow. The hero's red eyes flashed as he declared that he now clearly saw the path to victory. A magical line connected the attack points, creating the perfect trajectory for the decisive blow. Davin told Julian to watch carefully as he demonstrated his new, masterfully mastered technique. A blinding stream of energy pierced the space, marking the end of this fierce duel between two swordsmen. Enveloped in dark energy, Davin dealt a crushing blow to Revan, cutting through space with lightning speed with his blade. The red-clad aristocrat stood frozen in shock, unable to believe Revan's shameful downfall. Judge Jaren watched Davin closely, trying to comprehend the nature of such a terrifying and destructive technique. The hero explained that the secret of mastery lies in the ability to cut through space itself and the flow of mana. Davin, his red eye flashing, proclaimed that such a total rupture was the true art of fencing. Revan screamed in agony as the enemy's punishing blow finally struck home. Clutching his bloody hand, the defeated enemy realized in utter despair the severity of the injuries he had received. Davin sarcastically asked the speechless judge whether he should cut off the enemy's leg as well. A shocked Jaren raised the red flag, officially declaring Davin and Vincian's body the clear winner of the fight. The servants surrounded Revan in panic, desperately demanding that he call a priest immediately to stop the severe bleeding. Judge Jaren repented of his mistake, admitting guilt for the bloody tragedy that occurred during the fight. A worried Julian urged the hero to rest immediately, but Davin confidently declared his incredible resilience. With a triumphant smile on his face, Davin mentally confirmed that he had successfully kept his promise. The head of the Adenka clan, with a stern and majestic face, silently watched the triumph of his son. Father reminded Davin of his loud words to prove his own worth in front of the entire noble family. The stern aristocrat nodded reservedly, acknowledging the young man's undeniable and terrifying achievements in this dangerous test. In a loud voice, the leader officially declared Vincian Adenka the sole winner of the prestigious meeting of true swords. To the enthusiastic cheers of those present, Davin was finally recognized as a worthy and strong member of his family. The head of the family ordered that they immediately proceed inside the majestic building for the award ceremony. The spacious and luxurious hall of the aristocratic estate was fully prepared for the official celebration of the new leader. The sparkling box contained a rainbow crystal, intended as a reward for the winner's outstanding achievements. The head of the clan solemnly announced that Davin had overcome all difficulties and deserved this miraculous stone. The young man extended his hand to accept the priceless trophy that had become a symbol of his long-awaited and hard-won triumph. Suddenly, an aristocrat burst into the hall, furiously shouting that what was happening made absolutely no sense. Burning with anger, the man declared for all to hear that Davin had brazenly and vilely deceived absolutely everyone. He accused the hero of stealing the apostle's power, while Davin listened imperturbably to these absurd attacks. The frightened priest rushed to the chief, reporting that an extremely serious and unexpected problem had arisen with Revan. The head of the family demanded an immediate explanation, looking intently at the priest who was trembling with fear before him. A group of healers desperately tried to heal Revan's crippled arm, using every magic circle available to them. Revan shuddered in agony as he realized the terrible news that he could not return the limb he had lost in battle. The priest sadly reported that Revan would remain one-armed forever due to the severity of the wound. The enraged aristocrat in red grabbed the cleric, demanding that he immediately heal his crippled son. A worried Julian called out to Davin, noticing his sudden and extremely suspicious cold thoughtfulness. The cleric acknowledged the complete impotence of divine magic before the mysterious black energy of the hero's blow. The master of healing warned that the wound was too deep even for the powers of the great high priest. Revan's father screamed frantically about the devil's intervention, which could not be justified by the laws of the family. The stunned guests began to vigorously discuss the possibility of the young man displaying the legendary power of the apostle. Davin politely inquired of the head of the family about the possibility of his personal intervention in the situation. The hero calmly reminded everyone that the head had officially declared him the sole winner of the meeting. Davin snapped that any attempt to challenge his triumph was a direct denial of the chief's will. Davin sternly asked Charles if he really considered himself more insightful than the head of their powerful family. Davin ordered Knight Jaren in an icy tone to immediately arrest the man for his brazen provocation. Jaren, confused, clarified the identity of the criminal, and Davin confirmed the order to detain his friend's father. An enraged Charles shouted an accusation at Davin, outraged by the heir's insolence in daring to openly doubt him. Suppressing his inner doubts, Knight Jaren humbly confirmed his readiness to immediately fulfill his master's will. Jaren yanked Charles to the floor and tied him tightly, ignoring his furious demands to let him go. Charles glared at his enemy as Davin spoke the name again in an icy voice. The head of the family sternly reminded the captive of his duty to Vincent, towering over the fallen aristocrat. The chief explained that only Vincent's intervention saved Charles from a much more severe punishment from the family. The bound Charles bowed his head in resignation and promised the chief never to open his mouth again. The head of the family praised Darwin, and the young man politely thanked him for the recognition. Julian noted with joy that the stern head of the family very rarely bestowed his praise on anyone. Charles watched in horror as Revan suffered, while the leader and the priest conferred. The priest used magic and announced that the boy's damaged right arm would soon be lost. Julian excitedly whispered a plan of action to Darwin, attracting his charge's attention. The deity in the black cloud predicted a benefit, and Darwin decided to act on this advice. Darwin suddenly asked the priest about the possibility of healing his hand with the help of a miraculous stone. The church minister was extremely surprised by the young man's demand to use the rare reward to save the crippled Revan. The hero confidently confirmed the possibility of healing and smiled slyly, anticipating the success of his plan. Darwin resolutely declared the need to correct the consequences of his blow and save his opponent's hand. The head of the family officially instructed Darwin to finally resolve this protracted family conflict. Darwin reminded Charles of Revan's abuse, causing him to grovel and beg for forgiveness. The young man suddenly snatched the sword from the knight, wanting to prove his serious intentions with action. Darwin raised the shining blade over the captive with authority, demonstrating his unbreakable magical will. The hero demanded that Charles demonstrate the dignity of a master in order to obtain the coveted healing stone. With a blazing gaze, Darwin sternly proclaimed the ancient law of retribution for injury inflicted. Charles stood frozen in shock as he heard the boy's icy demand for someone's right hand. Watching the enemy, Darwin noted with deep contempt his pitiful spiritual weakness. Darwin exposed Revan's pretense and angrily rebuked him for his shameful lack of respect. A distraught Charles screamed that he was ready to sacrifice himself and swung the dagger over his hand. Trembling all over, Charles raised the dagger above his hand, preparing to make a terrible sacrifice. Julian commented ironically on the man's perverse paternal love. With a heavy heart, Charles convinced himself to do the irreparable in order to save his only son. With a frantic cry of despair, the aristocrat brought the blade down, hoping to atone for his guilt. Darwin's blazing gaze predicted instant intervention to prevent any accidents. Zeron, on Darwin's orders, quickly cut the falling blade, preventing injury to the prisoner. Charles stared in mute shock at his intact fingers and broken steel. The knight wished Charles to show his courage in a more dignified situation next time. Darwin humbly knelt before the chief, reporting the successful completion of the incident. The head of the family solemnly praised Darwin, tightly clutching the shining miraculous stone in his hand. Darwin carefully held in his palms the miraculous stone, shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. The young man resolutely handed the rare artifact to the priest and ordered him to begin the healing immediately. The cleric called upon the mercy of the goddess Gaia, enveloping the wounded Revan in a magical glow. The gem shattered into thousands of glittering fragments of pure energy with a loud crack. A blinding light pierced the boy's body, triggering a process of rapid regeneration of lost tissue. A shocked Charles cried out in amazement as he saw the incredible transformation of his son's crippled hand. Julian bitterly recalled the cost of the stone, but Darwin reminded the spirit of his initiative. The spirit lamented the loss of an object capable of healing even serious mental illnesses. Meanwhile, a secret observer lurked behind the door, greedily catching every word of the heroes. The spy enthusiastically acknowledged Darwin's coolness. Darwin was seriously considering the choice between the power of fear and the oath of true loyalty. The stranger smiled in anticipation after these words. The spy enthusiastically noted that the sincere one was much cooler. The servant greeted the young master with a broad smile, his whole appearance demonstrating his joy at the long-awaited meeting. Having announced that dinner would soon be prepared, the servant left, receiving a brief and calm consent from Vincent. Julian looked puzzled at the young man's strange behavior as he discussed the long-awaited recognition of his authority. Julian objected sharply, clearly annoyed, noting that he had wanted to get much more out of this situation. Amazed at the cook's extraordinary speed, Julian commented on the situation, and Vincent ordered the uninvited visitor to enter immediately. A stranger in light clothes confidently entered the office, politely inquiring about the young gentleman's current affairs. The mysterious guest in the white cloak bowed his head respectfully, wishing Vincent a good evening in his chambers. The man introduced himself as a priest of the goddess Gaia named Dulman, while maintaining a mysterious and calm expression. Vincent coldly inquired about the reasons for the visit, receiving in response the priest's gratitude for the help he had previously provided. Hearing the guest's unexpected words, Julian's eyes widened in utter amazement, clearly not believing his ears. The priest handed Vincent a miraculous stone shining with rainbow sparks, earnestly asking him to accept this valuable gift. Dulman called it a well-deserved reward for his nobility, while Vincent was genuinely surprised by such a generous offering. The man sadly admitted that human life is much more important to him than any rare artifact. In the silence of the office, the priest solemnly handed the sparkling crystal to the young man, completing his act of sincere gratitude. Dulman fervently assured Vincent that meeting him had made him completely rethink his whole life. The young man accepted the stone with a slight smile, considering it a worthy way to express his respect for his merits. Having thanked him for the priceless gift, the priest hastened to give Vincent one more important thing before leaving. Dulman presented a special temple plaque that allows one to request emergency assistance from the temple at any time. The priest mysteriously announced that he had recently received the rare and honorable status of a second-class cleric. Julian, in a black cloud, screamed in amazement as Vincent calmly clarified the significance of this rank. Julian rejoiced over the rare plaque, while Davin reflected on the privileges of being a second-class priest. The priest bowed respectfully, calling the meeting with Davin a very important and extremely valuable life lesson. Davin restrainedly wished his guest to take care of himself, clutching in his hands a plaque with the patronage of the Temple of Guy. Julian noted with joy the presence of a strong ally, and Davin confirmed the amazing and keen insight of his spirit. The spirit suggested that Davin's sincerity was caused only by a complete lack of affection and praise in his life. Suddenly, Julian remembered the event associated with the rare praise from the formidable and stern leader. Julian remembered the dinner where his father had invited only the winner of the prestigious gathering of true and sharp swords. The winner was Davin's eldest sister, who demonstrated incredible sword power in front of all the important members of the family. Julian asked hopefully about the chances of triumph, and Davin confirmed the proximity of his impending victory. Despite the severe pain in his body, Davin stood up resolutely, realizing that any rest was impossible now. Davin decided to play it safe, ignoring Juliana's skeptical remark about the extremely low probability of the upcoming event. Julian's spirit, scratching the back of his head, acknowledged his awkwardness in the black cloud with slight embarrassment. Suddenly, a frightened servant burst into the room, whose piercing cry interrupted Davin's calm thoughts. The messenger, trembling with horror, managed to say with difficulty that Davin was being immediately summoned by the head of the family himself. Not at all surprised, Davin, with a confident smile, ordered the servant to quickly take him to his father. The servant sincerely admired Davin's insight, realizing that the young master had predicted this challenge in advance. The huge mansion of the Adenka clan rose majestically under the night sky, strewn with bright and cold stars. With a firm and confident gait, Davin walked down the luxurious corridor towards his new destiny. The mother met her son in the hallway and told Davin to hurry to an important meeting with his father. A woman with a flower in her hair tenderly congratulated her son on his incredible triumph at the meeting. Davin bowed politely to his stepmother, remembering the death of his biological mother at his birth. Versa Halem, known as the Giant, watched the boy closely with her gaze hidden behind her bangs. The stepmother briefly ordered Davin to follow her, because his father had been expecting his appearance for a long time. Davin and Versa stopped in front of the massive doors leading to the main office of the head of the great family. The doors swung open, revealing to Davin's gaze the majestic and terrifying figure of his extremely stern father. The head of the Adenka clan coldly pronounced his son's name, piercing him with his heavy and powerful gaze. Just the furious glint in his father's eyes sent a crushing wave of invisible mental pressure crashing down on Davin. Davin felt a sharp pain in his lungs, barely holding back a groan under the weight of the monstrous aura. The young man realized that a severe test was about to begin, wondering about the authenticity of his father's intentions on this strange morning. Davin boldly questioned the necessity of such pressure, openly challenging the will of the powerful head of the family. The head of the family crossed his fingers and inquired about the reasons for his son's unusual and extremely daring thoughts. Davin explained that his mother had called the man father, not the official title of head of the great family. Versa Halem watched the scene in silence while Father Davin considered what he had heard with a very serious expression. Having broken the magical barrier, the aristocrat praised Davin for his amazing attention to the smallest and most important details. The head of the clan announced that he congratulated his son on his victory, but had another reason for the meeting. The second goal was to test the validity of the fears that Charles Adenka had regarding his heir. The unknown man screamed hysterically, pointing out to the chief the priest's complete helplessness in this extremely dangerous situation. Davin was pondering intensely how his opponent was able to so skillfully learn the secret and complex methods of the Adenka family. The young man froze before the enormous scarlet gaze, feeling the weight of a crushing and very ancient aura upon himself. Versa revealed her true power, her single open eye blazing with bloodlust and hidden threat. Davin was stunned with shock as he realized that his secret swordsmanship had been instantly discovered by his enemies. The head of the family, in the silence of his office, discussed with his stepmother the incredible possibility of the appearance of a new apostle. Feeling his stepmother's frightening gaze on him, Davin shuddered from a sudden and terrible sensation. The father questioned Davin suspiciously about the nature of his technique, doubting his son's strength. Versa Halem compared Davin's style to the legendary swordsmanship of Kajin Samion, causing him confusion. Before Davin's eyes appeared the image of Kajin, whose strange sword swings crushed any enemies. Davin bitterly recalled the false story of his victory over the great archdemon of the past. The young man could hardly hide his anger as he realized the Samion family's insidious intentions in distorting the truth. The stepmother placed her hands imperiously on Davin's shoulders, ordering him to immediately tell the whole truth. With a mad smile, Versa Halem demanded to know how her son had learned Samion's hero technique. Versa, with a crazy smile, asked why Davin refused to sincerely trust his mother. Squeezing her stepson's shoulders in an authoritative manner, the woman demanded that he immediately begin a conversation and reveal all the secrets. The stepmother approached Davin closely, wanting to know the secret of his amazing similarity to Samion's technique. The woman again persistently repeated the question of why the young man was maintaining such a strange and suspicious silence. Davin glanced furtively at his silent father, initially believing that it was the head of the family who had summoned him. The boy realized that it was his stepmother who was conducting this interrogation, trying to find out the origin of his fighting skills. A terrified Julian suddenly materialized behind his friend, shrilly calling for him to remain completely silent. The spirit warned that Versa's eyes were capable of instantly recognizing any lie, no matter how complex. Davin was confused and wondering whether he should now honestly admit his amazing transformation. Julian frantically pleaded for time while Davin froze under a heavy, piercing gaze. Versa, with a frightening smile, again demanded that Davin immediately reveal all his hidden secrets. A frightened Julian screamed in panic, and Davin commanded his spirit to act much faster. Julian, completely confused, asked again about some single and extremely important step. The spirit inspired Davin, reminding him that only one step separated him from breaking the wall of fear. Davin confidently announced to his stepmother that he had suddenly received divine inspiration from above. A shocked Versa asked incredulously about the revelation, closely studying the reaction of her unusual stepson. The woman angrily reminded him that such insights were usually associated with dark and forbidden arts. Davin was tensely silent, realizing that Julian had not warned him about this dangerous detail in advance. Versa threatened Davin with ecclesiastical court if he continued to behave so suspiciously and secretively. Julian frantically ordered Davin to repeat every word he said exactly to save them. Davin suggested to Versa that they arrange a test in the temple if she had strong doubts about his honesty. Versa was extremely surprised by the mention of the temple, asking Davin again about this unexpected and very bold proposal of the young man. Davin recalled that a priest with a miraculous stone would easily recognize any hidden evil in him. The stepmother recognized the stone given to Dulman, and Davin confirmed the receipt of this valuable gift for his help. Versa looked closely into her stepson's eyes and was surprised to realize that the young man was telling the pure truth. Davin clarified that he learned fencing on his own, and not through any divine inspiration he had previously received. The boy admitted to having studied secret sword techniques for a long time, and decided to finally master them completely on his own today. Davin firmly stated his desire to change so that no one would dare call him a coward anymore. Davin decided to surpass the Samian family by combining the experiences of two lives for the sake of the family's great and important mission. Julian rejoiced, and Davin confirmed his intention to become much stronger than absolutely all of his arrogant relatives. The head of the family coldly added that his upcoming decision also concerned the father himself. Davin emphasized that after the temple was confirmed, everything now depends only on the father's final verdict. The great aristocrat sank into deep thought, thoughtfully rubbing his chin in complete silence. Versa Halem noted with a sly smile that the head of the family always did this when he was pleased. Finally, the man solemnly announced that he was ready to make his final and extremely important decision. His father ordered Davin to continue studying his art, to which the young man responded with sincere gratitude. The stepmother questioned the wisdom of the choice, recalling the frightening similarity between the sword styles of the heroes of the past. The head of the clan unwaveringly confirmed his awareness, looking straight ahead with a heavy, commanding gaze. Versa discussed the potential scandal with the Samian family over the forbidden art of swordsmanship. The woman directly asked whether the decision taken was based on all these compelling circumstances. The head of the clan coldly announced that he had already taken into account absolutely all circumstances requiring consideration. Versa Halem sighed heavily and meaningfully upon hearing the final verdict of her formidable and domineering husband. The stepmother instructed Davin to try his best, shifting responsibility for the consequences to the head of the family. Davin realized that Versa had not only warned him, but had also fully confirmed his father's decision. The head of the clan recognized Davin as Adank's direct heir, praising him for his brilliant triumph at the meeting. As a reward for his success, Davin's father solemnly promised to fulfill any one of his cherished wishes. The young man declared his desire to become stronger, to which his father told him to achieve this on his own. Coming closer, the father once again asked his son what specific service he could provide him now. Having succumbed to the persuasion of the ghostly spirit, Davin asked for permission to freely visit the old family library. Father reminded Davin of the high clearance required to study the ancient secrets of the family vault. With a cheeky grin, Davin announced his desire to fully experience the life of a spoiled child, which he had previously been deprived of. The head of the clan officially allowed the young man to visit the closed library for martial arts masters of the 3 lower stars. Father ordered the legendary Crimson Lotus to be handed over to Davin, which deeply shocked the astonished ghostly Julian. The aristocrat solemnly presented the relic to Davin as a well-deserved reward for his faithfulness to the promise he had made earlier. The magnificent Crimson Lotus sword was once my father's faithful companion during his legendary rise to power. While Davin admired the sword's incredible sharpness, Julian reminded him that this blade was the most important heirloom of their family. Julian spun around cheerfully, categorically denying that his success had brought him even a drop of true joy. Davin rightly noted that limiting themselves to joy at the current stage would be a huge mistake for their future ambitions. The young man confidently stated that in the future they would achieve accomplishments that would far exceed their current, very modest success. Julian recalled his past disappointment and wondered if the summoning of another spirit would have allowed him to reach such impressive heights. Recognizing Davin's recklessness, Julian sincerely entrusted his body to him. Davin commanded his servant Wilson to follow him as they left the walls of the estate after the audience. The mother suddenly appeared and asked Davin to spare some time for an important and serious conversation. The mother expressed pride in her son's achievements, noting his diligence in grueling daily training. The mother reminded him of the fortress's traditions and asked Davin about his plans to pacify the demon. The Crimson Fortress was a training center that turned surviving students into accomplished swordsmen. Entry required victory at the gathering of swords and the successful subjugation of the ferocious Crimson Demon. Julian ironically advised Davin to honestly admit to his mother that he had no clear plan at all. Davin's straightforward answer amazed his mother, who had expected to see a cunning strategist who had calculated every step. His mother noticed Davin's suffering from the magical recoil of the blade, and the young man confirmed his torment. The mother commanded her son to listen carefully to her important instructions before the upcoming dangerous test. She sternly warned that in his current state, Davin would inevitably die when meeting the demon. The woman insistently emphasized the impossibility of defeating such a fierce and powerful enemy with just one blow. Julian was surprised to notice that his mother had suddenly begun to show sincere and obvious sympathy towards them. Davin reminded the spirit of the treachery of the enemies who in the past had brazenly abandoned him to rot in prison. Julian admitted there was no hostility, as his mother could easily have set them up when they met with the boss. The young man politely thanked his mother for her valuable advice and solemnly promised to live up to her high expectations. The mother was upset because her son left too quickly, without waiting for an explanation of the demon's peculiarity. The woman admired the fearlessness of the young martial artist, feeling a strange, forgotten thrill in her heart. With a mysterious smile, the lady turned to the invisible Sarvana, asking if she was watching her son closely. Davin walked forward with determination, making a huge breakthrough on his path as a martial artist. Wilson hung out the laundry cheerfully, singing about his readiness to always loyally support his young master. A sudden blow interrupted the servant's thoughts, causing him to cry out in pain from the sharp physical impact. Rubbing his bruised head, an indignant Wilson tried to understand what exactly he had done wrong. The maid Seri, carrying a suitcase, angrily accused the young man of a treacherous desire to harm their master. In his defense, Wilson pointed to the laundry and vehemently denied any unfair suspicions of possible betrayal. Seri froze in complete bewilderment, struck by such a sharp and confident reaction from Wilson. A proud Wilson declared that he was obliged to change in line with his rapidly growing young master. Having changed her anger to mercy, Seri inquired with genuine concern about Davin's current state of affairs. Wilson noted ironically that rumors of the gentleman's triumphant successes were reaching Seri too slowly. Davin and Julian finally broke into the restricted library, accessible only to 3-star martial artists. The little spirit searched the bookshelves in a panic, but realized with horror that the necessary records were completely absent. Davin clutched his head in despair, not finding a single mention of the events of 500 years ago. Julian confirmed the lack of chronicles, suggesting that they would only find children's tales about the great emperor. The heroes came to the conclusion that someone had deliberately erased the history of swordsmanship from past centuries. The young man decided to focus on improving his skills in order to crush the demon and wash away the shame from his name. Davin recognized the need to find a new training method while the desired image remained out of his reach. Julian remembered Arslan and Davin's use of the legendary Hero King's secret sword technique. Hovering in the air, the ghostly spirit suddenly demanded that its companion immediately reveal his true identity. Davin became worried, realizing that the truth about his past as a great demon would shock Julian. Davin decided to remain silent about the past so as not to shock the spirit who shared the same destiny with him. Julian was thrilled to realize Davin's greatness and admired his true, hidden power with genuine delight. Suddenly, the ghostly spirit winced in unbearable pain, hearing a deafening and frightening ringing in its head. Barely containing his anguish, Julian excitedly demanded that the mysterious words the young man had just spoken be immediately repeated. The little spirit screamed in terror, unable to bear the sudden onslaught of the crushing and sharp sound. Davin rushed to his partner in great alarm and worriedly inquired about his suddenly worsening health. Having difficulty coming to his senses, Julian flatly refused to learn the truth and asked to close the topic forever. Suddenly, Davin's attention was drawn to a strange object that stood out noticeably among the dusty rows of ancient magical tomes. The young man discovered a love story among the serious works, which looked extremely ridiculous in this closed library. Julian was genuinely surprised by the appearance of such a frivolous book in the secret repository of martial techniques of a great family. Davin realized with delight that someone had deliberately encrypted the true story of the past under the guise of a low-grade romance novel. The heroes blushed deeply from the piquant details of the text, which hid the greatest secrets of energy control behind absurd phrases. The young man noted with satisfaction that such a presentation of forbidden truths would never arouse suspicion among the family's enemies. Julian froze in shock, realizing the incredible scale of the discovery Davin had made in the closed family library. Davin excitedly explained to his partner that the main character of the novel used the hidden power of love instead of a magical image. The ancient pages described a unique method of awakening mana without the use of standard images, which was previously considered impossible. The visual diagrams illustrated the process of energy management by completely abandoning the traditional theories of modern masters. A terrified Julian warned Davin of the mortal danger associated with the accumulation of raw magical mana in the body. A triumphant Davin showed a recording of a master who successfully survived and revealed his hidden unique characteristics. Leaving the library with confidence, the heroes were inspired by the discovery of a valuable clue that would open the way to true power. Julian worriedly reminded Davin of the risk, while the young man excitedly insisted on an immediate inspection of their valuable find. On his way out of the archive, Davin met his devoted maid, Ciri, who called out to her master with tears of joy. The girl excitedly asked if Davin had truly defeated Revan Adenka and been granted the honor of entering the Crimson Fortress. Julian explained that Ciri had left the estate for a short time due to sudden and very urgent problems that had arisen in her family. A warm memory of this kind woman tenderly comforting him came before Davin's eyes. Julian was amazed to see such a devoted person in someone who everyone was used to considering just a pathetic loser. When Davin officially confirmed the triumphant rumors, Ciri, in a fit of emotion, fell to her knees before her master. The maid admitted that she seriously feared that Davin would be even more cruelly neglected by his influential family. The bewildered youth vainly asked Julian for advice on how to calm women, but the spirit recognized the futility of magical teachings. Davin gently encouraged Ciri with the promise that he would become the person she would never have to be ashamed of again. Revan suddenly discovered Davin and the handmaiden, taking them by surprise with his unexpected and extremely abrupt appearance. Ciri and Davin stared at the uninvited guest in great amazement, completely unable to understand the purpose of the visit. Dressed in red armor, Revan sternly announced that he had come right now to have a serious talk with Davin. A heavy silence fell over the room as the frightened maid stood silently between the two warring young masters. Poor Ciri, feeling a frightening pressure, looked away, barely containing the intense panic that gripped her. Revan remained in sullen silence for a long time, studying his opponent with a very cold and extremely determined gaze. Julian watched the atmosphere closely, wondering if this rival would finally dare to speak his true thoughts. Trying to lighten the mood a little, the maid timidly offered the gloomy Revan a very tasty fresh sandwich. Suddenly, the young man grabbed the hilt of his heavy sword with an imperious grip, and his eyes flashed with a frightening light. Sensing a clear threat, Davin and the ghostly spirit instantly prepared for a possible clash with a dangerous opponent. Revan angrily announced that he had come to repay Davin for his shameful defeat at the recent True Sword Summit. Julian screamed in panic that he had not expected such a sudden and swift attack from an armed Revan. Assessing his enemy's stance, Revan coldly noted that his previous swordplay would no longer work against him. Fearing for the life of the maid, Davin commanded Ciri to immediately leave the scene of their impending duel. The devoted Ciri froze in horror, categorically refusing to leave her young master alone in the face of danger. Revan suddenly stunned those present with a confession, calling himself eternally indebted to Davin for his incredible mercy. The knight reminded him of the miraculous stone he had given him and emphasized that Davin had shown nobility by forgiving his past rudeness. Revan bitterly remembered his cowardice when he tried to restore his arm at the cost of his own father's health. Realizing the gravity of his debt, the young man humbly knelt down, admitting his inability to repay Davin for the help he had provided. Gripping his lightsaber hilt with determination, Revan vowed to leave cowardice behind forever in favor of true honor. Revan humbly laid his sword before Davin, offering his master his life as an honest gift. Bowing his head, the young warrior solemnly swore his eternal and most sincere loyalty to Davin. Ciri's handmaiden watched in complete shock as the proud Revan suddenly knelt. Davin grinned with satisfaction as Julian, in panic, warned him against blindly trusting his recent enemy. The ghostly spirit acknowledged with apprehension the seriousness of the ancient martial arts custom that linked two different destinies. A sudden and very clever idea struck Julian, causing the little spirit to exclaim joyfully in realization. Davin resolutely drew his sword, taking the ghost's words as final consent to this dangerous alliance. The steel glint of the blade touched Revan's shoulder, marking the beginning of a new alliance between the former sworn rivals. Davin officially accepted the knight's oath and promised to stand by his side until the very end. Revan was shocked to recognize the legendary Crimson Lotus, finally convinced of his master's incredible power. The knight bowed before Davin, thanking him profusely and vowing never to regret his eternal loyalty. The maid froze in the doorway, amazed by the incredible change in the behavior of her master, whom everyone had previously only despised. The girl smiled happily, remembering Davin's shameful past and sincerely rejoicing at his current greatness and firm determination. Davin gripped the flaming blade tightly as Julian, in a black cloud, mockingly apologized for his sudden intervention. In the black cloud, Julian excitedly suggested to Davin that he quickly obtain the blessing of the Dwarf King to significantly increase his power. In the luxurious office, Father Davin was briefed in detail on the young man's plans to go to the Crimson Fortress next year. The head of the clan sternly inquired about the progress of preparations for the dangerous conquest of the legendary and extremely merciless Crimson Demon. The envoy noted that Davin appeared self-confident and flatly refused any offered assistance in studying the enemy. Fighting the Phantom Demon required a 3-star level, serving only as a severe test of one's true strength and skill. Davin's father listened thoughtfully to the report, finally realizing that his son was no longer a weak and predictable outcast. A complex magical knot flared up on Davin's body, beginning a painful restructuring of all his internal channels. Davin fell into deep meditation under the gaze of Revan and Julian, who were waiting for a surge of hidden power. Revan commanded Davin to immediately recreate the energy loop, attempting to control the chaotic flows. In the black cloud, Julian watched the process tensely, warning Davin against the slightest fatal mistake. An ancient book opened before the heroes, its mysterious writings holding the frightening secrets of the ancient blessing of kings. Revan, in shining scarlet armor, sternly asked if Davin would dare to use these forbidden methods. Davin stood motionless as Revan solemnly handed him the tome, promising support in learning its secrets. The red-coated swordsman explained the rules, sternly emphasizing that Davin was obliged to completely entrust his life to him. Revan glared at the young man, reminding him of his oath of allegiance and the fatal consequences of any misstep. Watching Davin's concentration, Revan admitted with a shudder that he himself would never have risked trusting him. Revan admitted his defeat to Davin, suddenly feeling a strange and pleasant relief at the loss. Those around him were amazed by Davin's insane method, which risked using pure mana without forming the desired image. Davin gasped for breath as streams of superheated and highly unstable energy erupted from his lungs. In the black cloud, Julian demanded to slow down immediately, but Davin reminded him of his own idea. Julian screamed in horror, comparing Davin's reckless actions to a voluntary and fatal jump from a roof. Revan warned Davin against too much haste, noticing the frighteningly sharp and dangerous fluctuations in the magical flow. Davin recalled his past life, realizing the impossibility of achieving greatness without constantly and consciously risking his life. A shining magical spiral swirled in space, embodying the hero's unwavering determination to move only forward. Julian fell into complete despair, predicting Davin's imminent death due to the unbearable rate of power absorption. Davin, his eyes burning, focused on the final push, trying to immediately connect the severed energy flows. A blinding flash of energy marked the critical moment of the merging of magical flows within Davin. Julian rushed forward in desperation, trying in vain to stop Davin from taking the dangerous step. The magical loop finally connected with a deafening crack, releasing the incredible power of the accumulated mana. Davin smiled happily, celebrating the long-awaited success after completing a risky and extremely painful restructuring. The powerful energy bundles finally intertwined, securely anchoring the new magical image in the young man's body. A monstrous explosion of mana shook the room, sweeping away everything in its path with a seething stream of pure power. Revan was thrown by a powerful wave straight into the bookcases, instantly turning the old furniture into splinters. The swordsman struggled to his feet amidst the rubble, shocked by the incredible and destructive potential of his master. In the silence of his office, the head of the clan strictly specified the deadline for the next campaign to the fortress. The envoy noted Davin's recent victory over the master, not doubting his quick and brilliant triumph. Davin confirmed his safety while Revan panicked as he surveyed the aftermath of the devastating blast of pure mana. Revan was amazed at Davin's speed, claiming that even a genius would need at least 2 months to complete. The messenger froze in mute shock when she heard about the need to complete the most difficult test in just 1 month. The head of the clan, with cold indifference, ordered that his final and extremely severe instructions be conveyed to Davin. Revan furiously scolded Davin, who lay among the ruins of the library under a pile of heavy tomes and debris. Davin let out a weary sigh, momentarily seriously afraid of another reincarnation due to the extreme magical exhaustion. The messenger resolutely headed to Davin to immediately voice the head of the house's unwavering will and deadlines. The woman officially announced the head's order to complete the complex initiation rite in just 1 month. The stern envoy emphasized the extreme lack of time, urging the young master to hurry with the preparations immediately. The woman pushed the doors open with authority, looking for Davin to deliver a critical and urgent message from his father. Chief Chamberlain Raelsa stood frozen in mute shock as she contemplated the aftermath of Davin's destructive magical training. Raelsa sternly glanced around the devastated office, demanding immediate and truthful explanations from the young men. The Master of the Seven Stars overwhelmed the youth with her aura, causing Revan to shudder at the inevitable retribution. Davin calmly tried to justify himself with ordinary meditation, while the maid furiously accused him of an obvious lie. The maid cried out indignantly that such chaos was never the result of simple aristocratic meditation. The girl was inwardly amazed by the changes in Davin, whose attitude towards others became completely different. Raelsa sighed heavily, meekly stopping her questions and acknowledging her master's right to his personal secrets. The Chamberlain sternly reminded him of the urgency, conveying to Davin the will of the head of the family to immediately continue preparations. The woman officially announced her father's sentence, which shortened the initiation ceremony to a catastrophically short month. Davin realized the exceptional nature of the situation, as the head of the family had never moved the established time frame before. Davin realized that the head of the family had truly grandiose and ambitious plans for him. Raelsa announced to Davin her intention to accompany him in a month as his personal protector. The Chamberlain insistently asked Davin to train with all his might until the very day of the dangerous ritual. Revan doubted that Davin would be able to receive the Dwarf King's blessing in one catastrophically short month. Davin decided to hurry while the excited maid loudly called out to her master in the destroyed training hall. The devoted servant tearfully begged Davin not to overwork himself any further and to save his last remaining vital energy. Davin made his promise with a slight smile, causing Revan to only chuckle in confusion and extreme suspicion. The maid touched the glowing aura with trepidation, asking in amazement if this was a manifestation of mana. Davin was amazed to notice within Ciri a hidden source of truly enormous and incredibly powerful reserves of power. Davin confirmed the oath and gently sent Ciri away to immediately discuss important plans with Revan. The heavy doors slammed shut, filling the gym with an atmosphere of intense anticipation. In the black cloud, Julian asked in confusion about the plan, while Davin was thinking of an alternative way to speed up his training. Davin concentrated on holding the shining magical loop in his palms, trying to finally stabilize the raging energy flows. The youth demonstrated the flawless mana chain to Revan, asking him to confirm the correct form of the complex pattern he had created. In the black cloud, Julian and a stunned Revan couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the stream fully completed. Davin declared his triumph, preparing to immediately begin the next stage of displaying his true power. In the black cloud, Julian acknowledged that truly capable people can always achieve absolutely any goals. With his red eyes glowing, Davin firmly promised to exceed all of his father's expectations well before the deadline. Exactly 2 weeks have passed since Davin successfully completed the grueling restructuring of all internal magical channels. The heroes found themselves in the middle of a dense forest, where Revan closely watched every action of his decisive master. Davin confidently announced the beginning of the process of manifesting his new magical ability in the forest wilderness. Revan nodded gravely, bracing himself for any unexpected consequences of this extremely risky and difficult experiment. In the black cloud, Julian swallowed nervously, waiting with terrifying trepidation for the beginning of the great magical mystery. Davin warned Revan of a possible explosion and suggested that he immediately retreat to a safe distance. The swordsman flatly refused to leave, wanting to see with his own eyes the long-awaited triumph of his esteemed master. Davin appreciated the knight's unwavering loyalty and allowed him to remain by his side during the activation of the power. The young man officially announced the beginning of the ritual as powerful streams of primordial mana swirled around him. A dazzling magical pattern formed between Davin's palms, vibrating with an incredible excess of accumulated energy. The energy rings rapidly contracted in space, concentrating all their power in one critical point. The forest was illuminated by the glow of a giant magical seal, marking the successful manifestation of Davin's true and hidden power. Julian suddenly felt a frightening presence and looked around anxiously, trying to grasp the scale of the threat approaching them. A colossal, ghostly image of an ancient creature materialized before the heroes, whose power instantly suppressed all living things around. Davin and the terrified Julian froze, contemplating the majestic figure of the king of the gnomes, towering above the tops of the forest trees. The fiery eyes of the deity studied Davin intently, as if assessing the purity of his hidden intentions and fortitude of spirit. Julian trembled with fear, laughing nervously and sincerely not understanding the reasons for his sudden magical insight. The mighty dwarf king gripped the shining magical hammer with a powerful grip, emitting blinding light and an incredible concentration of mana. The ancient deity swung his colossal weapon furiously, preparing to unleash a severe test of true strength upon Davin. Julian became completely hysterical, screaming desperately from the terrifying pressure that emanated from the heavenly guest. A blinding pillar of divine flame suddenly struck from the sky, completely engulfing the figures of the heroes in the center of the forest. Davin stood steadfastly in the very epicenter of the storm, humbly accepting the full force of the dwarves' blessing. Davin stared ahead, feeling the irreversible and powerful changes that had taken place in his body. The youth materialized a shining seal that officially confirmed his receipt of the king's sacred blessing. Revan explained that the dwarven body fortification was only one step behind the legendary form. The knight was inwardly amazed that Davin had completed the most difficult initiation rite much earlier than the established deadline. The gigantic spirit of the dwarf king towered majestically over the forest, slowly dissolving into the thick fog. In the black cloud, Julian politely asked the deity to return, fearing that he would attract unnecessary attention to them. Enveloped in a golden glow, Davin declared that he could now easily surpass any master in swordsmanship. Davin thanked Revan, but his mentor told him to express his gratitude after the triumph over the Crimson Demon. Revan, with a serious expression on his face, voiced his final and extremely important personal request to the young man. 2 days later, a luxurious carriage quickly carried the heroes to meet their destiny in the Crimson Fortress. Davin, wearing a snow-white uniform, announced his readiness to immediately go to the lair of the dangerous Crimson Demon. The young man politely asked the Chamberlain for forgiveness, determined to exceed all of his father's high and harsh expectations. Raelsa noted with alarm that Davin had neglected the full deadline and set off on his journey 2 weeks early. The Chamberlain recalled her experience of protecting 3 initiates, internally doubting the successful and quick outcome of the campaign. Dark shadows of her father and brothers appeared in the woman's memory, reminding her of the cruel ways of the Adenka family. Raelsa bitterly admitted that in the long history of their great family there had never been a single failure. She earnestly begged Sarvana's son to be careful and not to be the first to suffer a crushing defeat. Davin calmed the chief servant with a cheeky smile, promising to deal with the Crimson Demon without any problems. A luxurious carriage, drawn by a pair of horses, rolled swiftly along the dusty road towards a dense, foggy forest. Inside the carriage, Davin silently clutched his sword as Julian hovered nearby, awaiting the great test. Julian considered the guards useless as long as they reminded him of the task of keeping a close and faithful eye on Davin. While the spirit lamented the changes of 500 years, Davin despised the eternal need to prove his strength. The Chamberlain's sharp question about the study of the Crimson Demon made Davin and his companions startle in surprise. The lady coldly noted Davin's lack of stars, considering this a failure of the main condition for future victory. Julian noticed a lack of interest in the enemy, but Davin told him not to worry because Arslan was fully prepared. Remembering his first victory over the monster long ago, Davin, with a cheeky grin, flatly refused to waste time. The Chamberlain urged the young man to remain vigilant, despite his unusual skill with the sword and his overconfidence. The woman dryly admitted her lack of a sense of humor, continuing to instruct Davin before the start of a dangerous and important test. In response to the question, the Chamberlain identified herself as only an official observer and the most faithful guardian of the mission. With a furious glint in his eyes, Davin accused those around him of brazenly stealing money and attempting to hide it. The carriage rocked rhythmically as Davin thought hard about the lack of resources to achieve his goals. The Chamberlain suggested that the young man had deliberately demonstrated weakness so that she could take full advantage of it. The woman fell silent in confusion, unable to hide the cold sweat that had broken out from the alarming guess. Davin generously offered to keep the secrets to himself, considering their mutual silence a completely fair exchange. The horse neighed loudly, announcing the end of the journey and the arrival of the travelers at their cherished destination. Having announced her arrival, the Chamberlain was met with a calm smile from Davin, who was finally ready to begin the dangerous test. Heavy boots touched the ground confidently as the heroes left the carriage and stepped onto the overgrown path. Davin and Julian stood frozen in amazement as they saw the ancient and majestic ruins of the temple before them. The Crimson Demon's lair came into view, an abandoned old temple, securely hidden in the thicket of the forest. The Chamberlain named the place a memorial erected after the defeat of one of the followers of the archdemon Davin. Davin became suspicious, considering Arslan's connection with the Crimson Demon to be too strange and frightening a coincidence. The Chamberlain gripped the hilt of her sword with determination, preparing to unleash her true power to protect the young master. The blade in the woman's hands flared with azure flame, announcing complete readiness for the magical ritual. Raising her sword to the heavens, the guard summoned a blinding pillar of light, causing Davin and the spirit to freeze. A powerful surge of energy shook the ruins, creating a complex protective magical structure around the heroes. A giant barrier dome stretched over the abandoned temple, isolating the battlefield from the dangerous outside world. Davin realized that the barrier only allowed one target through, turning the ruins into an arena for a deadly duel. An ominous shadow suddenly emerged from behind the columns, its scarlet eyes blazing and its thirst for the blood of an ancient demon. A monstrous specter loomed over the heroes, overwhelming them with its dark aura and preparing for an immediate attack. The creature let out a heart-rending roar, signaling the start of a battle on which the life of the reborn master depended. Davin urged the Chamberlain to watch his every move closely during the upcoming battle. The young man drew his blade, promising the Adenka family that he would prove his true worth in this fight. A gigantic figure in a crimson robe appeared before Davin, clutching a massive scythe in his hands. The ancient monster raised its weapon threateningly, its scarlet eyes flashing in anticipation of a swift and bloody massacre. Julian advised dodging, but Davin realized the enemy's advantage in range due to his long weapon. The young man pushed off the ground sharply, preparing to make a swift lunge towards a dangerous and powerful opponent. Davin decisively closed the distance, believing that getting closer was the best way to neutralize the enemy's scythe's advantage. The Crimson Demon dealt a crushing blow, trying to reach the nimble opponent with the blade of his sinister weapon. Davin's thin sword clanged against the scythe's shaft, blocking the monster's deadly attack. With a furious smile, Davin ordered the demon through clenched teeth not to even think about another swing. Davin made a spectacular leap over his opponent, blocking the deadly scythe with his sword in mid-air. The young man confidently approached the monster, considering this the only correct decision against an enemy with a long weapon. The Chamberlain was amazed at Davin's skill, not believing that a 14-year-old teenager was capable of applying combat tactics so perfectly. The hero's face lit up with the frightening grin of an experienced warrior who had repeatedly conquered similar demons in his distant past. Davin was amazed at the power of the Dwarf King, which allowed him to perform incredible maneuvers even in this weak, untrained body. The fierce clash of blades was only the beginning of Davin's long and thorny path to the true greatness of the sword. The hero boldly stepped on the shaft of the enemy's scythe, completely restricting the movements of the stunned and clumsy crimson monster. Deftly pushing off the weapon, Davin soared high into the air, preparing a crushing blow to the disoriented and surprised enemy. As he fell, the swordsman realized that the perfect time had come to launch his decisive attack. Davin instantly closed the distance, realizing the need to regroup before the next phase of this grueling and dangerous battle. Davin noted the demon's aggression, which was clearly exhausted from having to constantly maintain defense. Numerous gaps in the monster's defenses became clearly visible to the warrior's experienced and keen eye. The enemy opened up on all sides, which made it much easier for Davin to find the treasured path of the sword. The swordsman decided to use his unique ability to permanently get rid of the skill-impairing recoil. A magical seal flashed in Davin's scarlet eye, activating the body in skill-strengthening mode. A powerful slash of light pierced the demon, marking the completion of a flawless and fatal attack on the enemy. With a blazing gaze, Davin quickly completed the maneuver, ignoring the splashes of blood and magic dust. A mysterious red sphere fell from the monster's torn shell onto the ground with a dull thud. The young man stood over the fallen enemy while the Chamberlain was shocked to realize the incredible power of his blow. With a triumphant grin, Davin asked the observer if she could appreciate the scale of what she saw. The Chamberlain stood frozen in the forest, amazed by the unexpected outcome of the battle and the incredible skill of her young charge. The woman, in a cold sweat, wondered if Davin really did not realize the full danger of his precarious situation. The sphere pulsed, reminding Davin that this demon could not be crushed with just one blow. A flash of magical power heralded the awakening of the enemy's true form, which possessed a hidden and extremely dangerous secret. A giant shadow of a monster suddenly appeared behind Davin, revealing the frightening secret of the existence of a second life. A furious swing of the ghostly scythe cut through the air as the reborn demon unleashed its full might upon the hero. The Chamberlain screamed in horror, calling on Davin to immediately dodge the deadly and sudden attack from behind. Davin's flaming eye instantly captured the enemy's movement, predicting the trajectory of the insidious creature's next strike. The crimson blade flew over Davin's head as he slid deftly across the ground, avoiding death. With a cheeky squint, Davin noted the consistency of this monster's habits over the past 5 long centuries. Davin noticed the rapidly approaching crimson blade and prepared himself for the inevitable collision with the enemy. The demon shattered the earth with a crushing blow of his scythe, but the young man deftly dodged the flying debris. Davin was amazed by the increased speed of the monster, barely managing to notice its sharp and dangerous movement. The swordsman noted with disgust the mutation of the demon's appearance, realizing its evolution over the past centuries. The Chamberlain watched as the enraged creature, whose strength and speed had increased many times over, became enraged. Baring its fangs, the reborn monster unleashed a barrage of furious and uncontrolled magical attacks on Davin. Davin maneuvered swiftly through the discharges of scarlet energy, trying to find a safe position to counterattack. Falling to the ground, the young man acknowledged through clenched teeth the mortal danger posed by his maddened enemy. The escape route through the broken wall was blocked as the demon let out a heart-rending roar. The monster made a gigantic vertical slash, aiming to crush Davin completely with its overwhelming power. Davin was breathing heavily in pain while a worried Julian tried to shout to his weakened master. Surrounded by the rubble of the ancient temple, the young man continued to grip his sword tightly, not allowing himself to think about defeat. Julian demanded an immediate retreat, but Davin decided to lull the enemy's vigilance before a new attack. The demon methodically drove Davin into a corner, hoping to finish off the impudent aristocrat with one powerful swing. The insidious monster froze, waiting for the perfect moment to fully implement his bloody plan. The observer watched the fight from the sidelines, torn between strict duty and the desire to immediately intervene. The Chamberlain clenched her fists in anger, realizing that any help she gave would lead Davin to a shameful defeat. The woman mentally begged the higher powers not to allow her to destroy the great future of this young warrior. An image from the past surfaced in Sarvana's mind when a stranger admired her hidden strength and potential. After the death of her family, the young warrior survived only by stealing on the borders of the devastated country. Sarvana had previously considered the strange stranger's request to immediately join her dangerous group to be madness. The cheerful warrior formally introduced herself to her new acquaintance, giving her name and expressing her sincere joy at the meeting. Sarvana playfully asked her companions, Khan and Versa, about the opinion of the newcomer being immediately accepted into the squad. The companions reluctantly agreed, recognizing Sarvana's spontaneity and the impossibility of convincing their determined and extremely stubborn leader. The girl attributed her strange decision to fatigue from the life of a thief or to a previously received wound. Sarvana admitted that her fateful choice could have been influenced by the genuine courage shown by this mysterious stranger. She eventually joined the squad, dreaming of becoming part of a great and future glorious legend. The earth shook from the heavy tread of a giant monster that suddenly blocked the hero's path in the dense forest. The giant ogre let out a furious roar as Sarvana stood fearlessly before it, preparing for an immediate attack. In the present, the Chamberlain coldly apologized to the monster, drawing her blade to deliver her final killing blow. The Chamberlain's purple hair fluttered in the wind as she moved with divine and blinding speed. The woman darted forward in a bright flash, modestly denying her key role as the protagonist of this story. The Raelsa from the past smiled happily when the leader called her the best and most reliable ally. The strong and beautiful warrior slew her enemies, leaving behind only a blinding trail of pure energy. The purple-haired warrior crushed another opponent, confirming her reputation as a strong and undeniable combat master. The successful mission confirmed that the girl possessed an amazing power that made everyone around her smile. The Chamberlain sadly recalled her past hopeless life, which had completely changed after that fateful meeting. Lady Sarvana will forever remain in memory as a pure ray of light, preserving her dazzling beauty. Azure energy filled the space as ancient and important memories intertwined with the current harsh reality. Someone carefully covered the sleeping Davin with a white blanket, showing unexpected and very quiet care for the young man. The grieving maid held the baby close while the head of the Adenka clan coldly watched his wife on her final journey. The woman in glasses mourned Lady Sarvana, who had left behind only this tiny, defenseless bundle of life. Davin's deafening cry echoed throughout the chambers, heralding the birth of one who would destroy the established order of things. The little child screamed desperately, taking into itself the memory and will of the exiled but unbroken master. Casting aside her melancholy, the faithful assistant focused on the child, understanding the weight of the responsibility placed on her shoulders. Through her tears, she vowed to turn Davin into a powerful warrior who could survive the cruelty of the main family. The sound of a sharp blow echoed throughout the estate, breaking the silence and marking the beginning of another round of suffering. The arrogant sister mockingly ordered her beaten brother to know his place and not dare to seek friendship. Enjoying her superiority, the girl called Davin absolutely useless and demanded that he observe strict formalities. Bowing submissively, Davin outwardly agreed with his sister, while reliably hiding his true nature deep in his soul. The evil sister laughed loudly, mockingly noticing Davin's instant readiness to unquestioningly obey any of her crazy whims. The assistant recalled hundreds of instances of bitter humiliation and no longer expected great feats from the loser Davin. The young servant watched the proceedings with delight, sincerely admiring the incredible coolness and sudden changes in Davin. The ominous shadow of the Chamberlain suddenly appeared behind Wilson, accusing him of being overly inventive and stupid. The servant, trembling with terror, tried to justify himself, declaring his sincere desire to faithfully serve Mr. Davin. The Chamberlain was stunned by the shocking news that the head of the family himself officially recognized Davin as a full-fledged member of the family. Feeling a long-awaited ray of hope, the woman mentally begged the young gentleman to never give up on his way to the top. A terrible monster with a huge scythe appeared before Davin, whose presence paralyzed his will with the chilling horror of death. A deadly flame engulfed the blade of the monster as it struck with a furious blow, leaving Davin no room to maneuver. Finding himself in the midst of ancient ruins, Davin resolutely prepared for battle, ignoring the dire order to stop immediately. Davin realized with concentration that the decisive moment had arrived to deliver his most crushing and final blow. Revan rushed past the Chamberlain, leaving the stunned woman in a state of complete confusion and deep shock. The Chamberlain stared in horror at the fleeting shadow, trying to grasp the identity of the mysterious ally who had suddenly appeared in the ruins. A deafening ringing of steel marked the furious clash of blades, creating a cascade of bright and dangerous sparks around the combatants. Revan heroically blocked the monster's deadly scythe, decisively shielding Davin with his body at the most critical moment. The youth shouted his name in fury, loudly declaring Revan Adenka's entry into this merciless mortal battle. The brave boy desperately held back the onslaught of the Crimson Demon, while Davin calmly waited for the perfect moment to attack. The woman did not hide her shock, suddenly realizing Revan's noble intention to help his master defeat the terrible monster. Revan grinned mischievously and asked Davin to finish off the enemy quickly, while his hands still held the sword tightly. Davin resolutely prepared for action, concentrating all his accumulated will in his hands to make the final victorious attack. Davin entered deep meditation, concentrating the powerful azure mana to make his most decisive breakthrough. The assistant froze in complete shock, not understanding the young master's sudden desire to meditate in the midst of a furious battle. The woman realized with horror that Revan's mistake would lead to Davin's inevitable and very quick death. A huge crimson demon raised its deadly scythe right above the defenseless head of the completely self-absorbed Davin. Revan boldly blocked the monster's path, grinning as he ordered the enemy to look only at him in battle. The warrior's strong fingers gripped the hilt of his sword until his knuckles turned white, preparing to parry the monster's next devastating attack. The brave youth delivered a furious counterblow, causing the demonic abomination to stagger under the weight of his incredible strength. The monster's face, distorted with malice, froze in a silent scream as he unsuccessfully tried to suppress the hero's resistance. Crimson flames flared once again on the scythe's blade as the enraged enemy attempted to crush the defender completely. Revan activated the secret technique of the Man of Steel and declared the demon his rightful prey in this battle. The crimson demon slammed into Revan's blade, sending a shower of blinding sparks through the air. Revan grinned cheekily and told his enemy that he was much weaker than he had initially expected. The enraged monster let out a wild roar and began to rain down a hail of merciless and crushing blows on the defender. The young man noticed with horror the cracks on the sword, because the steel man's magic had not strengthened the weapon. The insidious monster deliberately aimed at the damaged blade, wanting to deprive his opponent of his last hope. The steel could not withstand the colossal pressure and shattered into small, useless fragments with a deafening sound. Revan cursed under his breath, realizing the catastrophic nature of the situation and his complete defenselessness in the face of a deadly enemy. The boy fell into despair, realizing the impossibility of further protecting Davin without his faithful sword. At the last moment, the hero decisively intercepted the blade of the enemy's scythe with his bare and bloody hands. Barely containing the trembling in his body, Revan used the last of his strength to block the blade's path to Davin. Revan choked with inhuman tension, letting out a dull groan of pain under the crushing pressure of the enemy. In desperation, the young man cried out Davin's name, feeling his last strength rapidly leaving his body. A sudden flash of azure energy made Revan's head snap up in surprise, his eyes wide. Davin appeared majestically on the battlefield, demonstrating the highest art of swordsmanship in the face of the enemy. The demonic core was covered in a network of glowing cracks, unable to withstand the colossal power of Davin's concentrated blow. The crimson artifact shattered into pieces with a deafening crash, releasing streams of unstable and dangerous energy. A powerful explosion illuminated the ruins as Davin and an exhausted Revan watched in silence as the monster's final demise. Davin sincerely thanked his comrade, while Revan cheerfully joked about the pitiful and inglorious fate of the demon. The astonished Chamberlain approached Davin and quietly asked if this risky outcome had been planned in advance. The woman reminded Davin of the head of the family's dissatisfaction, doubting his ability to exceed his father's expectations. Davin smiled condescendingly and remarked to the Chamberlain that the woman was jumping too far ahead in her conclusions. The magical mana barrier was created specifically so that only one strong monster could break through the barrier. As soon as the first enemy fell, the terrible claws began to furiously tear apart the space of this crimson spatial rift. The prophecy came true. For following the fallen demon, this other merciless hunter quickly appeared from the rift. As he retreated into the shadows, Davin emphasized that the previous victory was only meant to prove Revan's unwavering resolve. The hero displayed a sparkling rainbow shard, loudly declaring his intention to finally reveal his true power. The mysterious stone shone in the young man's hands, preparing his body for an extreme load and a decisive push. Enveloped in a majestic purple aura, Davin gripped his blade very tightly, preparing to meet the new threat head-on. A red-cloaked monster suddenly attacked from out of nowhere, forcing Davin to limit the use of his great art. Davin calmly meditated in the crater, testing the ultimate effectiveness and devastating power of the miraculous stone he had acquired. Davin mentally ordered his body to hold on as he concentrated destructive power into the tip of his blade. Davin activated his ultimate swordsmanship, releasing a colossal column of dazzling purple mana into the sky. The Crimson Demon's scarlet core was suddenly exposed during the moment of his painful and very protracted regeneration. Davin calmly noted the enemy's many weak points, preparing to deliver his final crushing blow. The young man confidently declared his ability to easily find the path of the sword, piercing the very essence of his enemy with his gaze. Davin used dual swordsmanship, tearing apart the space around him with furious bursts of magical energy. The Chamberlain watched in silence as the barrier was destroyed, realizing the incredible power of this previously despised youth. The woman closed her eyes in relief, admitting the complete futility of her past worries about Davin's true abilities. A shocked servant called Davin's actions astonishing as he watched the dust slowly settle after the furious battle. Davin, breathing heavily, barely suppressed coughs as his exhausted body slowly recovered from the brutal battle. Davin analyzed his condition, realizing the impossibility of fighting without meditation and the power of the miraculous stone. Julian kindly offered Davin some rest, promising that Raelsa would be sure to take care of his safety. The young man thrust his sword into the ground, firmly declaring his intention to never lose heart. The woman watched Davin with a warm smile, admiring her young master's incredible resilience. The birds flew away over the forest as the ground shook from a powerful and sudden release of magical mana. A colossal magic circle flared up in the center of the ruins, illuminating the surrounding area with a ghostly and cold azure light. Revan stared at the sky in horror, noticing the descending beams of an unknown and terrifyingly menacing force. A stunned Julian screamed in surprise while Davin struggled to maintain consciousness. The woman learned of the summoning circle and was outraged by the lack of information about this dangerous and ancient rite. The stones flew into the air as purple lightning began to violently tear apart the space inside the portal. The awakened stone eye of the Guardian flashed with icy light, detecting the trespassers in the sacred ruins. Raelsa stared intently at her opponent, realizing the monstrous power of this ancient and frightening creature. A colossal stone serpent towered over Davin, preparing to crush the intruders with its weight. The woman guessed that the Great Guardian was created by divine will at the same time as this temple. The assistant proudly declared herself a servant of the Adenka clan and demanded due respect from the monster. The stone monster let out a deafening roar, shaking the very foundations of the earth in its furious wrath. Raelsa ordered Revan to quickly take Davin and run while she held back the monster's onslaught. Revan quickly grabbed Davin, and Julian, in a panic, demanded that they leave the danger zone immediately. The lone warrior resolutely blocked the snake's path, protecting the peace of her wounded and weak master. Raelsa activated her ultimate swordsmanship, releasing destructive streams of her accumulated mana. Revan quickly carried away the wounded Davin, while a frightened Julian in a black cloud demanded that they leave the ruins immediately. The boy turned back anxiously, doubting Raelsa's ability to contain the Stone Guardian's fury alone. The ancient monster towered majestically over the battlefield, its cold eye gleaming and threatening the uninvited guests with inevitable reprisals. The stone serpent braced itself for a deadly attack, ignoring the sharp ice shards that suddenly surrounded its massive head. Raelsa used a powerful northern wind technique, instantly encasing the giant monster's body in a layer of strong magical ice. Deep cracks quickly crawled across the icy crust as the guardian of the ruins began to slowly free itself from its cold captivity. The warrior gracefully soared into the sky, concentrating all her inner mana to perform her most devastating attack. Revan stood frozen in complete shock at the incredible strength and divine determination his brave assistant displayed. Raelsa officially revealed the power of the 7-star level, causing space itself to tremble with its icy grandeur. An exhausted Davin suddenly regained consciousness and whispered to Revan that this battle was far from over. Davin, overcoming his terrible weakness, resolutely pointed forward and warned his friends about the new danger. A powerful purple slash of mana suddenly cut through the air, finally destroying the remains of the stone barrier. The ancient column shattered into pieces with a roar as a stunned Raelsa tried to comprehend what was happening. Revan and the terrified Julian stood frozen in shock, unable to understand the reason for such a sudden change. Revan wondered in confusion why the exhausted Davin had pointed his blade into a completely empty void. Raelsa suddenly noticed a tiny movement in the shadows, realizing the true form of the true guardian of the ruins. A small stone beetle with a red crystal on its back quickly emerged from a deep crack. The woman noted with horror the incredible speed of the monster, which threatened her young masters with inevitable death. The tiny insect emitted a piercing sound, concentrating streams of destructive energy inside its ruby shell. Raelsa activated the secret technique of the Milky Way, determined to block the dangerous creature's path at any cost. The warrior quickly used the snow step technique, enveloping the space in an icy whirlwind and crushing energy. A dark silhouette with glowing eyes loomed over the magical core, a lurking threat in the fog. A powerful azure beam instantly shattered the mysterious red crystal, causing horror in the frightened young companion. The Chamberlain inquired about the group's status, while Julian, in a black cloud, marveled at its incredible speed. Julian, in the black clouds, admitted that due to the dilapidated state of the ruins, he had not sensed the true form of the Guardian. In the black cloud, Julian was surprised how Davin was the first to notice the enemy and managed to warn him in time. A chest was discovered in the middle of the ice, which, according to the companion, the previously defeated guard had so selflessly guarded. The woman in glasses decisively lifted the heavy wooden lid and peered curiously inside the secret compartment. Inspecting the find, the Chamberlain excitedly asked about the contents while Davin and the others waited for her verdict. The heroine extracted a massive dragon bone, calling it a sacred relic left by the legendary leader Arslan himself. Julian admired the rare dragon bone, considering the find a truly priceless and unique magical treasure. The Chamberlain knelt before Davin, solemnly offering the young master the legendary artifact for himself. The warrior persistently insisted that it was Davin who discovered the value, earning the full right to own it. Davin spoke gloomily about the troubles that would come if the family found out about the secret appropriation of the relic. Resolutely drawing his blade, Davin proposed a cunning plan to conceal the true value of the bone he had obtained. With one powerful and precise blow, the young man cold-bloodedly split the sacred dragon bone in two. With a cheeky grin, Davin proclaimed them allies, now bound by a common secret and complicity. Davin handed half of the artifact to his companion, honestly acknowledging her invaluable contribution to the success of the mission. The Chamberlain accepted the gift with deep respect, sincerely thanking the young man for his trust. A lone sword against the sunset marked the end of this dangerous expedition into the cursed ruins. In the silent cemetery of swords among the graves of Adenka's ancestors, a heavy atmosphere of ancient grief reigned. The Chamberlain bowed humbly before the head of the family, reporting on the triumphant completion of Davin's dangerous rite. Raelsa insisted on an urgent report to the church, hiding behind her words an encounter with something incredible. The head of the family awaited the news with rapt attention, ready to hear the truth about the power of his heir. The warrior recalled Davin's selflessness, risking his life to save Revan from the Crimson Demon. The man doubted the honesty of the victory, suspecting that the young men were using forbidden tricks or secret means. The Chamberlain shocked the leader with the news that Davin had single-handedly dealt with another monster. Raelsa held up half of the dragon bone, emphasizing Davin's generosity in dividing the sacred artifact in half. Father was amazed to realize that Davin had personally cut through the strongest relic, astonishing him with its power. The head of the family sternly reproached Raelsa for inattention, noticing a hidden meaning in his son's actions. Father Davin commanded Raelsa to immediately break the dragon bone right in front of the sacred graves of the ancestors. The stunned Chamberlain humbly accepted the chief's will, feeling a huge responsibility for preserving the ancient artifact. The first crushing blow fell upon the relic, causing a bright flash and a powerful energetic resonance. The heroes stared in complete bewilderment at the bone, which remained completely unharmed after a direct attack. Raelsa mentally asked her ancestors for forgiveness for her insolence and concentrated all her magical power. The warrior used the secret technique of the northern wind, releasing a colossal flow of icy energy onto the artifact. The magical ice instantly froze the dragon's bone, enveloping it in a thick layer of deadly and durable frost. The shards of ice shattered with a roar, revealing the same intact and indestructible surface. The head of the clan explained to the shocked woman that only a top-class blacksmith could break such a trophy. Davin looked intently into his father's eyes, realizing the seriousness and hidden meaning of this test. The ancient artifact on the pedestal glowed mysteriously, as if anticipating its imminent return to the flames of battle. The head of the clan recognized Davin's strength and ordered Raelsa to closely monitor his every move. Davin's father thoughtfully reflected on the future of his heir, standing in the cemetery among the graves of great ancestors. Wilson became hysterical and burst into loud sobs, shocked by the news of the young master's imminent departure. Ciri forcefully silenced Wilson, insisting that Davin desperately needed rest after the arduous journey. Wilson asked excitedly about the necessity of visiting the ominous fortress, teeming with deadly and terrible monsters. The servant shuddered with fear, imagining the bloodthirsty monsters and merciless martial artists of the Dark Citadel. The maid mocked Wilson's cowardice, reminding him of his past as a daring and dangerous street thug. Davin calmly sipped his tea and wondered if Julian had noticed one extremely important and curious detail. Julian was astonished to find pure magical mana suddenly emanating from Ciri's fragile body. Julian was amazed at his inability to sense mana, even though he had lived with Ciri much longer than Davin. Davin calmly asked the maid's last name, causing the girl to fall into a state of slight and genuine confusion. Ciri admitted to belonging to the fallen Hisley family, confirming Davin's suspicions about her magical body. Julian was puzzled by the unfamiliar name, while Davin recalled the Hisley family's secret research into the power of mana. A legendary ability of this kind allowed one to fill one's body with mana, imitating the power of an ancient divine cross. Davin realized that Hisley's unique body structure reliably prevented death from a crushing excess of strength. The young man asked about the surviving chapters, but Wilson suddenly interrupted him with a question about the purpose of Ciri's appearance. The maid sadly told about the death of her grandmother, who remained her only close and dear person. Davin sincerely apologized for his tactlessness, given all the difficult trials that his companions had recently endured. Julian suspected the death of the gifted Hisley family of the insidious and cruel machinations of the powerful Samion family. Julian linked the extermination of the Hisley family with their dangerous attempt to hide the secret of the sacred divine cross. Ciri suddenly remembered another important woman who had left this mortal world many years ago. It turned out that the late Lady Sarvana, Davin's mother, also came from the ancient magical line of Hisley. Davin had never heard of it before due to the strict prohibition against speaking Lady Sarvana's name out loud. The head of the family invariably looked deeply saddened and gloomy as soon as he heard the mention of his deceased wife. Behind his stern gaze and severe features, my father hid the unbearable pain of a long-standing, irreparable loss. Lady Sarvana nobly hired disadvantaged people into her house, without any regard for their previous origins. It was Davin's mother's personal involvement that saved Raelsa from poverty, giving her a place in the Adenka family. Davin sincerely admired his mother's greatness, realizing the true reason for the Chamberlain's loyalty to his humble person. An unexpected insistent knock on the door and a loud female voice abruptly interrupted their important night conversation. The Chamberlain entered the room and informed Davin of Revan's arrival for a final farewell. Revan stood at the threshold, waiting for the opportunity to personally say goodbye to his new, loyal ally. The young man explained his departure by saying that the Crimson Demon had already been completely crushed. Before parting, the warrior enthusiastically voiced his last important request to Davin. Davin wanted to study the true history of the Hisley family from 500 years ago to find answers. Revan agreed to help, hoping to find any remaining traces of this once great magical family. The heroes shook hands firmly, sealing this sudden agreement with an unbreakable male promise. Revan promised to become much stronger by their next meeting so as not to disgrace Davin. Straightening his shoulders, the young gentleman confidently walked away, saying goodbye to his new comrades. Davin asked the Chamberlain directly whether her kindness was merely an attempt to repay her mother's long-standing debt. Davin asked Raelsa for a favor, wanting recognition of personal achievements, and not just in memory of his mother. The young man resolutely demanded to be trained until the very moment of departure to the dangerous Crimson Fortress. Davin approached the warrior not as an heir, but as a true master of martial arts. Raelsa looked at Davin, thinking about transferring her loyalty from her late mistress to her son. The flashing memory of a past smile made the woman realize the inevitability of changes in her service. The Chamberlain flared with a fighting aura and promised Davin extremely harsh and merciless training. Davin, with an excited grin, confirmed that he completely relied on the skill and experience of his mentor. In the hall, Raelsa explained the subtleties of combining mana and features without using a visual image. Grabbing the hilt, the warrior agreed to reveal the secrets, recognizing in Davin a master equal to herself. Davin inquired why the mentor refused to use the sacred ceremonial sword of initiation in the duel. Raelsa cryptically asked Davin about the legendary Black Moon technique as she prepared to begin their rigorous training. The warrior promised to reveal the secret feature if Davin could wound her at least once in 5 months. With a provocative grin, the Chamberlain invited the young man to test his unusual and strange way of the sword on her. Davin, confused, reminded his mentor of Revan's fate, fearing to inflict an equally serious wound on her. Raelsa closed the distance with lightning speed, ironically asking if she really did remind him of the inexperienced and weak Revan. Davin suddenly realized the true power of his opponent, faced with an incredible display of her unique and terrifying trait. A fast-paced battle unfolded in the training hall, where the fighters' silhouettes merged into a single whirlwind of steel. Raelsa declared her knowledge of the way of the sword, denying Davin any chance of taking advantage of it. The young man barely dodged the deadly attack, realizing that the teacher was seriously aiming the sword straight at his eye. Davin reproached Raelsa for her cruelty, while Julian suggested calling on a familiar priest, Dullahan, for help if necessary. Raelsa, with a cold smile, warned Davin that she would not show him an ounce of pity from now on. A week later, the night sky was filled with the sounds of clashing blades, signaling the continuation of grueling and arduous training. The mentor moved frighteningly fast, forcing Davin to desperately try to keep up with her elusive and lightning-fast attacks. Drenched in sweat, Davin concentrated with all his might, trying to withstand the colossal pressure of his powerful opponent. Raelsa instantly appeared behind the young man, coldly noticing that his current speed remained too slow. A powerful explosion of icy mana shook the training hall, demonstrating the overwhelming superiority of the skilled and experienced warrior's techniques. An exhausted Davin collapsed to the floor, realizing the severity of his defeat after 2 consecutive techniques used by his mentor. Noticing the student's progress, Raelsa decided to end the lesson and call the servants to help the exhausted Davin. The cracked blade clearly demonstrated the incredible force of the blows the fighters exchanged during the grueling sparring. The incessant ringing of the hammer in the forge testified to the constant breakdown of the weapon due to Davin's excessive loads. The woman coldly reminded the blacksmith of the loss of his former greatness and the once honorable title of a renowned master. She called the supply of such garbage to the arsenal of the powerful Adenka family a truly tragic mistake. Master Hansen wiped his sweat in confusion, trying to comprehend the scale of the serious charges brought against him. The blacksmith suspiciously inquired about the guest's identity, suspecting that she was one of the followers of the mysterious Sarvana. Hansen was outraged by the night visit, while the woman insistently demanded to see the contents of the bag she had brought. The mangled fragments of numerous steel blades fell out of the bag with a sharp clang onto the stone floor. The guest explained that these fragile swords had only been used for a week in sparring against Davin. Hansen studied the damage to the steel intently, recognizing the blatant oddity of his products failing so quickly. The woman ironically listed mythical enemies, while the blacksmith denied encountering monsters or magicians. She asked directly about the fight against the great weapon, but the blacksmith again answered with a negative nod. The woman admitted that she had fought against the Crimson Lotus, which belonged to the young and mysterious Master Davin. The blacksmith shouted in rage, asking how the despised seventh son came to have such a weapon. Davin walked resolutely towards the guests waiting for him, wondering the reason for such a late-night call. The guest apologized for her visit, while the blade's creator stubbornly demanded to see his legendary creation immediately. The young man froze in amazement, suddenly realizing that the real creator of the Crimson Lotus stood before him. The self-confident dwarf boastfully declared that his great skill allowed him to summon even Khan if he wished. Davin recalled the former glory of the renowned master, who once worked closely with the Adenka family. The blacksmith traded the making of great swords for mass production for money, finally losing his honor. Davin considered the master an incredible person, while the spirit was sincerely perplexed by such praise. Many survived thanks to the dwarf, who chose to save lives over preserving his personal and professional pride. Davin respectfully introduced himself as the seventh young master and expressed his sincere joy at meeting the renowned master. The blacksmith froze in shock, not expecting to hear the respectful address of master from a high-born aristocrat in the night. Hansen burst out laughing, apologized for the late visit, and suggested that the young man consider their old scores closed. Davin politely objected to the blacksmith, emphasizing that his words were a manifestation of true respect, not humiliation. The dwarf looked intently at Davin, suddenly remembering the old advice about choosing your true path in life. A past vision reminded Hansen of an important person who once supported his difficult and fateful decision. The master's memory flashed to a noisy tavern where two old friends had once shared a hoppy drink. The formidable warrior in the red cloak said with conviction that the blacksmith's choice that day was absolutely correct. The old master could hardly contain his feelings as he recalled the long-standing support and sincere faith of his close friend. The spirit behind Davin approvingly acknowledged that such striking nobility was a strong family trait. The blacksmith acknowledged the erroneous nature of the rumors about Davin's ugliness, appreciating the dignified and majestic appearance of the young aristocrat. Hansen demanded that the Crimson Lotus be handed over to him immediately for a thorough inspection of the legendary blade's current condition. The master thoughtfully studied the damaged steel, trying to understand the incredible reason for the breakdown of his ordinary products. The dwarf clarified the details of Davin's recent battles against the dangerous Crimson Demon and a powerful follower of Sarvana. The experienced blacksmith was truly stunned when he noticed one striking detail on the blade of the weapon he had brought. Hansen was struck by the lack of scratches on the sword, as if Davin had cut down his enemies with nothing but his own strength. The master insistently ordered Davin to demonstrate his unique swordsmanship style for a final test. The blacksmith mockingly reproached the young man for his hesitation, asking about his readiness to fight despite his accumulated fatigue. The ghostly mentor warned Davin against wasting his energy after two extremely difficult battles in one day. The sudden appearance of the mysterious woman behind Hansen made the old master shudder with great surprise. Siri angrily scolded Hansen for the noise, forcing him to frightenedly justify himself to her in the silence of the night. It turned out that the good-natured blacksmith had previously secretly helped poor children, among whom was Siri herself. Those around them compared their emotional spat to a typical argument between a very caring father and a strict daughter. Siri feigned offense, forcing Master Hansen to hastily promise his immediate departure and return only tomorrow. Davin gave the blacksmith a friendly hug and firmly promised to definitely visit his workshop tomorrow with Siri. The departing Hansen waved his arms joyfully, while the spirit ironically noted his ridiculous behavior next to his daughter. Looking at the happy maid, the ghostly mentor finally realized the true source of the sincere kindness in her heart. Davin took a deep breath and concentrated, preparing to show the master the power of his unique and devastating style. The young man made a lightning-fast cross-shaped attack, filling the space around him with bright and furious flashes of energy. Master and Siri stood stunned, witnessing firsthand the incredible consequences of just one swift blow from Davin. Hansen watched in amazement as the unfamiliar technology reminded him of great heroes from old legends. The blacksmith grinned contentedly, finally realizing the true reason for handing over the legendary Crimson Lotus to this particular youth. Davin calmly asked the master whether the skill he had seen was sufficient to confirm his high right to wield the blade. The old dwarf admitted his deep interest and expressed a burning desire to forge a worthy weapon for Davin. The young man froze in amazement at the master's unexpected offer to create a completely new and unique sword for him. Hansen scratched his head thoughtfully, mentioning the absence of one extremely important and rare detail to begin work. Davin immediately offered to buy the sword, but the blacksmith resolutely rejected any monetary offers for his future creation. The master strictly explained that the necessary priceless ingredient could not be acquired for any treasure in this world. The dwarf announced that in order to create the perfect blade, they vitally needed the rare and mythical horn of an ancient mastodon. Davin and the ghostly spirit exchanged meaningful glances, falling into a tense silence after hearing the condition. A rare horn of an ancient mastodon suddenly appeared before the eyes of the shocked Master Hansen. Davin calmly asked the blacksmith about the possibility of making a great sword from this priceless artifact. The gnome, in indescribable delight, shouted out the name of the legendary material, his mouth wide open in amazement. Davin quickly called the blacksmith to silence, reminding him of the special secrecy of their current deal. The master laughed joyfully and finally agreed to forge the young man's new perfect weapon. Davin suggested to the blacksmith not to create a new sword, but to strengthen his current blade with horn. The young man looked affectionately at the Crimson Lotus, calling it a priceless legacy of his father's glorious career. The experienced blacksmith accepted the order and told Davin to return to the workshop in exactly 3 weeks. After 3 long weeks, Davin and his faithful companions returned to the master. The enormous forge blazed with a furious magical fire, heralding the imminent birth of the most powerful weapon. Davin looked in horror at the burning workshop, realizing that Master Hansen was trapped inside the fiery trap. The huge building was completely engulfed in a furious flame, leaving virtually no chance of saving the old blacksmith. A terrified Sari cried for the master until Davin firmly ordered her to pull herself together immediately. The young man stared into the fire, realizing that something extremely unusual had definitely happened to his faithful blacksmith. Davin prepared to dash, ignoring the spirit's desperate warning about the mortal danger of jumping into the heart of the fire. The hero confidently declared his sword's ability to cut through any obstacle, including a door engulfed in flames. The ghostly mentor persistently accused Davin of recklessness, but the warrior only tightened his grip on the hilt of his trusty blade. With a furious cry, the young man swung his sword, concentrating all his will for one crushing and decisive blow. Davin's blinding flashes of magical energy began to methodically cut through the flaming rubble, clearing a path into the sealed building. The warrior made a mad leap into the thick of the fire, hoping to snatch Master Hansen from the clutches of death. The spirit pointed deeper into the flames, noticing the motionless figure of an old blacksmith among the smoldering debris. Master Hansen sat on the floor, enveloped in smoke, completely unconscious from the unbearable heat. Davin ran up to the blacksmith and realized with bitterness that their salvation might be too late. The ghostly companion froze in shock, feeling a sudden and incredibly powerful surge of primal magical energy. A blinding pillar of light pierced the roof of the workshop, marking the final awakening of the ancient artifact's true power. Davin lifted the master onto his back, while the spirit was amazed by the dense mana that filled the entire space. The young man resolutely headed for the exit, ignoring the rumble of collapsing beams and the furious roar of the fire. The hero stubbornly made his way through the fiery hell, securely holding the unconscious body of his faithful friend. Davin bared his teeth furiously, feverishly trying to figure out how to overcome the deadly obstacle that had appeared in his path. The escape route was completely blocked by fire, forcing the warrior to look for another way to escape. Davin was thinking hard about salvation, while the spirit was panicking and asking about the next steps. The ghostly partner excitedly asked if the warrior possessed at least one effective defensive technique. Davin understood the fragility of the artifact and decided to wait out the raging fire under its magical protection. The young man confidently announced that he had a secret technique designed exclusively for reliable protection. The hero remembered his true identity, realizing that he was more than just the despised 7th son of an aristocrat. Davin called upon the mastery of the Samians, intending to use the powerful first chapter of his great art. The warrior concentrated his mana, preparing a crushing blow from a style called Soft Steel Destroyer. The master confirmed that the quality of mana and the strength of steel depended only on his unwavering will. Davin's blade cut smoothly through the air, methodically suppressing the furious flames in his immediate vicinity. The youth revealed the legendary Silent Sword, finally proving his affiliation with the School of Steel Destroyers. The ghostly mentor fell into a complete stupor upon seeing the incredible consequences of using this destructive and powerful technique. The element of fire instantly retreated under the onslaught of the legendary Samyonov style, which Master Hansen immediately recognized by its handwriting. The roof of the dilapidated forge collapsed with a deafening crash, burying the remains of a once prosperous and famous workshop. Davin breathed heavily and wiped away the sweat, feeling completely exhausted after using the art that was forbidden in this life. The young man was relieved to realize their miraculous salvation when the smoke cleared, revealing a clear night sky. Old Master Hansen coughed painfully and tried to come to his senses, lying on the slabs of his ruined workshop. Davin quickly leaned over the blacksmith and worriedly asked him how he was feeling after the ordeal he had experienced in the fire. The dwarf, who had regained consciousness, was completely perplexed and demanded an explanation of how Davin had mastered the secret technique of the Samyon family. The young hero laughed merrily and ironically suggested that the old master was simply going crazy. Hansen rubbed the back of his head thoughtfully, deciding to dismiss what had happened as a strange dream or incredible divine intervention. The graceful dragonbone blade hung in the air, marking the successful completion of the complex forging process. The blacksmith admitted that he was amazed by the sudden flow of fiery mana that arose while working with a previously unseen material. Davin confidently gripped the handle of the new weapon, feeling his palms fill with power and the unprecedented heat of the metal. The young man raised his sword high, allowing a blinding glow of energy to completely envelop his figure in the forge. The hero was amazed to realize that he felt an incredible resonance, as if the blade had become an extension of his own body. The magical pattern on the blade flared with a bright light, reacting to the touch and the inner strength of the new owner. The stunned forge master stood frozen while Davin, smiling, asked about his impressions of this truly incredible artifact. Julian covered his mouth thoughtfully, suspecting something was wrong and noting out loud the strange doubts that had arisen in him. The spirit suggested that the head of the Arslan family might have deliberately concealed important information about the properties of Dragonbone. Julian rightly pointed out that long and persistent practice was vital for Davin before using the next artifact. Davin turned to Hansen with a broad smile, stunning the master with a request to immediately forge a new sword for him. The young man confidently declared that the next blade would be better, while the puzzled blacksmith estimated the time for cleaning. A shocked Hansen cried out that they no longer had any dragon bones left to create such a powerful weapon. Julian laughed heartily at the blacksmith's reaction, while Davin kept his composure, anticipating the continuation of their cunning plan. Suddenly, a new bone fragment materialized in the center of the workshop, shrouded in a bright aura of mysterious and ancient mana. The assistant appeared and calmly handed over the second dragon bone, leaving Hansen literally speechless from shock. The blacksmith's face twisted into a grimace of utter astonishment as he realized the incredible value of the rare gift the girl had brought. The girl gestured for silence, whispering that only the head of the family knew about this valuable find. The assistant firmly stated that she took this risk solely for the well-being and success of her young master. Inspired, Hansen recognized his ally's talent for persuasion and vowed to craft the most perfect sword from the bone. Raelsa walked slowly through the aristocratic garden, bitterly admitting her annoying defeat halfway through. The mentor looked closely at Davin, silently admiring how incredibly her student had grown. Davin apologized to Raelsa with a slight smile, taking the woman by surprise with his sudden and brazen address. The young man generously offered to repay for the dragon bone, lamenting that he had unwittingly taken a valuable resource from his mentor. Raelsa refused the reward, mysteriously declaring that she had received her payment 14 years ago. The woman remembered Davin's birth with warmth, considering his success in martial arts her greatest reward. An inspired Davin promised that today he would make Raelsa literally glow with pride and sincere joy. The hero activated the magical seal on the blade, recalling his triumph over the Crimson Demon in order to defeat the master. Davin resolutely drew his sword, vowing to defeat Raelsa and fully unravel the secret of her unique fighting technique. Raelsa accepted the challenge and sternly warned that she did not intend to show excessive softness in this duel. A powerful stream of snow-white energy cut through the training hall, leaving behind only shining traces of destructive mana. An icy wave of power crashed into the arena, filling the space with blinding light and the roar of unstoppable elements. Davin, gritting his teeth from the unbearable pressure, could hardly hold back the furious onslaught of the enemy's magical attack. The young man realized with despair that his current strength was insufficient to defeat such an experienced opponent. Raelsa shot into the air, delivering a crushing blow from above with her mana-wrapped blade. The mentor sternly reminded Davin of his boasting, stating that he was still infinitely far from victory. The blades clashed vertically, sending up showers of sparks to the accompaniment of icy snowflakes swirling through the air. A fiery explosion of incredible power shook the building of the estate, raising columns of smoke and debris into the sky. Steel scraped against steel as the tip of the enemy's sword came dangerously close to the very edge of Davin's blade. Davin, gasping from the strain, tried with all his might to hold the block under the crushing weight of Raelsa's attack. Raelsa was surprised that Davin blocked the attack since she used 4-star level mana. The woman noted with alarm the lack of damage to the blades, although such power would usually break any weapon. The mentor made a swift lunge from above, but Davin calmly parried a series of her lightning-fast attacks. Raelsa screamed in surprise as the powerful stream of dark energy from the young man nearly knocked her off her feet. The martial artist felt that this time the student had used a completely different, frightening mana structure. Davin concentrated on preparing for his next move, wondering what kind of destructive power his Crimson Lotus would now unleash. The magical symbol on the blade pulsed, absorbing any external vibrations and impacts thanks to the ancient technology of the dwarves. The young man felt the sword adapt to his aura, revealing a new, unique facet of the bone artifact's power. Raelsa praised the work of the blacksmith Hansen, acknowledging that the Crimson Lotus had become an incredibly durable and dangerous weapon. The mentor again assumed a fighting stance, promising Davin to become even tougher in their protracted and furious duel. Davin stood frozen in shock when Raelsa suddenly disappeared from his sight right in the middle of the fight. The young man was tensely searching for the enemy, until the ominous dark silhouette of the swift mentor appeared behind him. Raelsa moved across the arena with lightning speed, leaving only icy traces and completely disorienting her student. The hero closed his eyes, trying to sense the true flow of her mana through the speed of his mentor and anticipate the attack. Davin made a sharp turn, delivering a powerful circular strike with his sword to the point where he sensed the enemy. Raelsa appeared from above and declared Davin's actions wrong, preparing to deliver a crushing final blow. The woman grinned triumphantly, completely confident in her superiority over the young man who had lost his vigilance. Suddenly, Davin's hand, enveloped in a furious glow of mana, tightly intercepted the sharp blade of his opponent's sword. Davin admitted that he had foreseen the attack from behind, and with a cheeky smile, blocked the mentor's movement. A stunned Raelsa was amazed that the student had learned to track her movements and catch swords within a month. Davin lunged furiously, wondering what destructive power his new double strike variation would unleash. The blade's magical resonance reminded the hero of the ancient power of the Dwarf King, hidden within the bone artifact. The young man unleashed a devastating series of attacks that sent splinters and dust flying throughout the training hall. A deafening explosion of mana shook the arena, marking the climax of the clash of two incredibly powerful sword techniques. Raelsa froze in the middle of the smoking crater, barely realizing that her student had forced her to use up all her trump cards. The stunned mentor admitted her defeat, noting that she had lost her sword during the furious clash. The woman ordered Davin to immediately raise her weapon, acknowledging his complete superiority in this tactical duel. Davin nobly refused an easy victory, not wanting to triumph over an unarmed master after a fair fight. Raelsa looked closely at the young man, silently noting his incredibly arrogant but fair behavior as an aristocrat. The mentor sternly warned that in the future, monsters and other masters would not show him such leniency. The mentor sternly warned that future opponents would be stronger and would not show an ounce of compassion. Raelsa urged Davin to remember this lesson, releasing a colossal amount of icy mana around herself. The young man acknowledged the power of her aura, preparing to withstand the mounting pressure from his experienced master. Raelsa, whose eyes flashed with a bright light, demanded that her student try to hold back her next attack. With a powerful jerk, the woman pushed off the ground, instantly freezing the surface beneath her feet as she moved. The martial artist closed the distance with lightning speed, aiming straight for her puzzled student's vulnerable area. Raelsa was taken aback when her swift attack met with unexpected and highly effective resistance from Davin. Davin deftly seized the initiative, catching his mentor off guard with his sharp approach and confident capture of the body. The young man found himself right up against Raelsa's face, demonstrating his complete superiority in speed in this round. With a cheeky smile, Davin announced that his mentor was injured, reminding her of her imminent departure to the Crimson Fortress. Raelsa was stunned, unable to understand how Davin had dodged her flawless double strike. The young man calmly explained that he had cut through the mana around her thanks to the awakened power of the Dwarf King. The mentor wondered in horror whether it was even possible to physically cut pure energy to block the technique. Davin accepted the praise with a smile and reminded him of his legal right to receive the promised reward. Having changed her anger to mercy, Raelsa promised to reveal the secret of her blessing in the silence of her private office. The woman proudly told Davin about the magical flow of mana granted to her by the Wanderer of the Galaxy himself. A mysterious azure symbol flashed before the hero's eyes, pulsating with the concentrated energy of this ancient blessing. Davin sat in a meditative posture, preparing to absorb a portion of this divine power under the master's supervision. Raelsa was amazed by the student's genius, because he planned to learn the most difficult path of mana in just 2 days. Streams of energy swirled around Davin's naked torso, absorbing into his body and strengthening the magical core. The azure glow of the magical seal flashed in the air, marking the beginning of a new stage of Davin's mana transformation. Julian watched the process with apprehension, expressing aloud the hope that the enormous power would not destroy the roof. The spirit froze in stunned silence, noticing the sudden and extremely drastic change in the aura of its ward. The ghostly mentor saw behind Davin a majestic female silhouette, woven from pure stellar energy. The snow-capped spires of the Crimson Fortress stood tall upon the cliffs, awaiting the arrival of a new and very ambitious apprentice. Inside the fortress, the officer sternly reprimanded his colleague for his idleness and complete disregard for important documents. Principal Helga Quibel reluctantly returned to work under the strict supervision of Dean Vargan Pagoda. Helga cried out in amazement when she discovered Davin's name on the lists and realized that he belonged to the main family. Vargan spoke disparagingly of Davin, calling the young man a loser who would only tarnish the glorious name of the fortress. The dean, consumed by anger, was determined to get rid of the troublesome aristocrat immediately after his arrival at the castle. A mysterious azure silhouette released a frosty breath from its palm, initiating the process of an ancient magical transformation. Julian screamed in panic, not understanding the nature of the powerful surge of energy that engulfed the meditating Davin. Davin sat motionless in the center of the raging stream as his body absorbed the Wanderer's colossal power. An icy whirlwind rose to the heavens, freezing the space around the young man with an unbearable, bone-chilling cold. The astonished spirit noted the disappearance of Davin's physical presence, whose aura merged with the frosty fog. Davin concentrated on activating the unique skill Ice Step, which allowed him to move without leaving traces in the snow. The young man exhaled deeply, icy steam, holding the shining seal of the great ancestor's Arctic magic in his hands. Davin studied the map with Julian, finding the Crimson Fortress on the dangerous border of the Samian lands. Visions of the past came to life before the hero's eyes, when the heroes of that era repelled the onslaught of the Archdemon's legions. Davin anticipated success, hoping to find Arslan's will and the valuable dragon bone in the abandoned academy. The companion told of an ancient legend, according to which the fortress contains not a bone, but a different treasure. The golden divine fruit, capable of resurrecting the dead, was considered the most effective and rare medicine in the world. Davin learned of the existence of the divine tree, for which, according to rumors, the Crimson Fortress was built. The spirit admitted that he had not previously believed in legends, but the current critical situation had changed his mind. The young man confirmed his intention to obtain the fruit in order to heal his rotting sacrum and avoid imminent death. Amid the sound of pouring rain, the heroes realized that due to overexertion, there was very little time left for rescue. The companion clenched his fist with enthusiasm, determined to reveal the secrets of the legendary fruit at any cost. Suddenly, Davin stopped reading and called out to his ghostly mentor with a serious expression for an important conversation. It turned out that the young man would have to survive on his own in the fortress, deprived of any financial support from his family. The strict rule was introduced for the sake of equality of heirs, to prevent any lawlessness that could be bought with money. Davin doubted his success when he learned of the complete lack of financial support from his new family. The young man asked in bewilderment about the magic tower when his companion suggested an unexpected way to quickly earn the necessary funds. The ghostly companion told of the sixth tower, where sponsoring elite mage research eventually brings in enormous profits. Julian remembered a talented magician named Varnelli, into whose research he had once invested resources. The image of a young girl who recently officially became a co-owner of the famous Varnelli Pagoda Tower has emerged from old documents. Sputnik expressed concern that all their past investments would be wiped out if this important co-owner died. The mage in the pointed hat coldly cut off any attempts to start a conversation, declaring that she had no intention of working with anyone else. A sudden magical discharge pierced the space, causing Davin to seriously question the possibility of such a powerful man suddenly dying. The girl mage, covered in blood, realized in horror that her own death was approaching after a crushing and vile blow to the back. An old newspaper carried frightening news about the sudden death of the co-owner of the sixth magic tower due to an explosion in the laboratory. The spirit was reeling from shock, unable to believe the tragic news of the death of their key investor. Julian tore his hair out in despair, lamenting the lost wealth and the collapse of their ambitious financial plan. The ghost screamed hysterically that they were now in danger of starving to death within the walls of the harsh Crimson Fortress. Davin gloomily studied the mage's will, which left all valuable research and assets to her only younger brother. The heir turned out to be a stern man named Vargon, whose pagoda family had once considered him a disgrace. Vargon stood alone on the tower, reflecting on the unfairness of fate and his lack of genius potential. Davin decisively suggested that they first find this Vargon in order to regain control of their invested funds. The young man noted with concentration that they only had 4 months left before entering the academy. The hero vowed to gather as much information as possible and become incredibly strong by the time the decisive trials began. Time moved forward rapidly, and 4 months later the sun rose over the snow-capped mountains of the Crimson Fortress. The guide sternly warned Davin that for safety reasons he would have to cover the rest of the long journey on foot. Davin calmly accepted the terms and obediently moved forward, while Julian hovered carefree behind him. The woman pointed to a majestic castle in the distance, promising that the director of the Crimson Fortress would personally greet the guest. The young man sincerely thanked his companion for her help, but she only meekly replied that the service was not burdensome. Looking at Davin, the lady noted with sadness that his mother would certainly have shown the same concern. Julian joyfully exclaimed that he would have burst into tears of happiness, while his companion wished Davin to take care of his health. The heavy carriage slowly rolled away along the snowy road, leaving Davin alone with the fortress. The lazy red-haired female director grumbled discontentedly, not wanting to officially greet the arriving young master Davin on time. The subordinate was persistently reminding the director of her direct responsibilities when the magic crystal suddenly announced its arrival. The magical artifact glowed alarmingly, broadcasting an urgent message about the recent invasion of a dangerous monster into nearby residential buildings. The fortress director jumped up excitedly, declaring the protection of the residents her direct responsibility and ignoring requests to send ordinary swordsmen. The woman jumped out of the window with great effect, entrusting the care of Adink's arriving heir to her astonished subordinate Vargon. With a joyful cry, the red-haired warrior flew down rapidly, while the frightened assistant tried to stop her mad impulse. The officers remaining in the office were in complete despair, wondering what they should do with young Mr. Davin. Covered in a cold sweat, Vargon irritably muttered that he himself would go to meet the guest instead of this unbearable idiot. Sir Vargon leaped swiftly from the high wall of the fortress, surrounding his body with powerful streams of magical energy. Upon landing, the officer sternly demanded that the guards show humble respect and report the whereabouts of Mr. Davin. One of the guards hastily pointed towards the snowy forest road where the guest was supposed to appear. Vargon peered intently into the eyepiece of his telescope, trying to make out the approaching figure of the young aristocrat in the forest wilderness. Through the lens, the officer, with extreme surprise, recognized the woman accompanying Davin as the chief chamberlain, Rails himself. Sir Vargon confirmed to his subordinate with a degree of skepticism that their guest was accompanied by the legendary chamberlain Rails. The officer secretly reflected on the uselessness of Davin, who needed such a powerful and strong bodyguard for protection. Vargon sternly rejected the guard's offer to reduce the difficulty, promising to personally oversee the upcoming dangerous exam. The mercenary gleefully planned to eliminate Davin before he had the slightest chance to enter the fortress. With a furious cry, Vargon activated the magic circle, announcing the start of the first monster subjugation exam. Davin's group moved confidently along the snowy slope, while Julian floated carefree in the air next to them. Davin's companion suddenly froze and asked Sari in surprise to look at the breathtaking panorama that opened up ahead. The majestic crimson fortress, towering over sharp and inaccessible cliffs, finally appeared before the travelers' eyes. The travelers watched in fascination as the magical lights of the fortress flared brightly, greeting them at the very foot of the mountain. Surrounded by his companions, Davin stared ahead intently, while his friends reacted violently and emotionally to what they saw. Davin realized the attack had begun when the predator's powerful claws tore through the snow-covered ground with force. Realizing the inevitability of the fight, the young man calmly asked if this dangerous exam had really already begun. Clutching the hilt of his sword, Davin saw the situation as a chance to test the results of his 4 months of training with Rael. With a defiant grin, the fighter accepted the challenge, proclaiming the might of the Crimson Fortress in the face of the enemy. Davin stood fearlessly before the thicket of the forest, where the eyes of a predator flashed with an icy light in the darkness. Julian instantly sensed the threat emanating from the beast as it slowly approached with heavy tread. The spirit immediately recognized the legendary blue-eyed tiger, considered the strongest and most dangerous predator of the snowy mountains. Noticing the fear of his companions, Davin noted with annoyance that it was precisely because of such encounters that he avoided this place. The young man ordered Sari and Wilson to immediately run to the fortress as soon as he distracted the monster. Mockingly calling the tiger a kitten, Davin rushed to the attack while Julian recalled details about the animal. The ferocious predator instantly focused on Davin, deciding to catch the fastest target first. Davin grinned with satisfaction and noted that he had finally managed to capture the enraged beast's full attention. In the midst of the fight, the young man suddenly became suspicious, sensing a strange irregularity in the enemy's movements. Davin realized the terrifying truth. This tiger only superficially resembled a living creature, while remaining completely dead. Gritting his teeth, the swordsman resolutely prepared to crush the enemy, regardless of his strange and frightening nature. Deftly maneuvering under a hail of blows, Davin barely held his breath and carefully tracked the monster's every move. The predator's powerful attack nearly knocked the young man off his feet, forcing him to fight at the limit of his abilities. Davin's rage flared up again when he suddenly discovered the appearance of a second dangerous opponent. The young man instantly applied a body-strengthening technique, filling his muscles with a powerful charge of pure fighting energy. With an incredible leap, Davin quickly dashed between the two beasts, preparing for the decisive blow. Davin quickly jumped up into the tree as the spirit pointed out to him a new threat approaching from the ground. From the heights of the branches, the young man counted 18 ferocious predators that surrounded him in a dense, deadly ring. Davin grimly realized that crushing 18 ferocious enemies with a couple of precise blows would be almost impossible. The hero noticed strange behavior in the tigers, who were hunting in an organized group, contrary to their natural nature. The swordsman was finally convinced of the magical nature of the beasts when he did not smell any blood from the attackers. The mysterious mage continued to weave the complex spell, manipulating the magical currents through the glowing circle. The stern-faced observer suddenly suspected that Davin had managed to uncover the true nature of his summoning magic. The sorcerer coldly noted the superiority of illusions, for intelligent human control made them far more dangerous than beasts. Clutching tightly to the tree bark, Davin frantically searched for a way out under the mocking gaze of an invisible enemy. The young man hoped to quickly deplete the enemy's mana, but learned of the creator's use of a special binding element. The spirit explained the technique of using a binding element to control multiple spells simultaneously while saving mana. Davin asked his companion with a grin if he understood how exactly he was going to destroy the main illusion. The young man calmly explained that in such cases the real source of strength is usually found ahead of all the others. The swordsman unmistakably pointed to the motionless beast on the mountaintop, recognizing it as the key connecting element. Davin made a sharp dash, quickly leaving the tree branch and turning into a blurry shadow for his enemies. The hero used the secret technique of the Galaxy Wanderer, masterfully dodging the powerful claws of the predators that jumped on him. The illusory tiger only watched helplessly as Davin disappeared right before its grinning mouth. The young man activated Ice Walk, rushing through the ranks of enemies with frightening speed and graceful ease. The magician was overcome with indescribable horror, instantly recognizing in Davin's movements the signature technique of the great warrior Rael. Davin jumped out in front of the connecting element in a split second, catching the monster lurking on the top of the mountain by surprise. Davin concentrated as his scarlet eyes flashed with an icy light in anticipation of the decisive moment of the battle. A huge tiger appeared before the hero, becoming the key connecting element of the enemy's complex magical weave. The enraged magician shouted that he could not be defeated and vowed to block the impudent youth's path. At the master's command, the ghostly predators launched a furious attack, seeking to tear Davin to pieces. The swordsman drew the Crimson Lotus, whose dragonbone blade began to greedily absorb the streams of his mana. Davin activated the Galaxy Wanderer technique, achieving absolute sword sensitivity to make the final cut. With the first powerful swing, the young man began to cut his way through the line of ghostly tigers. Davin's blade cut through the illusions with incredible ease, leaving behind only flashes of shining energy. The enemy's magic circle shattered with a crash, causing the shocked sorcerer to shudder painfully from the recoil. Davin completed the technique, sending the remnants of the enemy's illusions into oblivion beyond the known path of the sword. The ghostly beasts howled and vanished into thin air under the crushing and furious pressure of Davin's magical sword. Blue sparks of once threatening illusions slowly settled on the frozen rocks, marking the final fall of the enemy's spell. The shocked mage realized that Davin had not simply destroyed the illusion, but had skillfully severed the mana chain itself. The sorcerer noted with hidden fear the young man's incredibly deep knowledge of magic, unusual for an ordinary seventh son. With a triumphant smile, Davin sheathed the blade, wondering if this triumph had impressed the picky examiners. The confused magician feverishly discussed with his colleague how exactly he should now record the phenomenal results of this exam. The head of the testers sternly ordered the subordinate warriors to immediately open the heavy gates and properly greet the young master. The mighty walls of the Crimson Fortress rose majestically above the snowy valley, awaiting the long-awaited return of their new hero. Davin calmly approached his faithful servants while his ghostly companion discussed the correctness of the research out loud. With a drawn-out metallic screech, the massive doors of the fortress gates began to slowly open, inviting Davin to enter inside. Davin entered the fortress while the spirit was pondering the identity of the magician who managed important affairs. The soldiers lined up, saluting Davin in deep respect for his strength. Dean Vargon Pagoda greeted the young man with a warm smile, congratulating him on successfully passing the test. Davin coldly confirmed the identity of his interlocutor, replying that he too was glad of this unexpected meeting. The spirit reminded that personal money is prohibited in the fortress, but an effective system of sponsorship support is in place. Julian grinned predatorily, anticipating the huge number of points they would soon earn with their talents. The spirit boy resolutely promised to return all the investments made by the Davin family in the development of the magic tower. Vargan listed the inhabitants of the fortress, mentioning teachers, warriors, and children from various noble families. The dean warned him about living in a dormitory, but Davin calmly replied that the conditions suited him. The magician explained that after enrollment, Davin would become a cadet and temporarily lose his aristocratic privileges. Davin realized that people would soon stop addressing him with the aristocratic respect he was accustomed to. The passing cadets exclaimed with delight when they noticed the stately figure of the new talented student within the walls of the fortress. The maid sheepishly reported the delay in the uniform, which Davin was promised would only be issued the very next morning. The young man inquired about his current rank, having learned of the low starting position for all newly arrived cadets. The magician explained in detail the hierarchy from the 9th to the 1st rank, steadily leading to the title of True Master. The mentor added that graduates leave the fortress only after receiving official confirmation of their high combat skills. Davin thought gloomily about the long years of future studies and the search for a rare divine fruit for salvation. Vargon directly asked whether the swordsman had deliberately attacked the tiger, which had become the key link in a powerful magic spell. The astonished dean clenched his fist and asked where Davin had acquired such deep, fundamental knowledge. The spirit ironically mentioned his past failures, while Davin silently confirmed the undeniably great power of the accumulated knowledge. Vargan was amazed by Davin's talent, perplexed how such an insightful young man could be called a worthless outcast. With a predatory grin, the dean noted that the new cadet definitely aroused his genuine interest. Davin turned to the magician and politely announced his desire to ask one important question. The young man asked about the methods of obtaining the divine fruit, causing Vargon to instantly become wary in surprise. The magician sighed condescendingly, considering Davin's belief in legends a sign of ordinary childish naivety. Vargan explained that the miraculous fruit chooses its owner and advised hoping for good luck. Julian suggested that the dean's skepticism would make it difficult to obtain information about the rare fruit. The carriage stopped in front of the dormitory building intended for cadets of the lowest 9th rank. With a heavy creak, the doors swung open, revealing the heroes' path to their new temporary refuge. Vargon divided up the housing, placing the servants downstairs and Davin in the 5th room on the 3rd floor. The instructor ceremoniously presented Davin with a sun-shaped badge, confirming his official status as a 9th rank cadet. The golden emblem sparkled brightly in the light, becoming the hero's first material achievement within the fortress walls. The young man looked at the award with slight bewilderment, while those around him watched his reaction with undisguised interest. The mentor officially welcomed the new student, recognizing him as a full-fledged participant in the training at the Great Crimson Fortress. Davin saluted the dean respectfully, displaying impeccable posture and readiness for any challenges that lay ahead. A sign with the number 5 hung on the massive door, which had become the new temporary home for the outcast aristocrat. The swordsman resolutely opened the door to his new room, completely unaware of the reception prepared for him. Inside, Davin was met by 4 cadets, who immediately lined up in 2 neat rows in front of the guest. The future neighbors were visibly nervous, trying hard to maintain a calm demeanor in front of the frighteningly strong and famous newcomer. Feeling the strange atmosphere, Davin anxiously asked the spirit if he had made some serious mistake. Julian suddenly flinched, recognizing the voice in the hallway that brought back only the most painful memories. Malin Adenka appeared before Davin and mockingly called his younger brother completely worthless. The spirit recognized with alarm in the arrogant giant his older brother, whose presence made him physically sick. Julian remembered with bitterness how Malin mocked him daily and forced him to eat dirty scraps. Malin suddenly grabbed Davin's face, trying to demonstrate complete superiority and contempt for his younger brother. The spirit realized that the old nightmares had returned, because this man had always asserted himself only at the expense of the weak. Davin coldly watched Malone's unjustified aggression, noting that he continued to behave extremely arrogantly. An enraged Julian suggested immediately teaching a lesson to the impudent man, whose behavior only brought shame on the great family every day. Malin squeezed Davin's hand tightly, hypocritically declaring his false joy at their new meeting. Davin accepted the challenge calmly, while the cadets in the room watched in horror as the conflict brewed. Malin raised his hands mockingly, denying any closeness with Davin and expressing disdain for his younger brother. Davin only grinned ominously in response, hiding his gaze under the shadow of his thick hair in anticipation of the battle. The swordsman, with a predatory grin, teased his brother for his shameful stay at the lowest 9th rank. Malin's face turned purple with uncontrollable rage as he realized the depth of the insult. In order to vent his pent-up anger, the arrogant older brother rudely ordered Cadet Saizen to step forward immediately. Malin delivered a crushing blow to the defenseless girl's face, demonstrating his true cruel nature. The enraged aristocrat shouted furiously, reproaching those around him for their status and demanding unquestioning adherence to the hierarchy within the walls of the dormitory. Saizen began to sob piteously from the unbearable pain, pressing her palm to her cheek and obediently listening to Malone's tirades. Davin looked gloomily at the lawlessness that was taking place, finally becoming convinced of the endless meanness of his own relative. The hero's gaze flashed with a crimson flame as he decided to teach this extremely arrogant and cruel tyrant a lesson. The red-haired aristocrat screamed Kaijin's name in rage as a ghostly figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Julian called out to Davin in utter astonishment, struck by the unexpected display of his hidden strength and firm intention. The offended aristocrat turned sharply to Davin, furiously asking about his desire to continue this impudent conversation. Davin's crushing blow landed squarely on his opponent's face, causing him to instantly fall silent and fly back in disgrace. The young man in the white cloak made a swift lunge, putting all his years of hatred into this attack. The eyewitness screamed in horror, unable to bear the sight of such a cruel and lightning-fast reprisal against the arrogant aristocrat. The witnesses stood frozen in stupor, amazed by the incredible power and unwavering determination of the outcast they had previously despised. With a mad grin on his face, the defeated enemy mockingly reminded Davin of his insignificant position in the family. Blazing with a crimson aura, the aristocrat threatened Davin with the blows of the whip with which he was accustomed to pacifying his brother every day. Julian thoughtfully noted that in the new era, Davin had learned many important lessons for victory. Davin watched the fist flying at him with icy calm, completely controlling his enemy's every move. Squeezing the offender's throat, Davin sternly explained that natural talent in martial arts is not decisive. With one powerful movement, the young man knocked his opponent to the floor, demonstrating a crushing superiority in experience and technique. The defeated aristocrat screamed in pain and humiliation, unable to resist the onslaught of the true master's will. Davin towered majestically over the enemy's body as sparks of his overwhelming magical aura scattered throughout the hall. Turning to the speechless crowd, the hero imperiously called on the witnesses to replace their pitiful fear with sincere respect. The student froze in deep shock, listening to Davin's words about the only worthy path of a warrior in life. The enemy's face, distorted with rage, flashed crimson as he muttered a venomous, filthy insult through his teeth. The maddened enemy suddenly drew a sharp blade and with a wild cry rushed at Davin from behind. Having deftly dodged the vile attack, Davin prepared to finally crush his opponent's senseless and stupid resistance. Davin sat in deep thought, and the spirit expressed faint hope for a successful outcome. The warrior's menacing silhouette made the spirit think about turning a dangerous situation into a new opportunity. The snow-covered village at the foot of the fortress dozed peacefully under the cover of a cold winter morning. A mountain of slain lizard-like monsters testified to the recent completion of an extremely brutal massacre. The red-haired woman graciously accepted the thanks of the residents for the complete destruction of the pack of dangerous monsters. The old man offered the warrior a drink, but she first politely reminded him of her work schedule. The smiling lady nevertheless agreed to the treat, afraid of appearing rude in front of the hospitable hosts. The stern Vargon became enraged by the colossal stress caused by his boss's endless whims. A juicy roasted meat and a mug of foamy ale suddenly appeared on the table in front of the heroes. The warrior was lost in thought, analyzing Davin's stunning victory over the powerful connecting element. Sir Vargan seriously asked his red-haired companion if she understood the true meaning of his extremely important words. The man emotionally emphasized the incredible nature of Davin's accomplishment, which even the most experienced craftsman had never heard of before. The woman mockingly compared the young man's achievements to the destruction of mountains, calling Davin an ordinary and extremely pathetic coward. The interlocutor venomously suggested that Vargon had simply found a kindred spirit, equal to him in his own natural cowardice. The sudden glow of the magic crystal alerted the dean to the need for his immediate and urgent return to his home fortress. The dean clutched his head in utter despair when he learned of the upcoming duel between two insolent ninth-rank cadets. The news of the audacious request of a mediator for a duel made Vargon literally freeze with extreme and deep indignation. Enveloped in a powerful azure aura, the stern warrior prepared to personally deal with the blatant disorder that had arisen in the student dormitory. In the center of the majestic hall, Davin and his opponent stood frozen, awaiting the start of the official duel of the direct heirs. The mediator Brond politely reported to the dean about the fulfillment of Davin's request, which was conditioned by the high aristocratic status of both warring parties. Vargan praised the intermediary and ordered him to report on every new step Davin took in the future. The dean acknowledged the breach of order, but decided to ignore it after receiving the report. The angry enemy gritted his teeth and angrily called his opponent a cunning and treacherous fox. Davin just smiled calmly, taking his opponent's venomous insult as a perfectly worthy compliment. The head of the academy officially sanctioned the duel, strictly ordering the cadets to fight fairly and without meanness. Maintaining an icy calm, Davin slowly drew his blade from its sheath, preparing for an open clash. The enemy froze in stupor, recognizing with great horror the legendary Crimson Lotus in the hands of the outcast. The aristocrat accused Davin of using a counterfeit that only superficially copied his father's famous weapon. Confident in his own rightness, the enemy thoughtlessly placed his own hand on the sword's fake origin. Grinning in an ominous grimace, Davin gloomily ordered his opponent to be sure to keep this rash word. The red-haired enemy laughed madly, predicting Davin's imminent surrender under the influence of his frightening peculiarity. A powerful wave of suppression washed over the room, causing those around to shudder with a paralyzing sense of fear. The student trembled in horror, unable to resist the oppressive aura emanating from the enraged aristocrat. A maid in the crowd could barely stand on her feet, watching Davin anxiously in the midst of the madness. Julian inquired with undisguised concern about Davin's condition, noticing the growing mental pressure around him. Davin kept only a slight smile on his face, completely ignoring the enemy's attempts to break his spirit. The hero coldly explained that it was not proper for a true swordsman to feel fear in the face of another warrior. Julian commented skeptically on Davin's resilience, emphasizing the importance of mental balance in such a situation. The enemy fell into a stupor from the realization that his most powerful technique had had no effect at all. The stunned spectators in the balconies began to whisper among themselves, amazed by Davin's absolute composure at the epicenter of the aura. The enraged opponent rushed to the attack, accusing Davin of using cunning and mean tricks. Laughing madly, the aristocrat promised to crush Davin with his powerful magic and sharp sword. A devastating blow crashed into the arena, raising clouds of dust and shattering the stone floor. The enemy grinned maliciously, completely confident of his triumph over the hated outcast. The aristocrat was confused when he realized that Davin had disappeared without a trace just before the strike. Davin suddenly appeared behind the enemy, causing him to shudder in mortal terror. The enemy, in a panic, wondered when the hero had managed to make such a swift and elusive movement. After making a graceful leap, Davin looked down on his disoriented and helpless opponent. Writhing in sharp pain, the defeated enemy coughed and helplessly crossed his numb arms. The stunned aristocrat froze, looking down and finally realizing his complete and shameful defeat. Davin's swift blade activated the ice walk technique, slamming down on the enemy with incredible speed. The enemy realized in horror that Davin had strengthened his body to the point of indestructible steel. Davin's crushing blow sent his opponent flying, literally breaking through the stone surface of the arena. The defeated aristocrat collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and utter defeat. Davin landed gracefully as the crowd of spectators acknowledged Malone's insignificance in the face of the true master's power. Dean Vargon gloomily stated Davin's colossal superiority over all the other 9th-rank cadets. The witness noted with concern that the outcast's rapid rise threatened the positions of all noble families. Selbira curiously inquired about the reasons for the absence of students in the rooms while watching the final of the duel. The girls from the balcony looked in amazement at Malone lying on the ground and the imperturbable Dean. Those around him were heatedly discussing Davin's incredible willpower, which had managed to transform his fear into absolute respect. The blue-haired student wondered with delight whether she would ever be able to achieve such an incredible level of skill. Selbira warned her friend gloomily, fully aware that this deceptive calm was not yet the end. Davin felt that the enemy's suppression was only a weak prelude to true and crushing force. The ghostly spirit maliciously urged Davin to quickly finish off his enemy and finally secure his triumph. Davin was puzzled as to why the Dean was hesitant to declare victory, given that the enemy had already shamefully dropped their weapons. Suddenly, the enemy's eyelid twitched, and his eye flared with the blinding radiance of awakening ancient power. A colossal column of golden energy shot up to the ceiling, leaving the audience frozen in indescribable, profound horror. The shocked girls screamed about the great god of electricity, whose terrifying power suddenly appeared in the hall. Malone was reborn in the rays of the wise giant's divine blessing, his body enveloped in destructive magical lightning. Davin stared in complete daze at the monster that emerged from the flames, not expecting such a turn of events. Davin moved swiftly across the arena, enveloped in blinding flashes of furious divine energy. The young man clenched his teeth from the unbearable tension, trying to overcome the wave of power that washed over him. The student, in complete horror, screamed about the appearance of a great god who commands the power of electricity. The enemy was transformed into a pillar of golden flame, receiving the blessing of the legendary intelligent giant. A shocked Davin froze in place, realizing the true scale of the suddenly awakened threat. The hero made a decisive dash through sheer force, despite the bolts of lightning coming from all sides. Davin let out a low groan of pain as another blast of magic hit his body. The spirit watched with obvious alarm as Davin's right hand was engulfed in a strange glow. Laughing madly, the enemy announced his unique ability to control the enemy's micro-impulses. The ghostly assistant was deeply perplexed by the unexpected secret hidden behind the enemy's power. Julian stood in amazement, realizing that the true nature of the enemy forces remained a complete mystery to them. Malone grinned maliciously, boasting about mastering his innate ability only after arriving at the impregnable military fortress. Looking at Davin with disdain, the aristocrat stated that he had never intentionally tried to hide his true power. The smug enemy admitted that he simply didn't think it was necessary to demonstrate such a powerful trump card earlier. Davin's eyes widened in deep shock, not expecting to hear such an impudent and daring confession. The young man gloomily reflected on the lack of need for training due to the overwhelming superiority of his unique feature. Dean Vargon watched the battle sternly while Malone boasted of his imminent entry into the ranks of the fortress. The students on the balcony listened to the aristocrat's words about their unwillingness to work like ordinary and extremely pitiful commoners. Davin, in a rage, ordered his opponent to shut up and stop spouting this senseless and extremely annoying nonsense. The image of a genius reminded Davin of the talent that allows one to reach the heights of mastery in a matter of years of life. Davin gritted his teeth furiously, accusing his enemy of completely disregarding someone else's responsibility and years of hard work. The young man's scarlet eyes flashed as he asked gloomily what exactly the vaunted reputation of the great Adenka clan was based on. The opponent, engulfed in sparks, mocked the hero's injury, urging him to back up his bold words with a real victory. The enemy, with a maddened cry, released a blinding stream of energy, trying to incinerate Davin with a powerful magical discharge. Diving down from above, Davin firmly promised to immediately cut off the enemy's right wrist in response to all insults. Julian declared the use of the Dwarf King's absolute slash to finally put an end to this battle. The opponent raised his hand with the glowing sphere, trying in vain to prevent Davin from completing his swift, destructive attack. The hero's blade cut through the air with a lightning-fast thrust, embodying all his accumulated rage and thirst for retribution. Blinded by anger, the enemy called the young man a vile parasite, refusing to acknowledge the obvious superiority of the previously despised outcast. A thunderous explosion shook the arena, accompanied by a desperate cry from the enemy, who wished Davin an immediate and painful death. The officer noted in horror that the enemy had completely gone berserk and had completely lost control of his mana. A powerful burst of energy caused a devastating explosion, engulfing the battlefield in blinding flames and thick, acrid smoke. The frightened maid watched in bewilderment as a hail of debris began to fall from the half-destroyed stands onto her head. Huge boulders fell from above, causing the defenseless girl to scream in horror at the imminent and terrible threat of death. Davin rushed into the thick of things with lightning speed, shouting the name of his faithful assistant amidst the chaos and flying debris. The maid desperately closed her eyes and covered her head with her hands, expecting the crushing blow of heavy stones falling from a great height. The girl's eyes widened as she realized that the deadly rockfall had been stopped by someone's unexpected and timely help. The tall warrior raised a magical shield over the maid, reliably protecting her from the hail of heavy and sharp stones. The defender sympathetically inquired about the frightened girl's condition while the magic circle continued to shine above their heads. The commander commanded Brond to immediately begin a complete evacuation of all cadets from the dangerous and collapsing zone. The officer announced the immediate teleportation of the maid, completely ignoring her desperate pleas and deep concern for Davin. The warrior suddenly paused and looked at the girl suspiciously, noticing the abnormal and frightening concentration of mana in her body. The maid, completely stunned, felt her body rapidly filling with a powerful, dense, and completely unfamiliar magical energy. The opponent, with a mad laugh, ordered Davin to immediately go down to the arena and stop acting like a cowardly and pathetic puppy. The young man instantly spotted the enemy's weak points, planning to break through to the center using his secret ice step. Davin landed abruptly on the rubble of the stands, preparing to make his final and incredibly risky leap towards his dangerous enemy. From the sharp and sudden flash of pain, Davin involuntarily cried out, feeling how the crushing magical force almost broke his bones. Gritting his teeth, the young man made a swift maneuver in the air, desperately dodging a hail of deadly and bright flashes of pure energy. Falling to his knees, the hero bitterly admitted that maintaining such a complex ice walk technique was taking away his last strength. The enemy loudly ridiculed the pathetic spectacle, enjoying the sight of the defeated Davin and the feeling of his complete and long-awaited victory in the duel. The boy admitted his mistake and activated a powerful mana barrier to protect the direct heirs of the family. A glowing magical dome completely covered the arena, limiting room for maneuver and trapping opponents inside. Davin dropped to one knee, alarmed to realize that there was almost no room left to dodge. The enemy grinned smugly, assuming that the Dean was deliberately helping him end this protracted duel. The young man breathed heavily, realizing that it was impossible to use an absolute cut due to the severe depletion of his strength. The spirit suggested that Davin change his target and cut something else to perform his cunning maneuver. The opponent furiously rushed into the attack, wishing a quick death for Davin and calling him a worthless loser. The hero trusted Julian's strategy, rapidly accumulating mana for his decisive final blow. Davin leaped into the air with lightning speed, deftly avoiding the destructive energy stream that struck the ground. Soaring high in the sky, Davin prepared to attack from above the shocked enemy who had lost sight of him. Davin jumped, using up the last of his Ice Walk mana, and completely trusted his ally's cunning plan. The enemy concentrated a powerful magical charge, promising Davin a quick and painful death in this arena. The opponent released a blinding column of flame into the sky, hoping to incinerate the young hero floating in the air. Davin smiled slyly, realizing that his maddened opponent had finally swallowed his insidious and dangerous bait. The tip of the hero's blade crashed into the surface of Dean Malon's shining magical barrier with a deafening ringing sound. With glowing red eyes, the youth directed his rage towards the destruction of the Academy's erected protective dome. Malon was completely shocked to realize that Davin had targeted his unbreakable barrier. A thunderous blow shook the magical structure, releasing a colossal wave of destructive energy and thick smoke. The enemy watched in confusion as the remains of the Academy's protective dome rapidly collapsed beneath his feet. A powerful explosion completely destroyed the arena, causing a hail of debris and a desperate cry from his shocked enemy. The defeated enemy wheezed heavily in the rubble of the arena, trying to understand the reason for his sudden and shameful collapse. Davin forcefully crushed his opponent with a piece of slab, reminding him of the crushing weight of a true master's oath. Raising his blade, the hero promised to defend the honor of the family with the sword that was given to him by his father himself. With a frightening smile, the young man noted that the younger brother was simply obliged to confirm the correctness of the elder's words. Davin's dark silhouette swung his weapon with lightning speed, putting a bloody end to this protracted confrontation between the brothers. The enemy's severed hand flew into the air, marking the fulfillment of the young hero's harsh and inevitable promise. The shocked Dean muttered that his most complex barrier was absolutely useless against the youth's incredible strength. The hero finished the attack spectacularly with a single swing of his sword, enveloped in a dense aura of his unstoppable and furious mana. The enemy, driven mad by unbearable pain, screamed hysterically, realizing the irreparable loss of his right arm. Malon officially declared Davin the winner of the duel, putting an end to this fierce and destructive battle between the brothers. Davin explained to the Dean that the harsh conditions of the duel did not allow him to intervene in time and prevent the massacre. Amidst the rubble of the arena, a cry of excitement was heard, calling out to the young gentleman with evident relief and great anxiety. Priest Shevin, who belonged to the 5th class of the famous Crimson Fortress, was hastily brought to the battlefield. Seeing the symbol of a second-class priest in Davin's hands, the cleric suddenly fell into a complete stupor. Malon officially confirmed the identities of the participants, pointing to the prone 9th-rank cadet and the youth who defeated him. An astonished Chevin asked how a simple youth came into possession of such a rare and valuable relic. With a mysterious smile, Davin demanded the special treatment that this ancient magical symbol entitled him to. Realizing the difference in status, the priest humbly admitted the impossibility of asking such questions to the owner of a high relic. The hero politely asked Shevin to immediately heal his wound, without wasting extra time on empty talk. A blinding stream of healing magic enveloped Davin's hand, rapidly restoring the damaged tissue under the spell. Davin looked coldly at the defeated enemy, noting the complete futility of his attempts to justify his sudden, shameful defeat. The enemy, lying on the ground, furiously shouted insults, calling Davin a cunning bastard and demanding that the wound be healed immediately. The young man calmly objected to his opponent, reminding him of the voluntary nature of their bloody dispute and the harsh conditions of the duel. With a sinister grin, Davin asked if it was really in his brother's best interest to restore the limb he had lost in battle. The hero sternly reminded him that the enemy had put his right limb on the line during this official competition. Davin mockingly asked whether the return of the hand would not destroy the remnants of honor of this once proud and arrogant aristocrat. The enemy clenched his teeth in impotent rage, realizing the painful necessity of choosing between his body and his own dignity. The spirit rapturously admired the sweetness of the revenge accomplished, while Davin maintained an icy calm in the face of a broken enemy. Shocked cadets rushed to the ruins of the arena, discussing in utter amazement the incredible victory of the despised outcast. Davin commanded his brother to make a decision quickly, since soon it would be completely impossible to restore the severed hand. The defeated enemy cried out fervently for immediate healing of his seriously wounded right arm. The spirit mockingly told his opponent to ask louder so that all the cadets could hear his shame. The distraught aristocrat admitted his complete readiness to disgrace himself in order to preserve his lost limb. Satisfied, Davin arrogantly instructed the cleric to take utmost care of his younger brother's condition. A blinding glow of sacred magic enveloped the arena, restoring flesh under the gaze of the astonished crowd. The priest strictly forbade the wounded man from any exertion, warning him of the fragility of his current magical recovery. Shocked witnesses gushed over Malon's fall and the sudden nobility of the previously despised outcast. One of the students desperately asked Davin if she could ever achieve such greatness. The young man smiled encouragingly, predicting her success provided she completely conquered her own fears. The girl stood in silent awe, amazed by the wisdom and the sudden recognition of her hidden potential. The enemy vehemently warned Davin against the excessive self-confidence caused by his single and accidental victory. Clutching the stone, the opponent loudly reminded him of his undeniable superiority and status as a true king. The exhausted opponent fell to his knees, desperately muttering that the time for his revenge had not yet passed. Davin concentrated the energy of the wise giant into the stone, preparing to finally crush the will of his defeated enemy. The dean decided to ignore the young man's outrage, insisting on the full restoration of the cadet's hand for the upcoming duel. Malon gloomily expressed dissatisfaction with the director's actions, which only added extra troubles and problems to him. The enemy humbly accepted the officer's will, confirming his readiness to follow orders after a crushing defeat. A week later, a plaque appeared on the dean of the pagoda's desk, marking the beginning of a new stage in the life of the academy. Dressed in uniform, Davin pressed his hand to his heart, strictly observing the rituals accepted at that time. Julian commended the hero's actions, emphasizing the importance of properly expressing condolences in today's era. Malon grimly reminded Davin that he was 4 months late in expressing his condolences to his sister. The dean sighed heavily, admitting that he felt extremely awkward and tense in this situation. The warrior emphasized the difference in their statuses, calling himself a simple mercenary versus the direct heir of the family. Davin was amazed to realize that his interlocutor had known his true name and origin from the very beginning. Malon harshly accused the young man of deliberately collecting secret information about his sister and life. The dean, his eyes flashing, demanded with authority that Davin reveal the true and final purpose of his visit. The hero sheepishly admitted his original intentions, eliciting an approving reaction from his ghostly companion. Davin directly asked if the heir would like to receive payment for his investigation into the pagoda. The young man added that the story he heard completely changed his initial attitude towards the situation. Malon froze in amazement when Davin mentioned a completely new way of looking at himself. Davin remembered the untalented child who was suppressed because of his dark and difficult past. The young man lowered his head, admitting his simple and sincere desire to talk openly. The dean listened to Davin skeptically, doubting the possibility of hearing anything truly new. The hero spoke about his escape from the Samian Tower and his long years of wandering as a mercenary. With a bitter smile, Davin confirmed the complete loss of all ties with his previous family. The young man directly asked why his interlocutor had still not dropped the name Pagoda. The interlocutors froze opposite each other, immersed in deep thought under the majestic vaults. A group of cadets in the living room were enthusiastically discussing the news, not noticing the person who entered the room. The 3 students looked at each other in confusion, trying to comprehend the scale of the incredible changes in the academy. The students began talking animatedly, trying to find out the real truth about the latest shocking events. The red-haired boy dropped his head helplessly onto the bed, while in the foreground a fair-haired girl grinned maliciously. Left alone, the exhausted boy fell onto the bed and covered his face with his hand in deep despair. He clenched his jaw and fists tightly, trying to suppress the surging rage at his own crushing defeat. The hero's gaze filled with burning hatred as he frantically swore to destroy Davin at any cost. An ominous dark haze began to slowly envelop the room, thickening into a heavy haze around the angry man. Julian, emerging from the shadows, ingratiatingly asked the stunned youth whether he truly sincerely desired the death of his enemy. The boy, covered in cold sweat, froze, hearing the spirit's tempting offer to support him in committing bloody revenge. Dean Vargan Pagoda spoke arrogantly about his family, doubting his interlocutor's ability to hide his origins for so long. Davin, with obvious disdain in his gaze and a sharp gesture, demanded that his opponent immediately shut his mouth. The enraged elder reminded Davin of his insignificant status, amazed at the audacity of a child who imagined himself an all-knowing sage. The enraged dean gnashed his teeth, remembering the unbearable pain and despair after his shameful expulsion from his native magic tower. Losing his composure, the man shouted to Davin about his insane desire to immediately wipe the damned tower off the face of the earth. Davin calmly lowered his eyes and quietly confirmed that he perfectly understood all the bitter feelings tormenting his interlocutor's soul. The stunned dean suddenly fell into a stupor, completely not expecting to encounter such deep empathy from the young aristocrat. The young man recalled his own past life and sincerely admitted that at the moment of his death he did not want revenge at all. Bright images of maternal love appeared before Davin's eyes, which he valued far more than any retribution against enemies. The hero directly pointed out to his opponent that he still bears the surname Pagoda despite all his hatred. Davin caught the dean in a hidden attachment to the family, causing him to freeze painfully from the extremely unexpected realization of the truth. A heavy silence fell over the office as the stunned man slowly digested every true and poignant word Davin had uttered. Lost in his memories, the dean's thoughts returned to the talented sister for whom he had endured years of cruel bullying. Young Vargon stood dejectedly in the shadows, exhausted by the endless comparisons with his talented sister. Unable to withstand the colossal pressure of expectations, the former aristocrat cowardly abandoned his family and ran away. The dean admitted defeat, realizing that Davin had completely read his soul during their conversation. Vargon thought with a grin at the incredible value of the advice he had received from such a young Davin. The man thanked Davin for his condolences, finally deciding to be completely honest with himself. The interested dean cheerfully inquired about the amount of funds Davin had invested in the development of the magic tower. Vargon solemnly declared Davin his ward and promised to pay all his expenses in full. The interlocutor, in a fit of emotion, admitted that Davin had a knack for choosing surprisingly precise and convincing words. Julian listed all the allies he had deceived, jokingly accusing Davin of a skillful and subtle deception. The hero seriously objected that he always spoke from the heart despite his vast experience. The astonished spirit sincerely admired Davin's incredible success in outwitting the experienced dean so quickly. The astonished cadets discussed Davin heatedly, marveling at his ability to secure personal sponsorship from the most demanding dean. Davin confidently walked up to the two girls, who were clearly shocked by the unexpected appearance of the new star student. A brightly colored girl with purple hair introduced herself as Selvira, the second representative of the prestigious 9th rank cadets. Selvira shook Davin's hand firmly, mentioning her important duty of submitting reports to all the academy's teachers. Suddenly, Davin felt a strange effect on his consciousness and instantly realized that his opponent had used magic. The boy felt a familiar pressure that reminded him of the unique abilities of his own late mother. Selvira boastfully explained to Davin her ability to discern the true potential of any strong opponent. The girl fell into a stupor, unable to discern Davin's image due to his frightening crimson aura. Davin jerked his hand away and coldly expressed dissatisfaction with such an unceremonious way of getting acquainted through magical scanning. The amazed Selvira was perplexed as to how Davin had sensed her hidden magic, which even experienced teachers had not noticed. Davin inquired about the purpose of their visit, and in response heard a reproach about the prohibition of night walks alone. Selvira's companion excitedly explained to Davin the dangers of the night cold and the importance of moving around the academy together. Selvira jokingly scared her friends with a meeting with the evil ghost of Davin, who supposedly lives in these parts. The hero instantly grabbed the girl by the shoulders, imperiously demanding that she reveal all the details about the mysterious dark ghost. A dumbfounded Selvira asked Davin about his knowledge of the powerful archdemon who lived 5 centuries ago. An ominous image of an ancient monster, crushed by the legendary hero king, appeared before his eyes. The girl told a legend about a wandering spirit whose fragments grant masters colossal power in exchange for their souls. Selvira shuddered at her own words about the cruel price of dark power, while Davin remained silent. Davin realized that the story of the archdemon was not just a fiction created to denigrate him personally. Selvira laughed loudly, while her companion looked at her carefree friend with obvious concern. Davin looked extremely focused as he thought over the story he had heard about the mysterious evil spirit from 5 centuries ago. The defeated opponent sat on the bed in a daze, paralyzed by the sight of the dark haze that had appeared out of nowhere. The demonic entity ingratiatingly offered the guy a deal, promising to make his deepest dreams come true. The cadet screamed in frenzy as he realized the true identity of the ghostly archdemon Davin who appeared before him. The shadow monster pressed relentlessly on the victim's consciousness, urging him to cast aside all doubts for the sake of a great goal. The ghost promised to help him achieve his desires, ignoring the young man's pathetic attempts to resist the overwhelming horror. The tempter urged the boy to reclaim his throne, appealing to his wounded pride and thirst for power. The young man's pupil dilated in shock as he finally fell into the abyss of the spirit's insidious promises. Davin walked away coldly, accompanied by his student, not even suspecting the birth of a new threat. Davin and his companion left the bedroom, trying not to disturb the cadets who were fast asleep at midnight. The girl went on night duty, and Davin politely thanked her for her help and accompaniment. Left alone, Davin suddenly became wary, noticing a strange and disturbing change in the atmosphere of the quiet academy. The young man discovered Malone's empty bed, whose mysterious disappearance at a late hour looked extremely suspicious. Outside in the snowstorm, Malone clutched the lantern with trembling hands, trying in vain to overcome the terror that had gripped him. The boy stood alone in front of the cold walls of the fortress, while the icy wind mercilessly whipped his face. The oppressive darkness and silence of the frosty night caused only genuine trepidation and panic in the frightened cadet. Noticing the ominous movement of shadows in the courtyard, the young man froze, overcome by a bad feeling of imminent danger. Mad with fear, Malone screamed loudly into the void, demanding that the mysterious pursuer reveal himself immediately. A sudden burst of blood marked the end of the cadet's journey as the invisible enemy struck relentlessly. The stunned young man froze, suddenly feeling a deadly and inexplicable dark threat hanging over him. An invisible blade unexpectedly cut the cadet's arm, although the killer, with obvious annoyance, missed his throat. The bleeding boy trembled helplessly, not taking his eyes off Malone, who had suddenly become a cruel executioner. Obsessed with darkness, the red-haired Malone, with a mad grin, demanded that the location of his enemy Davin be immediately revealed. The wounded victim, in despair, held the sword in front of himself, accusing the red-haired traitor of making a deal with the demon. Feeling completely superior, Malone laughed maliciously in the face of the cadet who dared to raise his weapon at him. The exhausted student shouted with his last strength that he was no longer afraid of the mad Malone and his magic. The enraged red-haired warrior instantly closed the distance and frantically attacked his former academy comrade. Malone raised his heavy blade for the decisive blow, declaring the right to punish any subject who disobeyed him. With a mad laugh, the red-haired killer brought down the steel, finally passing a bloody sentence for an attempt to resist the will. The possessed Malone violently squeezed the cadet's throat, depriving him of any hope of salvation. The red-haired madman delivered a powerful blow with his sword, seeking to crush his defeated and weak opponent. The tortured cadet froze in horror before death, unable to resist the monstrous demonic power. Mentor Brande suddenly blocked the assassin's path, thrusting forward her flaming azure blade. The girl harshly accused Malone of betrayal and entering into a forbidden contract with a dark spirit. Malone was gleefully anticipating the reprisal against his mentor, boasting of his newfound strength and complete superiority. Brande realized in a daze that her masterful blow had not left a scratch on her enemy. Davin sat in the dark bedroom, looking anxiously at Malone's empty bed. The hero worried about his friend, while other students only coldly mocked their missing classmate. Davin instantly became wary, sensing the frightening echoes of a sinister and alien magic in the night air. Davin jumped out of bed when the piercing sound of the night alarm suddenly broke the silence of the sleepy academy. The young man realized in a daze that something terrible was happening in the corridors of the fortress, something that required his immediate intervention. The loud footsteps of the running cadets echoed through the gloomy stone vaults, adding to the atmosphere of imminent danger. Davin rushed forward as the frightened students panicked and tried to follow their determined leader. Having met Selvira in a dark passage, the hero could barely contain his excitement in the face of an unknown night threat. The girl, confused, admitted that she ran out at the noise immediately after the magical alarm was activated. Davin suddenly froze, catching the acrid smell of fresh blood in the cold air coming from the courtyard. The hero commanded Selvira to immediately contact the dean through the magic crystal and report the attack. The young man gloomily noted the critical deterioration of the situation, realizing the need to attract truly powerful allies to the battle. Davin resolutely led the cadets outside, while Selvira frantically tried to activate the communications artifact in her hands. Davin and Selvira rushed quickly along the dark corridor, pursued by the ominous silence of the empty night academy. The young man suddenly froze, aware of the frightening cessation of the mana flow and the abrupt stop of the magical alarm signal. While Selvira hurried her partner, Davin matter-of-factly inquired about the possibility of immediately imposing a powerful protective seal. Davin gloomily stated the enemy's victory, since none of the sentries had contacted him. A focused Selvira confidently confirmed her knowledge, recalling one of the ancient and effective techniques of protective magic. The triangular seal of Adenka flared in the air, becoming their only real chance of salvation in the battle. The friends continued running through the darkness, while Selvira, with obvious doubt, pondered the complexity of the upcoming ritual. The sealing scheme required the mandatory participation of a 5-star master, without whom the magical balance would inevitably be destroyed. Davin touched the wall and resolutely insisted on finding Mentor Bronde to quickly activate the hidden powers. Davin's piercing gaze suddenly caught something terrible, causing his heart to skip a beat for a moment. Davin and his companions ran outside, frozen by the sight of fresh bloodstains on the cold stone. The sudden blow threw the cadet back, turning the night snow crimson after the enemy's relentless attack. The young man watched what was happening in a daze, barely holding back his heavy breathing from the overwhelming horror. The wounded Mentor Bronde lay motionless on the ground, bleeding from her encounter with the dark power. Davin and Selvira looked up at the monstrous clot of darkness that had suddenly appeared in the middle of the courtyard. The blade, shrouded in a bloody haze, pierced space, bringing death to anyone who dared to stand in its way. The hero reacted instantly to the attack, blocking the deadly steel with his sword in a bright flash of mana. Davin took a fighting stance in front of the hovering sphere of darkness, preparing to fight back against the as-yet unseen enemy. The young man's piercing red eyes focused on his enemy as he demanded his identity with authority. A possessed Malone, with a mad laugh, announced the gathering of all his enemies for the final massacre. Davin looked at Malin with a heavy heart, demanding an answer for the chaos he had caused. The young man watched Selvira in shock, wondering if the dark aura that enveloped her was real. The enemy's strange energy was frighteningly reminiscent of the power of masters who had once been possessed by the evil spirit of the past. The hero was pierced by a terrible realization of the impossibility of what was happening, because he was essentially fighting against himself. Enveloped in crimson flames, the enemy bared his teeth madly, loudly proclaiming himself the true king. A powerful wave of suppression instantly engulfed those present, paralyzing their will with unbearable magical pressure. The students clutched their heads in horror, unable to bear the dark power that tormented them. The fighters, trembling with fear, had difficulty admitting that their enemy had become many times stronger. The teacher, overcoming her anxiety, desperately urged the others to cast aside their panic in the face of the approaching darkness. The sudden call to cast aside fear and draw their swords made the warriors prepare for a decisive battle. The comrades rallied around Davin, resolutely drawing their blades to defend their honor in the fateful hour. Shrouded in a crimson haze, the enemy cursed Davin furiously, accusing the youth of destroying his powerful suppression. Looking at the fallen Master Brand, Davin seriously doubted his ability to defeat such a strong opponent. Realizing the criticality of the situation, the survivors began to hastily prepare a magical summons to request help from Selvira. The young cadets of the 9th rank prepared to buy time at any cost until the main reinforcements arrived. Davin focused on asking Selvira for details on how to apply the complex seal she had mentioned earlier in the battle. Davin's proposal to jointly create a 3-sided protective seal made the girl freeze in genuine amazement. Selvira, in a panic, reminded that the printing center vitally needed a master of at least the 5th rank. Davin, with unshakable confidence in his eyes, firmly declared his intention to immediately take the master's place. Shrouded in a ghostly glow, the spirit confirmed its readiness to personally stand at the very epicenter of the magical formation. Selvira warned Davin in horror that the lack of 5th rank would lead to his instant death. Davin urged his companion to make the right decision for the sake of saving all the surviving members of the noble family. The girl silently acknowledged the young man's oratorical gift, although her gaze still expressed deep concern. Selvira commanded the cadets to immediately form a triangular seal, placing Davin in the very center of the formation. Grinning maliciously, the enemy mocked their pathetic attempt at defense, calling the installation of the magic seal suicide. Davin, with a bold smile, predicted a shameful defeat and complete magical humiliation for the enemy within the formation. Malin laughed madly and haughtily allowed the warriors to begin preparing their doomed ritual. The ghostly companion persistently suggested escape, but Davin resolutely refused to abandon the others to certain death. The 9th rank cadets took up their positions in unison, preparing to release energy to activate the protective barrier. The warriors raised their shining blades high, creating a powerful dome of blinding blue magical light around the young man. The group of warriors quickly formed a magical formation, creating a powerful, dazzling, 3-sided protective seal around Davin. Davin immediately felt a frightening explosion of mana inside himself, but with an effort of will, he forced his mind to remain unshakable. Malin laughed maniacally, watching in mockery as his young opponent's frail body began to break down. The light of the protective dome flashed blindingly brightly as Davin took the crushing main blow of the magical attack. The enemy stood stunned, completely unable to believe his eyes at the incredible physical resilience of this exhausted aristocrat. Struck by the power of the seal, the enemy suddenly realized that Davin was capable of withstanding the most colossal pressure of magical energy. Taking hold of the blade again, Davin boldly asked Malin if this was truly the limit of his true abilities. The enraged master unleashed a new barrage of blows on the young man, desperately hoping to finally crush his unbending will. A powerful crimson aura completely enveloped the attacker as he rushed forward with his decisive frontal attack. The blades of the deadly opponents clashed in a furious clash, striking out sheaves of bright sparks in the epicenter of raging mana. Davin felt a frightening surge of evil spirit power, desperately trying to contain the incredible power that was falling upon him. Malin furiously attacked the seal from above, mockingly ordering the exhausted defenders to fall on their faces and tremble with primal fear. The red-haired warrior winced in searing pain as the dark aura began to mercilessly corrode her fragile life energy. The girl watched the crimson fog in a daze, unable to tear her gaze away from the awakened demonic horror. The enemy's bloody eyes flashed ominously in the darkness as Davin's defensive formation continued to heroically resist the pressure of the abyss. The cadets screamed in horror about the coming of the archdemon, desperately calling on Davin to save them from the inevitable bloody massacre. A grinning Malin reveled in the suffering of his opponents, openly declaring that this was precisely the expression on their faces he longed to see. Davin loudly forbade his comrades to give in to panic, demanding that they preserve the remnants of their courage for the sake of their common survival in the battle. The hero urged the warriors to cast aside their fear of the monster, for a true master must maintain his humanity even in the face of death. Selvira was amazed by Davin's resilience, wondering how a 14-year-old boy could have such an unbending will. Selvira firmly ordered the 9th-rank cadets to prepare to release mana simultaneously at her first signal. The young warriors began the countdown with concentration, filling their blades with shining energy for this decisive blow. On the count of 3, the magical seal worked blindingly, restricting the movements of the maddened enemy with a powerful ring of pure light. Shrouded in darkness, Malin resisted fiercely, feeling the light shackles begin to inexorably suppress his demonic power. Davin contemptuously called the enemies idiots and firmly demanded that Malin immediately stop this senseless resistance. The young man reminded everyone of the master's imminent arrival, emphasizing that time was now working exclusively on the side of the valiant defenders. Davin suggested that the enemy surrender and think about what he had done in order to try to avoid the most terrible and tragic outcome. The dark spirit within the enemy mockingly reminded him of his original desire to completely exterminate all the warriors present. The possessed fighter dropped heavily to one knee, concentrating a frightening crimson aura to make his final push. Laughing madly, the monster proclaimed his readiness to give his own life for the opportunity to see the painful death of his enemies. Davin felt with horror how the enemy's mana became incredibly heavy before launching a crushing attack. Powerful bolts of dark energy sparked furiously around the spear's shaft, preparing to release the accumulated deadly force. The maddened enemy fell from above with a wild cry, wanting to finally interrupt the life of young Davin. The crushing blow caused a powerful earthquake, causing the ground to literally shatter into pieces beneath the fighter's feet. Selvira desperately urged her comrades to keep a close eye on the rock debris flying into the air after the explosion. The enemy's heavy boots slammed hard into the cracked ground, shrouded in ominous threads of demonic mana. Selvira dealt a swift blow to the fair-haired opponent, overcoming the chaos and roar of the great battle that arose around her. Davin concentrated all his internal reserves, holding the shining blue dome under the pressure of the advancing darkness. Overcoming the monstrous tension, the young man cried out through clenched teeth the command to activate the final powerful protective seal. The monster looming above proclaimed Davin's imminent end, raising his blade to deliver the final decisive blow. Davin prepared himself to take the blow with concentration, aware of the extreme power of the crimson threat looming over him. A huge crimson explosion shook the surrounding area, consuming all living things within the range of the dark spear. A thick cloud of dust obscured the impact site, leaving witnesses frozen in terrifying anticipation. Davin froze in shock, seeing in front of him an unexpected defender who repelled Malin's deadly attack in time. The heavy spear sank deep into the pavement, scarlet blood slowly trickling down its shaft. Selvira screamed out Syson's name in horror, recognizing the wounded warrior who had taken the brunt of the blow. Milan was furious and wondered how this insignificant master could have survived their last fight. The wounded hero, coughing up blood, boldly declared to the enemy the final disappearance of his former paralyzing fear. The enemy, maddened with rage, gnashed his teeth in fury, unable to admit the failure of his triumphant finale. Malin screamed at the survivors, demanding that they stop looking at him with that doomed certainty. Davin furiously ordered his comrades to hold the line, hoping to buy a little more time for rescue. The young man noted with alarm the limit of the seal's strength and the imminent fall of the seriously wounded Sison. Davin's gaze instantly sharpened as his consciousness caught a fleeting distortion in the surrounding space. The hero was taken aback by the sword's path that had appeared despite his initial lack of intention to attack. Davin watched the shining trajectory in fascination, realizing his sudden connection to the highest truth of the sword. Davin realized with horror that Selvyra, chained in chains, would die in just 3 agonizing days. The young man hesitated painfully, choosing between delivering a decisive blow and trying to avoid unnecessary destruction. The surrounding space suddenly distorted and cracked under the pressure of the released magical energy of colossal power. The hero angrily announced the imminent collapse of the seal, ordering all those present to immediately prepare for battle. The astonished girl froze in a daze, unable to immediately believe the sudden change in the situation. The swordsman instantly activated an alternate form of absolute slash, concentrating all his power into the shining blade. Overcome with mad excitement, the warrior demanded that the enemy finally show his true fighting power. The young man looked ahead with concentration, preparing to face a new chapter in his dangerous and thorny path. The warrior unleashed a devastating galactic wanderer technique, unleashing a stream of blindingly bright energy upon the enemy. Finding himself in a difficult situation, Davin cursed in irritation and prepared to repel the next attack. Davin realized the sword's failure and decided to repeat the attack. The enemy mockingly taunted the pitiful efforts of the wounded hero. The enemy promised to fry Davin to a crisp with magic. A crushing stream of red energy fell upon the hero from above. Selvyra screamed in horror as she watched the mortal danger. Davin made a desperate dash through the veil of enemy spells. The young man's wounded left hand prevented him from holding the sword properly. The hero flatly refused to retreat in the middle of the destroyed battlefield. Davin rushed forward furiously, wanting to finally get to the enemy. The enemy cunningly intercepted the blow and mockingly thanked the hero. Davin gasped in pain as he fought off the enemy's crushing onslaught. The enemy mockingly taunted the wounded youth's helplessness. The villain mercilessly squeezed the hero's injured arm, breaking his will. The enemy was gleefully anticipating Davin's quick and painful death. The hero realized the unique opportunity given to him by his new body. Davin gripped his sword resolutely, preparing for a final, desperate attack. The youth activated the devastating technique of his absolute cut. A mysterious purple aura enveloped the swordsman at the decisive moment. The enemy screamed piercingly, not expecting a sudden and powerful response. The space shook from a blinding flash of colossal energy. An exhausted Davin began to doubt his final victory over the enemy. The enemy rose furiously from the smoke, showering the wounded hero with curses. The crippled villain went mad due to the repeated loss of his arm. Davin suddenly felt the dark spirit's ominous aura completely disappear. The young man quickly analyzed the strange break in the enemy's connection with the spirit. Engulfed in magical flames, the enemy swore to never forgive Davin. The enraged warrior promised to tear the exhausted Davin into small pieces. The villain concentrated all his energy to deliver a crushing fire strike. The hero concentrated on preparing to deliver the final, decisive blow to his opponent with his sword. The young man's gaze flashed with a blinding azure glow before the final clash. The enemy desperately tried to move, realizing his complete paralysis. Davin was determined to find out the truth about the events of the past. The magical fetters of paralysis reliably restrained the movements of the enraged enemy. The captured warrior furiously demanded immediate release from his shackles. Dean Vargan appeared and instantly pacified the enemy with a powerful spell. The stern magician coldly forbade the criminal to behave familiarly. A colossal seal of an ice prison flared up under the warrior's feet. The enemy froze in horror as crystal ice gripped his body. The girl with the whip told Malona to finally admit defeat. The heroes imprisoned a dangerous enemy in an impenetrable magical prison. The woman sadly noted the long preparation time of this ice trap. Malone screamed furiously, bound by strong icy shackles. The enemy screamed desperately, refusing to accept his shameful defeat. A huge ice crystal completely sealed the body of the defeated warrior. The smiling woman officially recognized the young man as Davin Adenka. The hero stood on the ruins, waiting for the red-haired mentor to approach. An exhausted Davin was breathing heavily, having lost the ability to speak clearly. A powerful magical barrier suddenly cut off the area of the past battle. The mentor praised Davin for saving the lives of many people. The woman gently touched the hero's head, telling him to rest. Davin opened his only remaining eye with difficulty, full of rage. The young man fell powerlessly to his knees before his loyal allies who had arrived. The warrior's mind was suddenly transported into a strange space of many mirrors. Lost, Davin looked around, trying to comprehend his current strange location. Julian furiously scolded the hero for his reckless use of his fragile body. The stunned swordsman instantly recognized the ghostly boy as an ancient spirit. Helga stood before the majestic door, awaiting an important audience with the ruler. The woman formally greeted the head of the Adenka clan in a luxurious hall. The stern aristocrat coldly allowed his guest to communicate without unnecessary formalities. The red-haired teacher grinned cheekily in response to the old gentleman's words. The head of the Adenka clan coldly asked Helga about the incident. Helga brought the sad news with a heavy sigh. The mentor stood in front of the head's desk, beginning her report. The woman reported 15 wounded and the death of Brande. Cadet Saizan survived a deadly battle with Malone. The head ordered generous compensation payments to the families of the victims. Helga blamed herself for arriving late to Davin. The aristocrat justified Helga's decision to strike only once. The gentleman thought about the strange vitality of the captured enemy. Malone languished in prison, bound with heavy chains. The head of the clan spoke about the power of contractors, who demand payment in the form of their own human lives. The assistant reported on the unsuccessful attempts of the fortress's mages to find the cause of the healing. The rebel's obsession left him instantly after Davin's crushing and precise blow. The patriarch gloomily stated that the enemy's severed limb could not be reattached. Davin's unusual fencing at a recent meeting aroused serious suspicion among those around him. The patriarch ordered severe disciplinary measures to be taken for making a contract with an evil spirit. The guard read out the sentence of cutting all tendons and permanent house arrest. Malone fell into despair, realizing the final loss of his path as a warrior. The patriarch ordered that Davin be rewarded and inquired about his current location. The wounded hero was transported to the main house immediately after the completion of medical procedures. Davin remained unconscious for the last few days after his very difficult battle. The young man found himself in a strange white space next to Julian floating in the void. Davin inquired about the nature of this place where they found themselves after their sudden loss of consciousness. The little spirit in glasses looked around with obvious bewilderment at the many empty frames hovering around. The hero suddenly realized that their consciousnesses were locked inside Malone's secret personal memories. The satellite suggested a connection between this phenomenon and the ancient secret art of Davin's fencing. In his past life, the swordsman had never penetrated into the deep personal memories of others. Davin was concentrating on the mysterious connection between Malone, the contract, and his absolute cut. One of the flashbacks showed how Malone had defiantly refused an offer of training in the past. The cadet confidently declared himself the strongest, completely rejecting any control over this intelligent giant. Davin and his little companion silently watched the dean's secret conversation with the cadet. A high-ranking official sternly warned the cadet about the consequences of his impudent and stupid behavior. The formidable dean resolutely demanded that Malone immediately release his hidden inner intelligent giant. The protagonist suddenly realized that there were hidden reasons behind the management's lenient attitude towards Malone's misdeeds. The cadet reluctantly obeyed the order, recognizing the need to demonstrate his true strength to the dean. Malone concentrated on activating the magical triangular symbol on his chest, which emitted a bright glow. Davin and his little companion felt a powerful flow of alien mana in horror. A dark and ominous energy began to rapidly seep through the frame of one of the old memories. The hero recoiled in fear as thick black smoke suddenly surrounded him in the void. Left in complete darkness, Davin anxiously tried to find his missing companion in the gloom. The unknown man roughly grabbed Davin by the hair, asking the fatal question about his death. The hero flinched in shock when the ghostly image of his mother suddenly appeared behind him. Davin clutched his head in his hands in agony, feeling the sharp intrusion of his own repressed memories of the past. The bright silhouettes of Master Nedia and the faithful falcon flashed before the young man's eyes again. Arslan, with a mischievous smile, extended his hand to Davin from his distant, happy past. The swordsman desperately tried to catch up with the shadows, demanding answers about the events of 500 years ago. A dark, treacherous blade suddenly pierced Davin's chest, returning him to the moment of his execution. The hero's gaze clouded with rage as he realized the true reason for his fall. The golden-haired Kajin watched Davin's agony in memory with a triumphant grin. Shining magical chains tightly bound the wounded body of the young man in the depths of his subconscious. Davin remembered the Samyeon prison with bitterness, while an unfamiliar voice justified his past. The shadow behind bars declared that power could not hide the true truth forever. The crying boy promised Davin to fight for a long time to restore his trampled honor. The chained hero whispered the name of his old friend Arslan in complete amazement. An unknown person in light clothes walked confidently across the stone fragments floating in the void. In front of the shocked Davin, the majestic figure of a mature and stately Arslan suddenly appeared. The young man peered intently into the warrior's face, trying to recognize the child in him. The swordsman remembered their last meeting in the dungeon, when Arslan was still little. Davin suddenly realized that his faithful companion Julian was that Arslan. The prisoner struggled furiously against his chains, begging his ghostly friend to repeat his important words. The ghostly Arslan smoothly disappeared into the radiance, promising Davin a meeting in 500 years. Through the centuries, the swordsman strove for his friend, despite all obstacles and death itself. Davin's eyes widened sharply, recovering from the shock he had experienced in the vision. The young man desperately screamed Arslan's name, stretching his bandaged right hand forward into the void. Breathing heavily, the hero tried to comprehend reality after his nightmarish and strange dream. The swordsman sat on the bed in the luxurious room, surrounded by the silence of this rich house. Davin clutched his head in confusion, trying to remember the details of his recent sudden fainting spell. The hero turned to the ghost, asking about the events that had occurred during his long sleep. The companion confirmed the awakening, while Davin looked at his suddenly healed body in surprise. The inquisitive gaze of the red eyes froze, pondering the mysterious connection between the past and reality. The image of the adult Arslan visited Davin in prison just before his death. The basin of water overturned with a crash when the servant suddenly saw Davin awaken. The stunned servants froze on the threshold, not believing in the long-awaited healing of their master. Faithful assistants wept with happiness when they saw Davin finally alive after a long coma. The servants, in a burst of joy, hugged Davin tightly, shouting words of sincere and endless gratitude. The man cried bitterly, admitting that he had almost lost hope of saving the young man. The girl smiled through her tears, feeling incredible relief at the return of her dear master. Davin was completely confused by such a violent and emotional display of feelings. The young man gently thanked his devoted people for their sincere and warm concern. The embarrassed hero suggested that his assistants calm down and discuss all important matters a little later. Helga suddenly interrupted the touching moment of Davin's reunion with his faithful servants. The cheerful woman introduced herself as the director and warmly greeted the healed young gentleman. The director sat down next to Davin's bed, urging him to remain completely calm. Helga unceremoniously straddled the chair and insistently asked to be called simply Nuna. The guest explained her visit by the need to report to Father Davin about a recent incident. Helga noted that the administrative affairs of the fortress now fell entirely on Vargon. The woman planned to leave for the central region and promised to pick up Davin later. Before leaving, Nuna smiled slyly and voiced one small request to Davin. Helga invited the young man to fight the young and very talented Mr. Samyeon. Davin froze in deep shock at the unexpected offer to challenge the Samyeons. Helga insistently invited Davin to take part in the upcoming friendly meeting of noble families. Davin, in complete amazement, asked Nunu again about the essence of this strange official event. The director explained that Masters Samyeon and Adenka would publicly compete in the arts. The woman emphasized the special importance of this annual meeting for strengthening the current position of the family. The battle will take place in the fortress, where the powerful head of the Samyeon family will personally arrive. Hearing about the visit of the head of Samyeon, Davin barely maintained his outwardly cold aristocratic calm. The young man asked in bewilderment why they had decided to tell him about the tournament only now. Helga explained that Malone was originally supposed to represent the family in the arena. The hero remembered Dean Vargon's words about a certain important scene and an upcoming test. The director announced that Davin's opponent would be the brilliant sixth son of the Samyeon clan. Director Helga called Davin's future opponent a brilliant candidate for the high post of head. The woman advised Davin to consider the tournament simply as an experience, but the young man immediately and firmly refused. The hero firmly decided that losing the duel was contrary to the iron will of the Adenka family. Helga's fiery red eye widened in surprise after such a bold and daring answer. Helga smiled contentedly and gently stroked Davin's head, assessing his mood. The father suddenly appeared and sternly asked his son if he was ready to take responsibility for his words. Helga respectfully greeted her older brother, who suddenly entered Davin's luxurious bedroom. The head of the clan warned Davin about the enormous pressure during the upcoming meeting of swords. Davin looked confidently at his father and firmly promised to return only as a full-fledged winner. Davin's father smiled contentedly in response, clearly approving of his son's new fighting spirit. Father told Davin to rest, after which he left the bedroom with Helga. Helga asked the head of the family what kind of reward Davin would ultimately receive. The patriarch decided that his sister would personally accompany Davin on his trip to the fortress. The head of the family announced his intention to personally engrave Davin's name on the Crimson Monument. The director froze in indescribable shock upon hearing of Davin's incredibly high honor. The majestic Crimson Monument held within itself the names of only the greatest heroes of the Adenka clan. Nuna recalled that previously only the legendary Dei had been awarded such an honor as a cadet. The head of the clan scheduled the next meeting for 9 days and then left decisively. Left alone, Davin lay silently in bed, completely immersed in difficult thoughts. The young man was thinking intently about the upcoming meeting and his future clash with the Samians. The swordsman remembered Arslan's desire to completely suppress the powerful and hostile Samian clan. Davin bowed his head, inviting his little companion to discuss his sudden, disturbing torments. The young man asked the spirit about the abilities and combat experience of Samion's 6th son. The companion admitted that he had never expected Malone to fall so rapidly. The swordsman estimated his current chances against an opponent of approximately the same level as himself. The spirit warned about the 3 stars of mastery of the elite and dangerous heir of Samionov. Davin closed his eyes darkly, acknowledging the significant difference in their current strength levels. The young man resolutely threw off the blanket, refusing to accept his current physical weakness. The hero began training, ignoring his companion's anxious requests for a longer rest. Davin declared himself fully healed and firmly prepared to limit his mana usage. Julian indignantly demanded that Davin be more careful with his body. The blade's sharp edge instantly erupted into a furious stream of ghostly azure energy. Davin unleashed a series of crushing attacks, enveloped in the glow of powerful magical flame. The hero stood in the middle of the empty arena, remembering the recent fight and his life. The sight of the training hall unexpectedly awakened memories of the past in the hero's memory. Davin winced in surprise when he recognized the location of their very first sword clash. The fair-haired guy greeted his old acquaintance with a sly smile after parting. The guest sincerely rejoiced at Davin's recovery, watching the rising steam of the tea. Revan reported that he had successfully uncovered important information at Davin's personal request. The shocked hero jumped up abruptly, wanting to find out the truth about the events of the distant past. Revan smiled mysteriously as he confessed to Davin that he had discovered a strange, yet incomprehensible clue. The young man spoke with curiosity about the hidden secrets of his rather ordinary family. Revan noted the average income of the house and the lack of outstanding martial artists. Revan remembered the shameful moment when his father was cast aside by the weak Davin. Revan wondered why his ordinary father had spent years attending Truesward gatherings. Father coldly promised Revan that he would inevitably replace him one day. The tall aristocrat with a stern look ordered his son to follow him immediately. Revan obediently followed his father to the massive bookcase in the study. The palm touched the glowing magical seal, activating a hidden ancient mechanism in the wall. The heavy wooden shelf slowly slid aside, revealing a secret passage into the depths of the room. The stern father explained that even the head of the Adenka family did not enter the archive. Endless rows of hidden archives opened before our eyes, preserving the unknown history of Adenka. The high aristocrat pointed to the records of the first member of the family and all the secret documents. Revan learned that the family had guarded this archive for 500 long years. The young man froze in mute amazement, suddenly discovering something incredibly important among the books. Revan's gaze fell upon the ancient tomes containing the original records of the legendary Hisley family. Davin did not hide his shock upon learning of the existence of surviving records of the Hisley family. The hero smiled predatorily, realizing that these documents would finally completely prove his innocence. Revan politely explained that Davin would have to wait for him to officially take up his inheritance. Davin doubted whether his friend had the right to reveal such important and secret information. Revan frankly admitted to Davin that he considered this new gift only a small price to pay. Davin looked at his friend with a sincere smile and warmly thanked him for his help. Revan suddenly remembered an important matter, causing Davin to freeze in anticipation with interest. A rare and incredibly expensive magic crystal began to shimmer mysteriously in the young man's hands. Revan explained that he had received this valuable artifact from the master in exchange for a broken blade. The magic crystal instantly flashed with a bright, blinding light, activating the recording hidden within it. A ghostly silhouette of Master Hansen suddenly appeared above the table and began broadcasting his message. A shocked Davin joyfully greeted the unexpected appearance of his very old mentor in the projection. In his post, Hansen expressed outrage at Davin's ignorance of the high cost of the communication crystal. Hansen sternly ordered Davin to keep the magic crystal containing the extremely valuable video message safe forever. Master Hansen began to give a detailed account of the properties of this mysterious bone that he had discovered. The mentor acknowledged the complete impossibility of reforging a perfect sword from this extremely rare material. Davin felt a strong sense of indignation due to the constant news of recent business failures. Hansen grimly reported the discovery of the true cause of the recent devastating workshop fire. The blacksmith remembered the fierce and uncontrollable flame that suddenly flared up during the forging process. The bone instantly absorbed the powerful energy of his unique heavenly blessing, causing a massive explosion. The foreman confirmed that safe work with this material was practically impossible at that time. Davin humbly accepted the bitter truth, plunging into his heavy and gloomy thoughts. The young man suddenly thought about the existence of one last and extremely risky path to the goal. Hansen flatly refused to make a heavy hammer from the cursed bone provided by Davin. The blacksmith discovered that the force absorbed by the bone did not affect other adjacent areas at all. Hansen warned Davin about the high probability of completely losing the rare material for his sword. The master's magical projection suddenly faded, leaving the heroes with only a brief and stern parting word. Davin was seriously considering obtaining the perfect weapon if he had enough ancient bones. Revan offered his comrade to convey any important message to the master on his next visit. The young man resolutely promised to obtain more valuable material in order to create his perfect blade. Julian smiled skeptically, considering Davin's words about the success of the future forging to be complete nonsense. The loyal comrades shook hands firmly, agreeing to avoid any new unjustified danger in the future. Davin confidently objected to the spirit, refusing to consider the information he had received as completely useless for his cause. The hero anticipated a great future, realizing the urgent need to become stronger in order to achieve his cherished goal. Davin coldly swore that he would definitely defeat the sixth son of the Samian family first. Julian was skeptical and asked if Davin could come up with a way to defeat such a powerful enemy. The spirit grabbed his head indignantly, complaining about Davin's habit of constantly starting dangerous affairs. Julian recalled the battle with Malone, warning his friend against underestimating a powerful new opponent. The hero acknowledged the incredible power of Malone's attacks, which could easily pierce even his reinforced body. Julian suggested that victory was only possible by receiving the rare blessing of the wise giant. The spirit hinted cryptically at the flow of mana he had seen, casting doubt on the impossibility of future success. The heroes were presented with detailed memories of Malone and his unique magical seal. Davin reasonably objected that using someone else's memories would not allow them to gain a new ability. Julian explained that the rules of normal human memories did not apply at all in this situation. Julian circled around Davin in a whirlwind of shining butterflies, preparing him for the change. The spirit smiled slyly and hinted at the incredible power of ancient divine memories. Davin flinched in surprise when he saw a magical figure pulsating with energy in front of him. The boy inquired about the giant's knowledge of mana flows, and Davin confirmed his complete readiness. The young man was eager to receive the blessing immediately, not wanting to waste another minute. Julian put Davin down, calling his current state completely unsuitable for the ritual. The ghost revealed the secret of destructive elemental mana, which was only accessible to the greatest intelligent gods. The spirit ordered an immediate return to the fortress for a long and thorough restoration. Davin fell into despair due to the strict restrictions and ban on his usual training. 3 days later, the menacing spires of the snow-covered Crimson Fortress appeared on the horizon. The carriages finally arrived, and the red-haired companion confessed to Davin that she had deliberately lied. Davin listened to his companion's story about an ancient greeting ritual he had previously undergone. The young man noticed many foreign carriages and was amazed by the huge number of guests who had arrived. The woman stunned Davin with the news that an important engraving ceremony was about to begin. Before Davin's eyes appeared a huge slab with writing carved on it. In the spacious, bright hall, The cadets lined up in neat rows under Davin's gaze. Stern girls in military uniform proudly carried the black banner of their unit. The third daughter, Hannah Adenka, commanded the first-rank cadets to line up immediately. Flags flew over the hall, calling for lower-ranking fighters to take their positions. The fourth son, Abel Adenka, led the line of all the cadets of his fifth rank. The cadets of the sixth and seventh ranks obediently took their places in the general formation. Damien Adenka smugly led the group of eighth-rank cadets before the start of the important ceremony. Davin carefully examined the other heirs and was amazed by their incredible internal magical power. Hannah's sharp aura caused Davin to shudder violently throughout his body. Another representative of the junior ninth rank decisively stepped forward under the gaze of everyone gathered. The daring Selvira, along with 19 cadets from her squad, quickly completed the general formation. The young man calmly confirmed his normal state of health despite the oppressive pressure of other people's auras. Those around him actively discussed rumors about the personal involvement of the head of the family in the engraving. The loud stomping of heavy boots suddenly made everyone present in the hall instantly fall silent. The formidable head of the Adenka clan majestically entered the hall to conduct an ancient ritual. The head of the clan ordered Davin to come for an important ceremony. The young man walked towards the platform under the gaze of his powerful father. Davin paid his respects to the leader, and the spirit was surprised at the value of the gift. The father demanded the sword and denied the assumptions about the gift. The warrior's glove tightly gripped the hilt of the youth's black sword. The head announced that he would personally carve his son's name with his weapon. The swing of the sword created a bright arc of magical energy. The leader's gaze filled with determination as he struck the right blow. The slab shook from the impact and caused a bright flash. Davin was amazed at the effectiveness of the swing without spending mana. Selvira screamed from the pressure of powerful magical energy. Damien realized the gap in skill between him and the leader. Hannah watched in fascination as the leader's true power was revealed. The blade flared with azure flame, cutting through space itself. The carved name on the slab began to glow, marking a new path. Those present in the hall expressed deep respect for the absolute glory. The leader reminded Davin of his new name and duty. The young man grinned, promising not to forget his true purpose. In the tavern, witnesses were hotly discussing the incredible spectacle. The cadets admired their leader and rejoiced at Davin's recovery. Selvira looked worriedly into the chambers, looking for Davin. The girls discussed canceling the holiday due to the hero's disappearance. Davin hid from the crowd, recuperating from the day. The young man meditated while Julian floated in the magical light. The spirit showed Davin 3 points for mana circulation. Julian warned about the importance of mastering the divine technique. Davin gave vent to his feelings, recalling the years of contempt. Julian asked ironically if his father's confession touched the young man. Davin cut off the emotions by stating the need for high goals. The spirit told me to stop crying and receive the power of the giant. Julian promised Davin to work hard for the common goal. The hero formed a magic triangle, directing the flows of primordial mana. The fiery triangle flared up, signifying the transfer of divine power. A pillar of flame pierced the roof, illuminating the night sky. The spirit watched the sparks, hoping for the success of the ritual. Behind Davin, a giant of golden radiance rose up. The deity turned his gaze to the young man, recognizing him as a worthy successor. Julian announced a blessing that would crush all enemies. Davin collapsed in pain as his body absorbed the power. The young man clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with electric discharges. Davin screamed in a column of blinding golden divine flame. The young man with glowing eyes was suffering from an excess of mana. Julian watched in horror as his friend's dangerous transformation took place. Lightning discharges filled Davin's body to the limit. The giant's fiery feet touched the floor of the room majestically. The deity recognized in the hero a man who had mastered great power. The frightened spirit did not understand Davin's uncontrollable reaction. The giant announced the successful completion of the ritual and the blessing. Julian realized that Davin's restored body could not withstand the strain. The spirit's gaze on the young man's sacrum revealed strange changes. Davin's body absorbed the mana greedily, gaining more power. The awakening of the sacrum made Davin scream in excruciating pain. Julian realized his friend was dead, and the giant offered a simple solution. The spirit suggested stopping the flow of mana to stop the lightning. The ghost realized the gravity of the situation, but he encountered an obstacle. The giant threatened to stop the blessing if the ritual stopped. The deity offered Davin a choice between death and power. Davin collapsed to the floor, causing Julian to despair. The spirit called what was happening absurd, devoid of common sense. The deity asked again about the meaning, watching the torment of the chosen one. The giant reminded that Davin himself had summoned the excess power. Julian trembled as the giant told the god to know the place. The deity noted Davin's reluctance to interrupt the flow of destructive mana. The young man held the triangle, realizing the inevitable failure when he stopped. Davin's gaze confirmed his readiness to receive the blessing at any cost. The giant ordered the hero to take complete control of the energy. Julian could not remain inactive after seeing the death of his loyal friend. The spirit used butterflies to protect Davin's heart from exploding. The ghost directed resources to save the one dying from overload. Butterflies enveloped the heart, creating a barrier against the flow of mana. Julian wrapped his heart in energy, preparing to absorb the lightning. The spirit gazed at the pillars of magic, realizing the transcendental level. The boy realized that lightning had finally filled Davin's heart. Julian held the sphere, understanding the fatality of a possible explosion. The spirit's hand tensed, trying to stabilize the chaotic surges. Julian noticed that the ghostly body began to slowly dissolve. The spirit was torn between preserving strength and saving Davin. A flash of power marked the critical point of the fusion of energies. Davin froze with his chest burning, lightning piercing his body. Julian watched the silhouette, using his last strength to direct the glow. Julian fell into a stupor, feeling the approach of imminent death. The spirit frantically cried out for help, hoping for a miracle. The gates opened, letting a blinding light into the dark hall. The robed priest froze when he saw Davin's battered body. Tears of relief gushed from Julian's eyes as he saw his savior. The servant recognized the young man as the healer who had saved her comrade. The priestess turned to Davin, hearing his voice with her powers. A fiery symbol appeared on the body, absorbing excess magic. Despite the pain, Davin opened his eyes and refused to give up. Julian clenched his fist, vowing to remain steadfast. The priestess asked who called her after hearing the mysterious voice. Julian called himself a god and demanded that Davin be healed immediately. The spirit promised to block the lightning for the hero's safe touch. The temple servant resolutely prepared to perform divine healing. Julian realized that only the priest's touch would save Davin. The spirit concentrated its forces to isolate the electrical discharges. Julian begged Davin to be patient, ready to disappear for the sake of salvation. The spirit shouted a command to immediately begin the process of magical restoration. The priestess called upon the light of Gaia, enveloping the warrior in healing energy. Davin's gaze cleared, life force filled his wounded body. Davin's scarlet eye opened wide, radiating unwavering will. The castle of the Adenka aristocrats towered over the snow-capped mountain peaks. The maid entered humbly where Dean Vargon was waiting. The stern magician looked at the girl, asking if she was ready. Miss Sari froze in excitement, trying to hide her inner trembling. The girl demanded to be taught magic, challenging her high position. The dean recalled Davin's duel, emphasizing the importance of change. Vargon admitted that he felt magical power in Siri. The magician compared the maid's potential to the mana of the hidden Davin. Vargon warned Sari about the difficulties. He did not take students. Siri tearfully confirmed to Vargon her passionate desire to learn. The magician realized Davin's growth, realizing his inability to help. The girl looked sadly at the wounded man, dreaming of more. Siri stated her intention to be useful to Davin. Vargon chuckled, noting that Davin had a loyal servant. The dean reminded about the need to obtain permission to study. A flash of magical energy caused those present to freeze in horror. Vargon exclaimed, trying to comprehend the reason for the powerful release of force. Siri froze in shock, looking at the awakened master. Davin sat in the center of the crater, surrounded by smoke. The priest reassured those present, confirming that Davin's condition had stabilized. The lightning bolts continued to pulse chaotically, slowly fading. A seal flashed on Davin's chest, confirming the divine blessing. In the silence of the hall, a proposal was made to teach Sari magic. Davin allowed the maid to begin training. Sari confirmed her readiness. Julian rejoiced, anticipating the great future of the apprentice of the magician Vargon. Davin noticed the exhaustion of the spirit. He promised to restore strength. The hero clarified the girl's intentions, and Sari confirmed her fidelity with an oath. Inspired by the trust, Sari enthusiastically thanked him for the incredible opportunity. Davin entrusted the care of Siri to the dean for strict education. Vargon watched the growth, confirming the acquisition of the lightning giant. The dean was amazed at the young man's rapid growth in a short period of time. Vargon offered to create a curriculum for the new student. Davin realized with sadness the absence of his own mentor. The hero remembered the legendary legacy of Arslan's unexplored techniques. Vargan looked at his ward with puzzlement, feeling deep thoughtfulness. Davin recalled the meeting and expressed his intention to train. The young man asked about the whereabouts of a teacher for training. Vargan was extremely surprised by the question, not understanding the reason for the ignorance. The magician stunned Davin with the news of the need to look for a mentor. Davin listened attentively to the explanation of the fortress's significance. The elders chose disciples from among the talented children of the main branch. The dean noted the lack of a powerful patron for Davin. Vargan sighed and doubted the correctness of the choice he had made. Julian advised Davin not to expect miracles from his relatives. Davin gloomily recalled the disdainful words of those who considered him worthless. The young man wondered who in the vast world could help. The mysterious woman produced a sealed letter bearing the family crest. Wilson asked with bewilderment about the contents of what had arrived at the fortress. The messenger handed over the chief's letter, written by Davin, with a smile. The woman studied the letter, wondering why the messenger was afraid. The shaking servant refused to personally approach the clan leader. A sharp dagger gleamed on the table next to a message. The assistant explained to the stern gentleman the reason for the urgent visit. The head of the Adenka clan stood frozen at the window, reading the letter. Through the window, the woman inquired about the content of the young man's daring message. The father acknowledged his son's request to be provided with an experienced personal tutor. The girl realized her mistake, reproaching herself for her inattention. The chapter mentioned Davin's acquisition of lightning giant Malone. The man asked his subordinate if she understood the meaning of the letter. The assistant asked if Davin had decided to ask his father for help. The leader remained thoughtfully silent while the woman called him an ally. The man offered her to teach Davin, but she rejected the idea. She explained that an alien style would instill bad habits in the young man. The head of Adenka asked how else he could support the heir. The woman mentioned the ideal candidate with a smile. She described a swordmaster who wielded the power of thunder. The assistant suggested sending this warrior to the fortress by authority. Father Davin agreed, assuming that his acquaintance was eager to meet. The girl promised to personally convince her friend to accept the important offer. White Sword Vice Captain Merlin calmly looked at the space. The red-haired warrior walked down the empty corridor, deep in thought. The one-eyed master's gaze expressed concentration on internal goals. Merlin stood frozen in the middle of the hall, enveloped in the silence of the aristocratic estate. He involuntarily recalled the important meeting with Davin. The warrior was interested in the current successes of the talented and ambitious gentleman. The chief's assistant suddenly interrupted the walk, inquiring about the warrior's plans. Raelsa greeted her old acquaintance, smiling slyly through her glasses. The woman offered Merlin a new position in the fortress. The surprised master immediately asked about the details of the proposed work. The assistant clarified, "The training will take place in the Yellow Dragon Group." Hearing the name, Merlin sighed and declined the offer. Raelsa insistently repeated her request to train a very important person. Upon learning Davin's name, the warrior was stunned by surprise. The master reminded about the young man's low chances of gaining recognition. Merlin crossed his arms and admitted his inability to cope with the training. The news of gaining the blessing of lightning made the warrior surprised. After the news, Merlin admitted, the young man began to interest him. The swordmaster listed the reasons preventing him from training the outcast. Raelsa smiled slyly and suggested making a risky bet. Davin prepared for the inevitable duel against his longtime enemy. For a week, the young man exhausted himself in order to obtain a mentor. The outcast wanted to completely subjugate the element of lightning to his will. Davin screamed, sending a powerful electric current through the blade. The hero tried to focus his energy and replicate Malone's skill. He squeezed the handle, trying to increase the power of the discharges as much as possible. The youth let out a cry as flashes of light surrounded the figure. Davin's gaze reflected the flame of unwavering, furious determination. Julian sighed as he watched his students' dangerous, mad attempts. The spirit noticed the youth's inability to control the unstable ancient power. Davin felt numb as he tried to control the chaotic energy of the lightning. The spirit was amazed at Malone's skill as he easily applied advanced techniques. The young man admitted that his training was ineffective despite his efforts. Julian was horrified to realize that his ward had heard his secret thoughts. Davin ironically reminded the spirit of his duty. The hero became serious and inquired about the content of Raelsa's final answer. The head's assistant drafted an official letter of apology. The girl stated that it was impossible to provide a teacher before an important meeting. The first reason Raelsa named was Merlin's refusal to train Davin. The second reason is the reluctance of the elders to allow outsiders to approach the heirs. Ryelsa explained that the elders control the chief's power through the association. The assistant expressed regret at not being able to leave her duties. Davin declared his intention to win by relying on his strength. Julian remembered that there was an effective way to achieve the goal. The young man inquired with bewilderment about the essence of the new mysterious method. The spirit reminded us of the unique art of the Samyeon family. Davin doubted how they would cope with the possible grave consequences. Julian warned that using Samyeon's techniques would bring pursuers. The hero expressed frustration at not being able to use useful skills. Davin considered the dangerous use of the knowledge from his previous incarnation. Davin was thinking about using useful skills from his past life. The castle of the Samyeon family stood proudly, a reminder of power. A huge tiger was struggling against its chains in a cold dungeon. Kajin Samyeon stood frozen before the bound beast, confident of his superiority. The young man called the captive tiger a dangerous predator from the mountains. The unknown person called out to Kajin, interrupting the gloomy contemplation of the chained beast. The elder officially announced the choice of an opponent for the meeting. The man showed a portrait of Davin, calling him his seventh son. The mentor noted the outcast's strange achievements and fast pace. Samyeon stated that the meeting would only bring humiliation to the great family. People were eager to see the triumphant rise of the universally acknowledged loser. The tiger's clawed paw jerked forward with force, performing the action. Kajin Samyeon watched the beast with a haughty smile. The symbol of the blessing of an ancient, powerful god flashed in the air. The proud warrior wanted to inform the world of his greatness. The heir of Samyeon coldly rejected the possibility of the existence of good stories. Behind his back, the man clutched the crystal shards, hiding his intentions. The girl with purple hair ran happily down the corridor. The young lady hoped that Davin would definitely like the gift. The guest quickly opened the door, wanting to see the gentleman. Selvira watched in fascination as Davin's incredible display of power unfolded. The girl covered herself with her hands from the flash of suddenly released energy. A huge column of magical power pierced the high ceiling of the hall. Davin froze, tightly clutching the colossal sword of flame. Electric discharges sparked wildly around the young man's palm. The guest realized that the crimson lotus in her hands had completely changed. Davin greeted his acquaintance with a satisfied grin after demonstrating the skill. Selvira was embarrassed and looked away after seeing the sight. The warrior handed Davin a shining, sky-blue, enchanted crystal. The girl handed over the artifact, mysteriously hinting at its valuable contents. Selvira presented a crystal containing a recording of the 6th Kagon's battle. Davin thanked the girl and happily shook her hand for her help. The warrior shyly warned about the brutality of the final part of the duel. Davin studied the artifact thoughtfully, noting the harsh nature of the spectacle. The mysterious crystal hovered in the air, emitting magical light. A hologram of a mighty warrior emerged from the crystal for demonstration. The spirit admired the advanced technology of the time. Davin remained unperturbed. The ghostly enemy's gaze expressed cold determination towards the enemy. Julian worriedly inquired about Davin's condition, noticing a strange reaction. The holographic warrior stepped forward, beginning a deadly advance. The hologram of the warrior Samyeonov quickly attacked the lower part of the body. The fighter realized the enemy's deceptive maneuver without having time to react. The next blow forced the exhausted opponent to take a defensive position. Kagan smiled wickedly, hiding the crushing final blow. A beam of magical energy was directed to destroy the sword. The frightened warrior fell to his knees and admitted defeat. Davin watched in horror as the attack continued. The cruel heir of Samyeonov did not stop and grinned madly. Kagan dealt a crushing blow to the surrendered man, causing him to scream. The young man coldly called reprisal the price for his daring challenge. Davin felt a seething anger after the Samyeon's senseless cruelty. The young man's gaze was filled with a furious determination to crush his vile enemies. Selvira watched the gentleman's sudden change in mood with concern. The hero clutched the crystal, promising himself to use the knowledge he had gained. Davin gloomily stated the need to be careful during the meeting. The girl timidly asked if the gift had really been useful. The young man thanked his friend, calling the notes his best teacher. The warrior smiled happily upon hearing the sincere words of gratitude. The formidable detachments of Samyeons began their march to the gates of the fortress. The luxurious carriage slowly stopped, signaling the arrival of the arrogant guests. Those around froze, watching the solemn appearance of Samyonov's guest. Kajin descended majestically, displaying a dazzling aura of power to everyone. A smile played on the young man's lips, expressing contempt for the fortress. The heir glanced around the setting with disgust, clearly disappointed with the reception. Kajin noticed that the backwater looked more wretched than he had imagined. The arrogant guest inquired about Davin's whereabouts for the sake of a quick victory. The frightened servant meekly pointed the direction, trembling from the presence. Kajin strode through the corridors as the soldiers parted before the majesty. The warrior entered the hall quickly, ready to teach a lesson. Davin calmly met the enemy's gaze, ignoring his kinsman's pride. The mage of the 6th tower ominously suggested releasing the giant Fraktur. The man went into shock when he realized the mortal threat of the monster. The warrior pointed angrily at his opponent, challenging the difficulty of the test. The grinning conspirator explained the changes as a desire to stir up the crowd. The swordsman cried out furiously about the unfairness of the conditions that were beneficial to the master. The arrogant magician suggested that the fortress admit defeat and stop. The fighter, enveloped in energy, angrily suspected Samyonov of recruiting him. The mad Vargon Pagoda laughed and displayed overwhelming power. The formidable hostess put an end to the dispute, handing over the right to the young gentleman. The woman proposed approving the giant's participation through an open vote. The mages raised their hands in unison as Davin watched the betrayal. Davin gritted his teeth in rage as he realized the scale of the conspiracy. The hostess clapped her hands, announcing that the decision had been made. The woman confirmed the preparation of the illusory beast with a sinister smile. The red-haired warrior frowned, trying to contain her indignation at the outcome. The director of the fortress worked exhaustedly, realizing the proximity of tomorrow's meeting. The assistant brought the documents and announced that the list was ready. The girl fell powerlessly onto the table, complaining about the volume. Davin used levitation to help his ally sort through a mountain of papers. The hero prepared magical illusions, discussing the details of the first stage. Dean Vargon sighed resignedly, asking that the failure not be mentioned. The magician confirmed that the allies had been secretly bought off by the greedy Samyons. The warrior sympathetically asked about the reasons for the melancholy and nastiness. The man realized his powerlessness before the influence of the 6th tower of magicians. The girl stretched lazily, hoping for Davin's success. The red-haired ally raised her hands at the unexpectedly bold statement. Vargon asked if she really believed in triumph. The dean doubted the benefit of the family's triumph for the goals. The warrior mockingly reminded the man of her previous predictions. The girl playfully attacked her colleague, teasing him for his sympathy. The girl teased Davin, trying to make her mysterious sister jealous. Davin ordered his ally to stop being childish and start preparing. The warrior fell silent and looked intently at the closed door. The red-haired ally suddenly became serious, confirming the truth of the bold words. The day has come for exchanging experiences under the flashes of magical cameras. The journalists whispered excitedly, trying to recognize the arriving Davin Adenka. Davin walked forward majestically, officially replacing his absent brother. Those around him were amazed by the hero's manners, which were reminiscent of the arrogant Kajin Samyon. The young man froze from a sharp sense of déjà vu as he looked around the familiar vaults. The guard's loud voice announced his arrival, ordering the door to be opened. A heavy boot stepped imperiously onto the polished tiles of the hall. A fair-haired young man in uniform walked confidently towards the representatives. Kaigan Samyon smiled slyly and greeted the arriving guests. The 6th son, Samyonov, introduced himself formally, displaying feigned friendliness. Davin calmly introduced himself as a 9th-rank cadet, maintaining his dignity. The opponents shook hands firmly, hiding their true hostility. The magical cameras flashed, capturing the historic moment of the meeting. Kagan noted with false joy the benefits of making friends. Davin briefly agreed with his opponent without showing any contempt. The hero felt a surge of disgust, realizing the hypocritical nature of the farce. Davin felt discomfort as he looked at the strange smile of his insidious opponent. Kagan haughtily expressed hope that the young man would show strength. The allies realized grimly that their enemies despised the weakened family. Davin smiled coldly, wishing his opponent to show zeal. The hero grinned ominously, challenging Kagan to demonstrate his fighting talents. The man froze in amazement, shocked by Davin's bold provocation. The red-haired warrior smiled contentedly, noticing her master's determination to win. Journalists were surprised by the growing pressure between the participants before the exit. The friendly meeting officially began under the pressure of destructive auras. The huge arena roared deafeningly, welcoming the future legends of the competition. The crowd chanted Samyonov's name furiously, anticipating the spectacle to come. An enthusiastic fan loudly confessed her love to Kagan with a scream. The red-haired warrior proclaimed the beginning of a solemn and important meeting with experience. The hostess officially opened the competition in front of the guests of honor. The woman solemnly declared the first stage a dangerous treasure hunt. The director demonstrated a massive chest for loot in space. The stern participant heard about the giant fracture guarding the target. Stunned viewers discussed the increased difficulty due to the ancient giant. The organizers were required to select 2 ninth-rank assistants. The hostess gave Davin the first choice as the loser. The director of the fortress whispered to Davin the names of the best candidates for victory. Davin grinned ominously, anticipating the commotion among the arrogant spectators. The hero firmly chose Saizen and Harmon, surprising those present. The red-haired warrior froze in shock at the choice of the inexperienced. The arena exploded with indignant cries, not believing the insane words. Journalists frantically searched for the names of unknown fighters on the lists. The observer discovered the cadets' data and was shocked by the incredibly low scores. Saizen and Harmon came out timidly, trembling under the gazes. The spectators disdainfully discussed the frail appearance of the assistants, doubting them. The director looked at Davin with concern, confirming the seriousness of his intentions. The warrior sternly forbade Davin to justify his future loss. Davin smiled mysteriously, hinting at the secret reason for his choice. Kagon was stunned by Davin's defiant and insolent behavior. The heroes discussed the influence of distant relatives of the great Adenka family. Davin revealed the plan to destroy the Samians with the blood of Arslan's ancestor. The girl was upset, dreaming of becoming Davin's only choice. Davin expressed his gratitude to his comrade for her leadership victory. The young man gently urged his ally to show all her power. The companion, confused, demanded an explanation for Davin's contradictory words. Davin planned a provocation to expose all of Kagon's weaknesses. Kajin grinned arrogantly, preparing to teach his impudent opponent a lesson. The golden-haired genius mockingly chose the fighters, accusing them of arrogance. Davin watched the enemies with an icy gaze, anticipating the battle. The young man realized the injustice of the conditions created for the sake of the Samians' triumph. The officer cast aside his last doubts and completely trusted Davin. The hooded man was horrified by the sudden and dangerous refusal to help. The man sternly urged his allies to begin the first stage. The frightened conspirator, with a trembling voice, confirmed the immediate launch of the ritual. The mages invoked an ancient spell to open the battle passage. The warriors stepped decisively into the magical rift towards their destiny. The red-haired warrior enthusiastically proclaimed the beginning of a new fateful stage. Kagon officially announced the start of the first stage of the meeting. Davin looked forward to the treasure hunt, ignoring his partner's fear. Davin's squad cautiously entered the dark cave, absorbing the light. Davin's companion suggested using a glowing crystal in the dark. Davin's group resolutely went deeper into the tunnel to meet the threats. Davin's heavy boots splashed into the cave puddle. Kagon confidently led his followers through the gloomy vaults. The companion timidly offered to light the way for the arrogant Kagon with a flashlight. Kagon coldly ordered his Selvir allies to stay away. The comrade was angry at Davin's disregard for their help. Spectators discussed the protracted search for participants in the stands. Kagon was bored, waiting for the mighty giant to appear. The officers noted Davin's reluctance to consider his partners as assistants. Davin's companions began to doubt their usefulness to the plans. Davin encouraged the warriors, calling them masters who had overcome fear. A powerful burst of energy erupted behind Davin. The sudden explosion instantly scattered the allies with enormous force. The fighters flew away from the epicenter of the wave with screams. The shocked girl had a hard time comprehending the scale of the disaster that had occurred. The warrior noticed in horror the extremely rapid approach. The giant dropped a boulder on the frightened young warrior. The giant let out a deafening roar, terrifying those around him. The partners searched for Davin under the rubble of the boulder in a panic. The girl wondered if the boulder had crushed her master. Davin appeared in the air and raised his blade. Davin's eyes flashed with an icy light upon activation. Davin's overhead strike cut through the enraged giant's flesh. Davin attacked the enemy. His partners froze in delight. Davin shouted out the names of his allies, ordering them to begin the attack. The companions followed the plan and began to search for the chest. Saizen lured the giant out by loudly insulting him insolently. The girl realized the monster's acute reaction to the sounds. The partners led the blind monster away from Davin. Davin noted the exceptional courage of his loyal allies. The young man rushed toward the chest, leaving the enemy behind. The warrior was frightened by the risky and extremely dangerous maneuver. The officer reminded of the need to demonstrate mastery of the blade. The enemy laughed maliciously at Davin's supposed stupidity. Davin dived down to complete an important stage. Davin froze, struck by the unexpected strange sight ahead. The locked chest glimmered alone in the dark dungeon. Davin's eyes filled with icy fury in the face of danger. An explosion of scarlet energy shook the vaults of the ancient cave. Davin stood unwaveringly amidst the thick clouds of dust. The young man cursed, not finding the valuable trophy he had expected. A one-eyed demon rose menacingly from the blood-red mist. The monster's blow turned the granite slabs into crumbs. The horned giant attacked furiously, creating waves of destruction. Davin rushed forward with lightning speed, turning into a shadow. Davin realized the need for absolute cutting to be successful. The one-eyed giant watched Davin's every move. The monster unleashed a series of crushing blows on the young man. Davin was amazed at the enemy's quick reaction to magic. The young man dashed through a cloud of cave dust. The officer was outraged by the appearance of a second fracture on the field. The man watched the critical developments in horror. The conspirator admitted a fatal miscalculation at the beginning. The warrior grabbed the traitor by the collar, demanding answers. The officer ordered his comrade to stop this senseless squabble. The girl warned about the risk of attracting unnecessary attention. The commander suppressed his anger, realizing the futility of hostility now. The traitor hypocritically admired the calm of the Crimson Fortress leaders. The ghostly spirit furiously cursed the enemy for his meanness. Saizen froze in fear, struck by the sudden terrifying sight. The girl looked at the fresh blood with horror. The giant choked on blood from the crushing death blow. Kajin grinned madly, consumed by a thirst for blood and destruction. A stream of magical energy instantly incinerated the enemy on the spot. The green monster was thrown back by the incredible force of the explosion. The giant looked at his opponent with undisguised contempt. Kajin chuckled, considering the upcoming battle a cakewalk. A colossal shadow with an eye awoke behind the aristocrat. The witness screamed at the sight of the collision of the two giants. Kajin's comrades warned him about the Samion family's secret art. Davin grinned, announcing the beginning of a triumphant ascent. The master unleashed the technique of soft steel crushing on the enemy. Azure threads of energy entwined Davin's palm with destructive power. Kajin deftly dodged the deadly blasts of concentrated energy. Davin fearlessly rushed forward, delivering a crushing blow. Davin pushed off from the ground, starting a lightning-fast flight. The hero dived down, aiming his sword at the monster's neck. The young man coldly asked how long the enemy had been holding out. Davin delivered a precise blow, crushing the enemy's skull. The giant's carcass collapsed, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The witness was amazed by the true power of the young master. The winner rose majestically above the defeated beast, demonstrating superiority. Davin ordered the enemy to stand up and demonstrate his techniques. The satellite expressed hope for the successful progress of Davin's affairs. The giant's hand flew past without touching the young man. Davin urged Julian to pull himself together. The satellite suggested gathering the monsters for a joint attack. Davin doubted the possibility of a simple victory over the giants. The young man complained about his inability to keep track of the sword. The hero reminded Julian of his admiration for the power of the skill. Davin focused on finding a target for the decisive blow. The hero's gaze captured something important amid the chaos of the battle. Julian asked, puzzled about the purpose the gentleman had set. The academy students froze in the face of imminent death. The enemy loomed over the students, preparing to deliver the fatal blow. The students realized that Davin was absent and that there was no way to retreat. The green-skinned monster appeared before the squad with a clear threat. Icy magical energy filled the space around the heroes. Davin appeared with a chest, telling his allies to leave. The hero warned about a change of plans due to the enemy. The student asked the leader again in horror, not believing it. The squad peered into the darkness, where scarlet eyes flashed. Colossal monsters emerged from the darkness, surrounded by ominous energy. The witnesses screamed in despair when they saw the enemy appear. The monsters began to move towards the trembling people. The students screamed in panic, realizing their imminent death. Davin ordered Julian to prepare to carry out the plan. A small spirit hovered near the monster's head, acting as bait. The satellite protested in horror at being made a target. Davin faced off against a green-skinned giant with flaming eyes. The hero did not find the ideal path of the sword due to its size. The swordsman was looking for a way to make the giants collide together. Davin felt the presence of the other half of his tormented soul. Davin soared upwards, using his connection with the hovering Julian. The companion anxiously inquired about the safety of the crazy attack. Davin bravely jumped to meet the giant's furious blow. The young man activated an alternative form of absolute cutting art. The enraged monster slammed its fists straight into Davin's position. A fiery whirlwind instantly cut through the space around the fighting heroes. The story moved on to the chapter about the battle with the king of the dwarves. The bull-like monster quickly rushed to attack the companion. The companion was surprised by the indomitable and frightening determination of the advancing enemy. The little spirit screamed, desperately begging for salvation. A blinding explosion of magical energy engulfed everything around. The power of Davin's technique crushed the monster's massive flesh completely. The witness was amazed at how Davin knocked down two giants. The hooded observer was horrified by the crushing force of the blow. The red-haired aristocrat was stunned by Davin's skill. The military man acknowledged the undeniable superiority of the hero's lethal technology. Davin stood proudly in the glow after the absolute cut. The young man calmly assessed the devastating result of the last attack. The frightened spirit realized the impossibility of victory over God. The companion grabbed Davin in anger, outraged by his frivolity. Davin calmly explained to his ally the futility of trying to kill the god. The young man was amazed at his companion's ability to read his secret thoughts. The students peered into the glowing portal, waiting for Davin to return. Davin cheerfully assured his companions that there was no hidden danger. The hero explained that he was saving the absolute cut for an occasion. Davin decisively declared the final target for the blade. The hero's blade instantly pierced the magical curtain, causing discharges. Davin triumphantly destroyed the space created by magic with one swing. The students stood frozen in awe at the leader's incredible skill. The victor raised his sword majestically, signifying the defeat of the enemy's illusion. The observer realized in horror that his dungeon had been destroyed. Davin calmly stated that the obstacle in the way had been destroyed. The magician, in a panic, demanded that the spell be immediately rechecked. The officer stopped the panicking magician in an authoritative manner, cutting off his actions. The military man acknowledged the sword's ability to cut any magical flow. The officer was amazed by Davin's skill, which cut through an entire magical dungeon. Witnesses marveled at Davin's incredible strength and creative approach. The head of the association shouted furiously about the impossibility of such a devastating event. The woman demanded that Davin be disqualified for destroying the arena. The girl recalled the lack of rules prohibiting destructive actions. The witness smiled mysteriously, anticipating important changes that were about to happen. The observer noted the captain of the mage's suspicious bias and annoyance. The student happily presented the chest, asking about Davin's victory. The woman with scarlet hair watched the magician gloomily. The hooded mage screamed furiously about the show of power. The monster's foot crashed down onto the arena in front of Kagon. Kagon stood fearlessly before the colossal, overgrown, ghostly bull. The rival grinned smugly, predicting the family's imminent triumph. Davin confidently approached the officer for an important conversation. The hero predicted that Kagon would soon leave the dungeon in disgrace. The mysterious hooded magician was overcome with indescribable horror. Davin asked the dean about the use of a special connecting element. Davin explained to the dean the principle of dividing the magical flow of the dungeon. The officer confirmed the fact of concealment of the connecting element in the test. The hero calmly acknowledged the destruction of the magical space created by the enemy. The companion asked in confusion about the fate of the absorbed dungeon mana. Davin used the example of pipes to explain energy. The young man gestured to block one channel of the magical flow. Kagan flinched in surprise, realizing the revelation of a secret plan. A burst of azure energy marked Davin's final victory. Davin redirected the entire flow of water into another stream. Kagon watched in horror as the colossal magical giant appeared. The giant's sinister eye became bloodshot with uncontrollable rage. The monster's huge fist crashed down on the aristocrat's position. Kajin noted Davin's strength, but doubted his intelligence. The opponent arrogantly predicted that Davin would soon lose his right hand. Kajin used the steel-crushing technique against the massive opponent. Glittering slashes of energy instantly crossed the giant's flesh. The monster's colossal bulk slowly collapsed under the blow. The stunned observer was horrified by the sudden, sharp increase in power. A powerful shockwave shook the earth after the giant fell. The monster's enraged shadow loomed over the battlefield once again. The enraged monster slammed his sword into the ground with a loud bang. Kajin looked grimly at the enemy among the flying debris. Julian assumed that something extremely serious had happened outside the dungeon. The spirit was amazed by the sudden surge of power in the dying monster. The monster's huge fist came crashing down directly on the defeated Kajin. Julian noted the critical lack of time to adapt the form. A crushing blow shook the hall, raising thick clouds of dust. The creature's single crimson eye gleamed furiously in the semi-darkness. The girl told her partner to urgently find the chest while he was distracted. The purple-haired warrior brazenly insulted the freak, provoking his anger. The girl quickly led the enraged monster away. The warrior remembered Davin's request, suppressing a strong feeling of hostility. She was stunned by the frightening changes. A monstrous explosion shook the earth, throwing the girl into the air. The warrior landed hard on her back from the shockwave. The wounded heroine raised herself with difficulty, realizing the horror that was happening. The giant dark shadow of the monster ominously covered the defeated girl. She realized with horror that the first giant was alive. Dense ranks of new enemies inexorably surrounded the warrior. The girl trembled with fear when she saw the bared mouth. Kajin stepped forward fearlessly, blocking the monster's path. The enraged swordsman growled about the inadmissibility of disrupting the grand performance. The scarlet blade cut through the enemy's flesh with a finishing blow. Kajin unleashed the power of the blood moon upon his opponent's head. A devastating explosion instantly pierced the weakened monster's body. A flash of crimson light completely engulfed the silhouette of the fallen giant. The warrior froze in horror at the power of the blow she saw. Kajin intentionally kept the monster alive for the sake of the show's finale. Davin, overcome with anger, clenched his jaws at the enemy's insolence. The young man somberly vowed never to forgive his enemy. The swordsman hastened to recover from his dubious triumph. The hero brought the chest to his allies, putting on a final grand performance. Kajin haughtily emphasized his superiority over the late Davin. Davin grinned slyly, asking about his impressions of the gift. The astonished warrior froze, not understanding the words about the offering. The young man attributed his success in the dungeon to Julian's magical talent. Kajin was horrified when he realized the scale of his opponent's insidious plan. The aristocrat let out a mournful sigh, realizing the collapse of his ambitions. The winner honestly admitted his crushing defeat to Davin. The swordsman put aside his enmity, calling Davin a true friend. Davin was looking forward to the upcoming changes in their relationship. The judge sternly asked about the reason for the intervention in the final. Davin was officially declared the winner to the cheers of the crowd. Participants were informed about the start of the next stage in a few days. The girl breathed a sigh of relief upon learning of the young man's triumph. Kajin found the warrior in an empty corridor of the castle. He sincerely thanked her for saving him from shame. The girl hesitantly reached out her hand to Kajin's palm. She suddenly felt a strange uneasiness from this gesture. The warrior was afraid to touch the hand, enveloped in an ominous aura. Kajin apologized awkwardly, citing the extreme fatigue of his numb arm. The rivals officially sealed their reconciliation with a firm, confident handshake. Kajin said a warm goodbye to Selvira, wishing her to take care. The girl froze in confusion from the enemy's sincere gratitude. Davin grinned ominously, mentally saying goodbye to the cadet representative. The majestic Adenka castle towered over the snow-capped mountain slopes. Ciri concentrated on training, summoning the azure spirits of the magical beasts. The girl turned around warily at the loud voice of her younger brother. Wilson rushed joyfully to his sister after the tiring walk. The brother handed over the supplies, asking Ciri about the master's progress. Wilson proudly confirmed the crushing victory of his master Davin. Ciri was relieved when she asked her brother about the hardships of training. The girl explained the convenience of the snow mountain for magical communication. The brother inquired about Ciri's readiness to enter into a contract with the spirit. Ciri happily admitted her liking for spirits. The warrior turned around sharply at the strange, frightening extraneous sound. Ciri asked her brother warily about his mysterious words. An unknown voice in the forest desperately cried out for help. Ciri froze in horror as she heard the terrifying, unknown call. The loud clink of mugs marked the beginning of a noisy, festive feast. Selvira proposed a toast to Davin's triumph in the first stage. The hall was filled with enthusiastic jubilation and the clinking of mugs. Davin doubted the need for such a lavish collective celebration. The girl proved the enormous value of every point earned in battle. The young man confirmed that his partner's help was a decisive factor in his success. Selvira froze, not believing her ears after the sincere praise. Davin demonstrated a mathematical advantage over the other cadets at the academy. The warrior realized the incredible depth of the young man's insidious plan in a stupor. Selvira confirmed her readiness to continue to faithfully serve the interests of the master. Davin smirked, accepting his new ally's sincere devotion. Davin and Selvira sealed their alliance with a fist bump. Davin's gaze instantly revealed the threat hidden on his hand. The young man grabbed the girl by the hand, sensing something ominous. The warrior shuddered, not understanding the reason for the leader's sudden rage. Davin's face twisted in anger at the sight of the mark. The binding seal of the Samian clan appeared on the girl's wrist. The angry hero demanded an explanation for the handshake with Kajin. Selvira, confused, confirmed the fact of her former rival's insidious gesture. Davin boiled with rage, realizing his cousin's vile treachery. Julian inquired about the destructive nature of this family curse. Davin realized the mortal danger of magical exhaustion of the insidious seal. The spirit insisted on identifying the exact type of ominous mark. The young man suggested to his partner that they conduct joint training at dawn. Selvira blushed deeply at the leader's unexpected proposal. The girl fell into a stupor, turning bright crimson. Davin was thinking in the snowy forest with Julian. Julian feared that it would be completely impossible to detect such a cunning curse. The swordsman assumed that this forbidden magic was completely forgotten in history. The spirit told Davin to keep the existence of the secret curse a secret. The young man furiously swore to take cruel revenge on Kajin for the magic. Davin froze among the trees, waiting for his companion to appear. The girl sheepishly made excuses, explaining the delay by long preparations for the walk. The beauty timidly asked Davin's opinion about her dress. The sight of the smartly dressed girl caused Davin genuine shock. The young man asked why one should choose a ballroom dress for training. Julian mocked Davin's emotional coldness with glee at the moment. The spirit pointed out the girl's feelings while she was blushing. Davin became alarmed when he realized his companion's romantic mood towards him. The hero considered the 14-year-old girl too young for romance. Davin suggested that they begin meditating immediately, breaking the awkward pause. Davin felt powerful jolts of mana when he touched the girl's hands. The ancient seal on the skin flared with a bright, ominous light. The hero noticed a connection between the magical pulse and the silence of the forest. A purple glow enveloped the character's palms during the complex ritual. Davin saw the outline of a living heart inside strong chains. The disrupted energy flow caused sharp pain in the companion. The young man realized the need to search for a rare offering on the mountain. The glowing symbols on his wrist pulsed in time with his heart. Davin felt the cold breath of death from the sealed offering. The snowy peak became the next target for salvation from the darkness. Davin realized that their failure would have catastrophic consequences. Selvira was suffocating in chains, realizing that her life would end in 3 days. The hero squeezed his companion's hand, shocked by the news of the short term. Julian insisted on preparation, neglecting feelings for the sake of the common goal. Davin reminded the spirit, selfish leaders always lose their people. Davin remembered with bitterness how the guards dragged him to the dungeon. The tired companion interrupted Davin's thoughts and asked him to take a break. Julian mockingly asked if his charge was a dark warlock. The hero remembered the ritual. His heart became a sacrifice for the seal. Julian was horrified by how disgusting the boy's past life had been. Julian mockingly asked for what crime Davin had been locked up for so long. Selvira suddenly staggered and grabbed her head in pain. The girl collapsed into the snow unconscious under the astonished gaze. Davin looked on in horror, realizing the seriousness of his ally's sudden attack. The young man desperately screamed Selvira's name, trying to bring her to her senses. The heroes urgently took the victim to the medical office for assistance. The healer admitted his powerlessness in the face of symptoms he had never seen before. The minister suggested that Selvira be immediately sent to the capital's Temple of Salvation. The cursed seal on the girl's hand pulsed, threatening to kill quickly. Davin resolutely asked the minister to look after Selvira in her absence. Davin realized that there was only one way to save his dying friend. The young man decided to find the true victim of the seal in the snowy mountains. The shocked minister cried out, not understanding the reasons for the young cadet's recklessness. Davin quickly jumped out the window, ignoring the protesting cries from behind. The hero swore he would no longer allow the Samions to take away his loved ones. Davin shouted in anger that he would not tolerate the casualties of his enemies. The mysterious stranger in the forest watched closely from afar. The girl heard a distant voice of a spirit pleading for help in the thicket. Feeling a strange gust of wind, the forest dweller turned back warily. Noticing Davin, the stranger asked in surprise, "Is he a young master?" Davin asked Sari in amazement about the reasons for her appearance in the forest. The girl asked if the young man was looking for a victim to remove the curse. Siri explained that small forest animals are usually used for printing. The stranger asked Davin in surprise about the existence of a mysterious spirit in the thicket. The young man politely apologized for his haste and his strange reasoning. Siri stated decisively that she could help Davin in his search. At this time, Selvira's body began to be bound by ominous chains. The dark silhouette of the hero flashed past against the backdrop of the full moon. Davin grabbed his new ally tightly and rushed forward through the snow. Siri pointed in the direction. spotting the desired target among the snow-covered trees. Davin heard a mysterious voice coming from a deep, dark crevice. Ciri rushed forward, loudly calling for the hidden spirit to respond. Davin realized the critical lack of time and the impossibility of wasting minutes. The swordsman fiercely drew his blade, vowing to destroy everything for the sake of the seal. Davin resolutely prepared to strike while Ciri held out her hands. A blinding magical light suddenly flared up right in the palms of his companion. The tiny spirit found itself bound in heavy chains, just like the unfortunate Selvira. The heroes realized with horror the cruelty of the shackles that paralyzed the creature's will. Ciri sadly offered to put the little spirit out of its suffering. The sight of the shackled deity evoked genuine compassion in everyone's eyes. Ciri confidently confirmed to Davin that there was a way to break the shackles completely. Julian activated a massive glowing circle to perform a complex ritual. Davin was amazed by the news about the possibility of making a direct contract with a spirit. Julian confirmed the superiority of the spiritual agreement over any previous seal. The magical chains began to rapidly collapse under the influence of a higher power. The tiny, ghostly beast finally crushed the dark bonds holding Ciri back. The girl, with tears of happiness, announced the long-awaited lifting of the curse. Davin sincerely praised Ciri for her excellent assistance in the matter. The young man rose decisively above his ally before the face of dazzling energy. Davin's piercing gaze captured the triumphant moment of completion of the magical act. Davin's menacing shadow suddenly appeared behind the mortally frightened Ciri. The swordsman rushed forward with a swift dash, leaving behind bright flashes. Davin caused a powerful explosion of spiritual energy with a crushing blow of his blade. An angry Davin demanded that the stranger immediately reveal his true identity. Davin walked forward with confident steps, ignoring the confused look. The guest's heavy footsteps echoed loudly throughout the gloomy dungeon. Kaigon appeared majestically before the enemy in his luxurious uniform. The golden-haired genius arrogantly demanded a good reason to interrupt the ritual. Davin angrily muttered the name of his hated enemy through his teeth. Kaigon coldly accused the youth of brazenly violating the sacred ceremony. Kaigon arrogantly accused Davin of provoking a diplomatic conflict against the family. Davin ordered Selvira to immediately return the artifact and go into hiding for safety. The young man angrily reproached Kaigon for justifying the brutal murder with hypocritical traditions. Kaigon scratched the back of his head nonchalantly, feigning surprise at Davin's knowledge of the plans. The Azure Spirit expressed extreme dissatisfaction with the genius's insolent and dismissive attitude. Kaigon, with a predatory smile, reminded us of the inviolability of social classes. Davin met the talk of class superiority with a cold and furious look. An aristocrat with a luxurious earring spoke haughtily about the heavy burden of fate. Davin strongly objected to Kaigon, mentioning people free from fate. Kaigon's menacing figure towered over the fallen Selvira, emphasizing the abyss. Kaigon cursed in rage, not believing what was happening around him. Selvira, horrified, vowed never to forgive her offender. Kaigon gestured to the enemies for immediate and severe punishment. The golden-haired man grinned madly, declaring his exclusive right of ownership. A powerful azure burst of energy suddenly shattered the surrounding space. Kaigon smiled smugly as he looked at the blade glinting near his face. Davin noted with hatred, "People have not changed over the centuries." The young man suddenly put a cold blade to the throat of the stunned Kaigon. Davin fiercely refuted the false rights of his arrogant opponent forever. Kaigon, in a mad delight, admired Davin's piercing eyes loudly. Kaigon flinched, struck by the frightening gaze of Davin's red eyes suddenly. Kaigon mockingly doubted the possibility of their future friendship openly. The golden-haired man promised to find out the truth at the end of their confrontation once and for all. Davin was looking forward to meeting again at the official swordsmanship competition. The opponents exchanged heavy glances, cementing their status as implacable enemies forever. The magical brand on Davin's hand flashed with a bright crimson light. A weakened Selvira slowly opened her eyes, returning to the real world. The cadet woke up and looked around in confusion, not recognizing her surroundings. Davin rushed into the chambers, looking for the woman who had suffered in the battle. Priest Chevin joyfully informed Davin about the awakening of young Selvira. Davin insistently demanded that Selvira show her right hand. The magical binding seal on the girl's palm disappeared without a trace. The young man felt a great sense of relief when he finally saw his ally healed. Priest Chevin warned Davin about the test that was about to begin today. Davin vowed to never lose to the worthless Kaigon again. The swordsman foresaw an encounter with a dangerous monster at the stage soon. In Adenka Castle, the start of the punitive duel was officially proclaimed solemnly. An angry Yagol Adenka demanded an explanation for what had happened sternly. Fidenel reported the admission of defeat to the golden-haired Kagan Samian calmly. The elders of the Adenka family noted Davin's astonishing increase in strength with puzzlement. Delbek slammed his palm down on the table in anger. Elder Delbek angrily interrupted the calm conversation of his colleagues abruptly. Yagol and Fidenel listened in silence to the emotional tirade of their angry ally. Delbek recalled the council's 500-year rule over the Adenka clan. The menacing image of Khan Adenka frightened the elders with its hidden power. The council feared Khan's growing influence and his open hostility. Fidenel proposed to sponsor alternative heirs to seize power cunningly. Carmen and Dea were seen as convenient instruments for future intrigue. The elders planned to use the family heirs as obedient puppets of the cynical. Delbek was concentrating on a risky plan to overthrow the current head of the family. Delbek, in a cold sweat, predicted a catastrophe in Davin's case. The elder feared losing control due to the influence of the boy's mother. Delbek recalled the legendary sword given to Davin by the head of the family. Yagol demanded that his colleague immediately reveal the essence of his concerns. Delbek was preparing to finally voice his dangerous plan of action. The council realized that Khan was using Davin against the authority of the elders now. The three clan leaders were plunged into a painful discussion about the impending threat. Delbek categorically forbade Davin from making any further progress in strength. Yagol, confused, asked his ally if he had any specific ideas. The mysterious conspirator prepared to outline his vision of a final solution to the problem. Tilavin ordered that a letter of formal protest be sent to the Samion family. The elder firmly pointed out the illegality of the enemy clan's actions decisively. Delbek turned to Tilavin with apprehension, taken aback by his pressure. Tilavin grinned ominously, hiding his true purpose behind the mask of an aristocrat. The man announced the start of the second stage under the leadership of Adenka. 2 days later, the stadium stands were filled with an excited crowd. The red-haired presenter ceremoniously opened the meeting to exchange combat experience. The girl enthusiastically proclaimed the start of a brutal, punitive duel. The warriors were tasked with destroying the monster in record time. The ferocious lizard man with a bone spear filled the arena with a furious cry. The lizard man brought down a crushing blow on the arena with his bone spear. The monster's powerful attack left a deep, smoking crater in the ground. The lizard froze in bewilderment, suddenly losing sight of its enemy. The stunned spectators tried in vain to spot Davin, who had suddenly disappeared. The young man suddenly appeared high in the air, directly above the monster. Davin began the first chapter of Scarlet's Song with icy determination. A bright flash of moonlight instantly cut through the lizard's thick scales. The enemy's blood gushed like a fountain after the crushing and lightning-fast blow. The stunned referee pressed the stopwatch button, quickly recording the end of the fight. The aristocrats present were amazed at Davin's incredible record of 14 points. Kagan set a brilliant record while standing among pools of fresh blood. The crowd cheered wildly, amazed by the incredible level of mastery displayed by Samion's genius. Kagan asked sarcastically if Davin had seen his triumphant performance. Davin coldly promised to demonstrate true seriousness in battle soon. The golden-haired aristocrat boldly threatened Davin with swift and cruel reprisals. The young man calmly assured the spirit of his absolute superiority with confidence. Davin confidently walked towards the center of the arena to the deafening roar. The host solemnly invited Davin to enter the next round of the fight. The swordsman gracefully drew his blade, confirming his complete readiness for battle. The girl with the crystal excitedly announced the beginning of the stage for Adenka. Davin froze, tensely counting down the last seconds before the start of the fight. The monstrous lizard suddenly went into an inexplicable and frightening frenzy. In the silence of the office, a thin stream of tea calmly filled the cup. Tilavin Adenka calmly denied any interference in the test with equanimity. Fidenel suspected the elder of deliberately sabotaging the second stage suspiciously. The aristocrat calmly drank tea, proving his non-involvement in the events. Tilavin assured that he did not use forbidden magic on the monster. The elder ominously admitted to the lizard man's 2-day hunger strike frankly. Hunger turned an ordinary beast into an uncontrollable and furious creature. The predator's mad gaze foreshadowed a deadly battle ahead for Davin. Davin noticed the hungry rage in the monster's bloodshot eyes. The people around him anxiously demanded that the dangerous fight be stopped immediately. The enraged lizard man burst out of the cage with a deafening roar. Davin realized the futility of simply dodging to defeat Kagan. The young man gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, determined to break his opponent's record. Davin fearlessly opened his arms to meet the beast rushing towards him. The presenter screamed in horror, shocked by Davin's reckless behavior. The judge, in a panic, ordered Davin to immediately dodge the attack. The lizard, driven mad by hunger, dealt the young man a mortal blow. Davin calmly took the monster's crushing power on his blade. The girl screamed in horror when she saw the fatal attack on Davin. Davin bared his teeth in anger, ignoring the enemy's blood that splashed on him. The swordsman gripped the hilt tightly as the blade pierced the enemy's flesh. The young man thanked the monster for the opportunity to successfully shorten the battle time. Davin mercilessly pierced the beast's body with his faithful blade. The hero smiled madly, finally releasing the power of his true lightning. The lizard man let out a death cry in the streams of dark energy. Davin accepted the lightning giant's blessing for the final blow decisively. A blinding pulse of electricity instantly incinerated the surrounding space. A furious explosion of pure energy marked the final end of the brutal battle. The officer, in a panic, ordered that priests be urgently called for the wounded. The girl, with a grin, ordered Vargon to quickly record Davin's record. Davin decided that deliberately losing to the Samions would harm the interests of the Adenka family. Julian wondered with irony whether anyone would dare to do something like that. Julian wondered if Davin had been thought to be a resurrected, vengeful spirit. Davin froze, completing the test in a record time of 5 seconds. The wounded youth screamed furiously after he was officially declared the winner. Davin stood unwavering with the heavy spear buried deep in his shoulder. The healers surrounded Davin, planning to draw their weapons and begin healing at the same time. To a harmonious count, the priests jerked the bloody spear out of the hero. A shocked Kagon reflected with disgust on Davin's barbaric fighting methods. The shining hands of the healers enveloped the wounded Davin with powerful healing magic of life. Davin, with a terrifying grin, once again confirmed his long-awaited and bloody victory. An enraged Kagon muttered an insult through his teeth at the successful upstart. The loud voice of the Master of Ceremonies announced the completion of the second stage of the cadet tests. A voice from the crystal announced the start of the next stage in 3 days. Someone's hand confidently clutched a dark magical shard, concealing enormous power. The noble stranger in the carriage recognized in Davin the features of Sarvana's son. Luxurious carriages rushed swiftly through the snowstorm towards a distant destination. The tired priest complained about the hard and exhausting work in the fortress. The doctor was speechless when he saw the young gentleman's quick recovery. Davin politely thanked him for the complete healing of the severe wound on his chest. The young man listened to the unexpected refusal of his request with cold calm. The priest showed someone else's token, explaining the impossibility of repeating high-quality treatment. Puzzled, Davin inquired about the hidden meaning of this strange and disturbing statement. The doctor called the rescue a miracle worthy of the highest church hierarchs. The magician revealed the secret of the token that grants the power of its true owner to a simple servant. The humble healer compared his skills to the simple application of crude stitches. The guest stated directly that the hero's heart still remains vulnerable. The priest forbade the use of mana under the threat of complete loss of abilities. The red-haired warrior suddenly burst in with news of an invitation to dinner. A stunned Davin asked in bewilderment about the purpose of this strange dinner party. The girl excitedly announced the arrival of the heads of the powerful families of Adenka and Samion. The stern father silently ordered Davin to immediately follow him to the enemies. Davin pondered the insidious plans of his opponents with deep suspicion. The majestic leader officially greeted Khan after their long and difficult separation. Valkia noted with a cold smile how quickly the past year had passed. The head of Samion expressed feigned joy at the long-awaited meeting with young Davin. Exquisite dishes and wine were temptingly displayed on the table before the guests. Representatives of the warring clans began this tense dinner at a rich table. Valkia insistently invited Davin to try the Samion family's special dishes. Davin politely thanked the arrogant hosts for their hospitality. The young man suddenly realized that Valkia Samion herself was sitting in front of him. Valkia remained a living symbol of the unshakable power and authority of the Samion family. The head of Samion sarcastically reproached Khan for his senile pettiness and weakness. Valkia suddenly pointed the sharp blade of the knife straight at Davin's face. She asked ominously where the hero had hidden his true appearance for so long. Valkia furiously demanded that Davin immediately show his true strength. The heavy chair fell onto the dining room floor with a loud crash. Davin instantly assumed a fighting stance, preparing to counter Valkia's unexpected attack. Valkia noticed that Davin had reacted to her secret mana release. Davin felt the incredibly sharp and deadly aura of his opponent. Valkia's murderous pressure made Davin feel the breath of imminent, inevitable death. Valkia smiled shrewdly, appreciating the young master's astonishing and quick reaction. Davin grinned excitedly, expressing a burning desire to fight the warrior as soon as possible. Khan was surprised by the smile, and Davin recognized Valkia's undeniable and terrifying power. The head of the clan asked about his feelings, and Davin calmly confirmed them. Khan chuckled thoughtfully, watching Kagon's obvious and very strong fear. The stern father suddenly pointed the sharp blade of his fork towards Kagon. Khan's frightening purple aura flared, highlighting his boundless martial majesty. Perplexed, Kagon timidly asked his father about the problem that had arisen at the table. Khan praised Kagon's politeness, who remained completely calm during the dinner. Valkia advised her son to calm down and finish this festive dinner calmly. Davin and Julian both began to doubt the true intentions of the clan leaders. The rulers of the continent arranged this duel to compare their talented sons. Valkia sarcastically remarked that Khan's worthless son had noticeably matured. The laughing warrior admitted that the old leader had managed to cleverly catch her out. Valkia's mysterious gaze expressed deep thoughtfulness and hidden threat. The heads of the families suspected outsiders interfering in their friendly meeting. Khan seriously considered the involvement of the Samian clan elders in the incident. Valkia smiled wickedly and openly admitted that their powerful elders were behind the first stage. Khan expressed strong suspicion that 4 elders of the Adenka family had secretly sabotaged the fair trial. Despite their differing views, the conspirators were eager to eliminate such a dangerous anomaly as quickly as possible. Valkia asked, with obvious mockery, whether Khan really believed in his son's future triumph. The head of Adenka maintained an icy calm, not wanting to reveal his true plans to his insidious interlocutor. Khan stated with frightening confidence that his family would eventually surpass the Samian clan. Valkia reminded us of an unattainable goal that should have been abandoned completely 5 centuries ago. Khan inquired about the methods Valkia would use to prevent interference from her own council of influential elders. The head of the clan confidently proclaimed that no one would dare to commit such a vile betrayal before his eyes. Khan firmly promised that nothing would stand in Davin's way to his long-awaited victory. Valkia noted with irony the excessive and suspicious self-confidence of her old opponent. Khan asked thoughtfully whether Davin would have defeated his enemy without the dastardly obstacles. Davin, with a bold grin, sincerely promised his father that he would definitely return victorious. Khan openly expressed his complete confidence in his son's abilities and fortitude. The arena shook with shouts as the discussion of the 3rd stage's grand prize began. Spectators wondered whether Davin would be able to accomplish something similar to the princess's great feat. Valkia Samion sat proudly in her seat, awaiting the start of the decisive duel. Khan Adenka stood majestically in his chair, demonstrating the power of one of the finest warriors. The cold steel of the blades clashed with a sharp clang right before the steward's eyes. The referee solemnly announced the beginning of the final stage of the fight after exchanging greetings. Davin and Kagon locked eyes with furious eyes as they began the decisive battle for supremacy. A faithful companion warned Davin about the need to strictly maintain their current status. Davin realized that his wounded heart had become a dangerous double-edged sword. The hero planned to exploit Kagon's weakness for his ultimate victory. Kagon drew his blade, instantly enveloped in blinding and deadly electrical discharges. The opponent deliberately provoked Davin, seeking to study his unique fighting skills in detail. Davin was horrified by the sight of the destructive lightning giant summoned by his maddened rival. Kagon's palm filled with concentrated light, accumulating incredible magical energy of the elements. Kagon called out to the heavens, bringing down a colossal pillar of electricity on Davin's head. Stunned, Davin felt the full crushing force of the sudden force of nature. Kagon asked with a grin whether this attack was a normal test. The enraged enemy promised to incinerate Davin for his own peace of mind. Davin was horrified to realize the presence of black, burning, and deadly mana. The hero remembered using this secret technique in their previous battle. The dangerous technique absorbed life force, enhancing the warrior's magical abilities. Kagon, with a mad grin, noted the complete ignorance of his wounded opponent. The enemy attacked swiftly, wanting to test Davin's ability to parry powerful blows. Davin feverishly prepared a defensive move to block his opponent's crushing attack. The blades clashed, and a flash of blood marked the beginning of this brutal fight. Davin winced in pain as he realized that the enemy had managed to catch him. The blades clashed in midair, painting the arena with splashes of fresh scarlet blood. Davin was amazed by the monstrous speed of the enemy, surrounded by a gloomy, dark haze. The madman rejoiced, imagining himself a master who had surpassed even the young genius Kajin. The enemy struck from above, not giving Davin time to think for long. The enemy's sword pierced the hero's body deeply, causing a fountain of scarlet blood. The striker mockingly asked where the exhausted opponent's former self-confidence had gone. The maddened enemy vowed to forever deprive Davin of the opportunity to hold a sword. The hero fiercely held back the enemy's onslaught, overcoming the burning pain in his wounds. Two powerful streams of destructive energy collided, causing a colossal explosion of power. A blinding flash of light marked the culmination of this brutal and deadly duel. A fiery explosion of colossal force instantly broke the silence in the arena. The gray-haired warrior with violet eyes watched the progress of the battle with intent. The blonde girl smiled tenderly as she watched the battle unfolding below. A column of smoke and rock debris rose after the powerful collision. A bright flash of azure energy quickly pierced the thick curtain of dust. Davin ducked, realizing the enemy's weakness in long and drawn-out battles. Davin concentrated as much as possible, calculating the most opportune moment to attack. Kagon descended from above, vowing to give the enemy no time to breathe. Shrouded in a dark aura, the warrior began the second part of the deadly song. The crimson crescent of the new moon strike rushed towards Davin in a crushing wave. Davin stood frozen in horror in the face of the enemy's crushing attack. A deafening explosion instantly turned part of the arena into a pile of rubble. A deadly rift deeply cut through the stone slabs beneath the hero's feet. Kagan stood proudly in the midst of the destruction, his bloodlust radiating. The enemy's predatory grin betrayed his complete confidence in triumph. Kagan shouted out taunts in fury, cursing the race of warriors who had challenged him. The enemy froze in shock, seeing the unimaginable power in Davin's eyes. The ancient artifact in the hero's hand began to pulse with an ominous purple glow. Davin unleashed a giant astral blade using Amaluna's secret art. The young man calmly erected an impenetrable barrier, proclaiming the creation of a sword bastion. The wooden training sword shattered into small, sharp pieces with a cracking sound. Falcon looked haughtily at the fragments of his fallen opponent's weapon. A powerful punch to the face instantly cut off the enemy's scream. The winner kicked the fallen fighter in disgust, complaining of mortal boredom. The girl maliciously ridiculed the fencer, calling him worse than a one-armed cripple. The wounded young Davin sat alone in the shadow of the empty stands. The boy silently looked at his scars, remembering the pain he had endured in the past. Davin watched with a frown as the warrior who had already surrendered was brutally beaten. The mentor suddenly singled out Davin, praising him for his incredible diligence. Falcon Amilin introduced himself, inviting Davin to remember his glorious name. Davin met his only friend on the bloody battlefields of Samion. Falcon seriously asked Davin about his determination to defeat the genius Kajin. The mysterious warrior in the azure flame fearlessly confronted Davin's numerous enemies. The girl with glowing eyes predicted that Davin would win over this arrogant gentleman. The young man smiled sadly, calling his cherished dream completely unrealistic and stupid. Davin resolutely refused, not wanting to betray his very important ideals. The friends were having a leisurely conversation, discussing the insidious plans of the powerful Kajin family. Falcon sincerely supported his friend's dream, remaining his loyal comrade forever. Kagon quickly gained monstrous strength, sowing death in the pouring cold rain. The loyal Falcon died in a trap set by the ruthless and cunning elders of Samion. Davin realized that his teacher had left him his great art of fencing. The hero used the third chapter of the Amilin style, sparingly using the remaining mana. Davin concentrated his energy and erected an impenetrable sword bastion around himself. Kagan stood frozen in amazement, not recognizing the ancient and powerful art of the sword. The young man proclaimed this skill as justice, which cost the life of its creator. The bloodied enemy was confused as he tried to comprehend the nature of Davin's new power. Kagon laughed madly and called Davin's rare skill absolutely useless. The golden-haired genius brought down a swift blow from above, filled with crimson rage. Davin resolutely countered his opponent and put up a reliable purple defense. The clash of two opposing elements created a blinding flash of magical energy. Kagon gripped the hilt of his bloody sword with a death grip. The enemy immediately used the first chapter of the Samion House sword art. The villain arrogantly promised to easily break such a weak technique. Davin's piercing red eyes caught the slightest change in movement. Kagan brought down a crushing blade of his swift rain upon Davin. The enemy felt incredible pressure, comparing the youth's power with Kajin. Davin calmly ignored the onslaught of attacks, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. A distraught Kagan vowed to end this duel with his next move. A blinding crimson flash of energy marked the beginning of the enemy's deadly attack. Davin was utterly astonished to realize that the enemy had suddenly disappeared from sight. Spectators screamed in horror at the sudden disappearance of the heir of the Samion family. Davin grinned sinisterly, enjoying the complete confusion of his archenemy. The young man appeared silently behind Kagon, demonstrating incredible speed. The enemy panicked and realized that Davin had anticipated his move in advance. The hero coolly noted Kagon's habit of always landing on his right foot. Davin predicted the enemy's attempt to evade the attack by jumping. A powerful kick from Davin interrupted Kagon's flight and knocked him off balance. The defeated enemy cried out in rage about the unacceptable tricks of the cunning youth. Davin accused Kagon of being overly arrogant and predictable in all his attacks. The hero's decisive attack marked the complete collapse of the golden-haired genius's hopes. Davin noted with a grin that the enemy could easily parry the blow. The enemy fell into a stupor, realizing the similarity between Davin's tactics and Kajin's. Davin confidently stated that no one knew Kajin's swordsmanship better. The young man smiled ominously, confirming his absolute knowledge of the enemy's fighting style. Blinded by rage, the warrior in the bloody haze swore to finish off Davin immediately. Davin remembered how Kajin would lose his mind when he completely lost control. Having prepared his blade, Davin noticed that his opponent had even adopted the other's shortcomings. A powerful purple slash marked the application of the great sword's double slash technique. The golden-haired warrior screamed in horror as he encountered the blade's crushing energy. Julian, his gaze blazing, decisively announced the beginning of his attack. A powerful explosion of purple energy shook the arena, marking the end of the furious clash. The enemy weapons fragments flew in all directions under the powerful onslaught. Davin quickly closed in on his opponent, delivering his final decisive blow. The stunned warrior watched in complete horror as the defense instantly collapsed. The crowd roared wildly, recognizing Davin's incredible victory in all the trials. The young man breathed very heavily, realizing the harmful effects of the dangerous heart technique. The enemy suddenly released a pillar of mana, flatly refusing to admit bitter defeat. Davin felt the sharp increase in the enemy's mana concentration with obvious alarm. The golden-haired madman, his eyes burning with rage, announced a treacherous trump card. The glittering tip of the thin blade cut through the air, rushing straight towards its target. The peculiarity of the blessing of the god of swords, Keshak, manifested itself in divine radiance. The enemy released the soul sword while standing inside the glittering magic circle. The gray-haired master watched this rare phenomenon with great amazement. The girl anxiously asked when Kagon had managed to obtain the hidden feature. The sacred gift of the god of swords promised the bearer a transition to a new level. A powerful flash of azure light engulfed the arena in an instant. Kagon reached the peak of the fourth star, radically changing the form of his weapon. Davin was confused by the incredible scale of his opponent's awakened power. The warrior warned Kagon of the great risk of using the Crimson Emperor's power. Kagon's shining gaze heralded the beginning of the decisive and most destructive phase. Kagon unleashed the last of his colossal magical power on Davin. The violent clash of forces produced a blinding flash of pure magical energy. A devastating explosion of mana literally shook the entire space around the arena. A powerful gust of icy wind almost knocked the spectators out of the stands. Davin coughed heavily, struggling to withstand the onslaught of the enemy blade. Kagon's mad gaze froze in rapture at this bloody battle. The golden-haired warrior grinned triumphantly, realizing the mortal risk his enemy was taking. Davin responded with a sinister smile, anticipating the upcoming outcome of this duel. Kagon vowed to destroy the enemy, even at the risk of his own fragile life. The madman bared his teeth in rage, flatly refusing to admit his defeat. Davin grimly decided to risk his life for the long-awaited victory. The opponent's blades collided in a crushing and incredibly furious whirlwind. Kagon grinned ominously, completely consumed by his insane power. Davin clenched his teeth furiously, enduring the ever-increasing pressure from the enemy. A powerful wave of energy literally tore the air at the very epicenter. The young man noticed with horror that his magic sword had shattered. Kagon laughed madly, triumphant over his opponent's completely broken weapon. Davin's crushing blow landed squarely in the face of the stunned warrior. Kagon exhaled heavily, missing the sudden and extremely powerful attack. Davin finally knocked the enemy to the ground with his crushing attack. Kagon stood up with the last of his strength, preparing for the decisive attack. Davin realized that his body had finally reached its limit. The enemy desperately decided to put all his remaining mana into the attack. Kagon swung his sword, announcing the beginning of his final bloody chapter. Davin used an alternative form of absolute cut against enemy vehicles. The bloody full moon technique engulfed the arena in an ominous crimson wave of energy. The youth used the lightning giant's power to deliver the finishing blow. Davin's thunderous slash met with fierce resistance from the warrior Kagon. A colossal explosion literally pierced the target, detonating in the center of the arena. Kagon was blinded by the bright flash and fell into complete despair. Blinded, Kagan panicked as he realized he had completely lost his sight. Davin brought down a crushing blow from above with a huge purple blade of mana. Kagan desperately used one last maneuver, creating a dense smokescreen. An enraged Davin urged the enemy to look at the beginning of his triumph. A powerful pillar of purple energy finally crushed the figure of the defeated enemy. The manager officially announced the complete incapacitation of young Kagon. The wounded Davin breathed heavily, realizing the weight of his hard-won victory. The judge declared Davin Adenka the overall winner of the final third stage. The jubilant crowd wildly celebrated the long-awaited success of the great Adenka family. The stadium shook with shouts praising the name of the arena's new hero. The bloodied Davin was breathing intermittently, barely able to stay on his weakened legs. The young man stood alone in the middle of the destroyed arena, accompanied by the jubilant shouts of the stands. Davin silently contemplated the raging crowd, finally proving his absolute superiority. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, feeling the long-awaited end of this battle. The winner screamed furiously, pouring out the rage and joy of his triumphant return. The manager ordered the priest to hurry, postponing all interviews until the treatment was completed. The sharp fragments of the enemy blade silently testified to Kagon's total collapse. The elders discussed the incredible outcome of this final duel in tense silence. The scars on the master's face were distorted in a grimace of deep and heavy thought. The woman in glasses looked down at those present, preparing to immediately announce the decision. The woman in glasses noted with satisfaction the incredible increase in the young master's strength. The red-haired man regretfully admitted his loss in this risky bet. Spectators vigorously discussed the results of the exciting meeting to exchange combat experience. Mysterious interlocutors in the forest confirmed the exceptional skill of both combatants. Young Master Raven doubted his ability to defeat such powerful enemies. The red-haired representative of the Valtakan family was looking forward to meeting worthy opponents from Adenk. Raven was eager to test Davin personally in a fair and tough fight. The young man's eyes sparkled with excitement as a daring plan formed in his head. Raven called out to the servant joyfully, eager to share his sudden and excellent idea. He remembered that Cadet Davin spent all his time in the fortress. The red-haired youth excitedly ordered to contact his father to enroll in the Crimson Fortress. Davin, deep in thought, silently looked into the distance with his piercing red eyes. After his victory, Davin suddenly woke up in a strange, dark place, completely unable to understand what was happening. Davin recognized with a shudder in this eerie space the world from his past memories. A multitude of pale, clawed hands reached out furiously towards the hero from the impenetrable, thick darkness. Surrounded by ghostly warriors, Davin was perplexed as he tried to understand who these strange attacking people were. The enraged, armored shadows launched a massive attack with wild cries. Davin instantly readied his blade, resolutely meeting the onslaught of the enemies who suddenly attacked him. The young man began to mercilessly cut through the ghostly enemies attacking from all sides with swift sword strikes. The focused Davin suddenly felt a strange and unfamiliar feeling right at the very tip of the blade. The young man compared the sinister appearance with an evil spirit in horror. Davin's piercing gaze focused on the sudden mortal threat. The ghostly Kajin appeared in a flash of crimson mana, radiating hatred. The enemy from the past recognized Davin as his opponent with a grin. A shocked Davin furiously demanded an explanation from his unexpected cousin's ghost. Kajin unleashed an attack, ordering Davin to disappear from sight forever. The alien mana completely paralyzed the hero's body, depriving him of the ability to move. The protective symbol suddenly flared gold, repelling the deadly crimson onslaught. The enemy's blades clashed in a furious duel inside the strange space. Davin watched in amazement as the blinding beam cut through the thick darkness. Davin calmly raised his sword over the fallen enemy. Arslan suddenly appeared and greeted the warrior dryly. A powerful flash of energy caused Davin to turn around abruptly. The demon's huge shadow ominously covered everything around. Davin felt the chilling breath of the true embodiment of evil. The young man instantly realized who was behind the intrigues. Arslan ordered the warrior to quickly get away from danger. Julian demanded to surpass the Samians for the sake of an important truth. Davin froze in shock from the weight of the words he heard. Arslan placed all responsibility on the hero's shoulders. Arslan dissolved into the light, ignoring Davin's desperate cry. Davin woke up in bed under the anxious gaze of his comrades. The hero was tormented by the realization of the mission entrusted by Arslan to Adenka. The young man tried in vain to unravel the hidden meaning of the elusive truth. The sudden visit of the head of the family interrupted the cadet's heavy thoughts. Davin stared in shock at the man who entered, suddenly recognizing him as his father. The cadet stood at attention in horror, greeting the supreme leader. The head of the clan entered decisively, ordering everyone to immediately relax. The lilac-haired warrior froze in shock, not believing her eyes. The old man praised the boys for being true to their important promise. The head of the clan graciously offered Davin to choose a reward for his valor. The young man became acutely aware of his lack of true skill to achieve his goals. Davin firmly demanded a mentor to learn the secret techniques of Adenka fencing. The father warned his son about the extremely hostile attitude of the Council of Elders. The hero proudly recalled his key role in the triumph over the Samians. Davin boldly threatened the elders with reciprocal contempt if they refused. A glimmer of approval flashed in the barely noticeable grin of the head of the clan. The old man ordered the young man to follow him immediately for further preparation. The hero's firm steps echoed loudly in the oppressive silence of the rich mansion. Davin arrived at the hall where his trusted allies were already waiting for him. Davin greeted the new arrivals with restraint, reminding them that they had not stood out for a long time. The young man was amazed to recognize the red-haired swordsman as the legendary Merlin. The warrior with the scar thoughtfully repeated Davin's name, recalling it. Merlin grinned excitedly, confirming that he remembered the talented cadet. The companion introduced the 8-star Lightning Master as an ideal teacher. The swordsman proudly spoke of his status in the Dragon Squad. Merlin smiled openly at Davin, expressing his readiness for training. The hero was stunned when he heard the name, Merlin Felko. Davin instantly connected the mentor with Arslan's mysterious past. The main castle of Samyonov appeared majestically on the horizon. Kagan humbly knelt before the majestic throne. The ruler noted that Davin surpassed Kagan in composure. Kagan meekly apologized for his shameful loss. The woman gently reminded us of the importance of learning from defeat. The mother cruelly threatened her son with reprisals for future failures. Kagan obsequiously thanked his mother, hiding his true feelings. The young man's eye flashed a crimson light of anger. The hero tried to contain his anger for the sake of his mother's peace of mind. Kagan called upon his ancient ancestor, calling upon the dark power. The shadow recognized Davin, remembering the old feud through the centuries. The red-haired Merlin introduced himself to Davin formally with a soft smile. Davin was stunned when he suddenly heard the name of his future mentor. Julian instantly recognized the name of the legendary ancient warrior Arslan. Merlin, slightly confused, inquired about his student's strange reaction. Davin smiled tensely and asked about the status of the Felko house. The escort called the Felko clan ordinary vassals of the great Adenka family. Julian wondered why the Felko clan still remained independent. Merlin officially announced the imminent start of Davin's grueling training. The mentor asked for understanding, and Davin obediently accepted any conditions. The stern father ordered Davin to work hard for the prosperity of the family. Father coldly confirmed that Davin had achieved greatness only through perseverance. The four conspirators began a secret discussion about the dangerous situation that had arisen. There was a premonition that the enemies would do everything to stop Davin. One of those gathered cried out that their worst fears had come true. The council acknowledged Davin's victory and the impossibility of further containing him. The elder demanded an immediate report on those responsible for the current crisis. The mustachioed lord apologized for underestimating the rate of Davin's rapid growth. Davin reacted sharply to the strange reservation about the enemy's joint plans. The opponent openly accused the elder of single-handedly creating the failed plan. The lord was infuriated by the allies' vile desire to shift the blame onto him. The comrades were intently discussing a plan of action against Davin, who was gaining strength. A sudden flash of steel painted the room with the blood of a fallen enemy. The bodies of the mages littered the floor after Kagan's lightning-fast reprisal. The formidable Kagan demanded an explanation for the shameful attack of the wizards. The frightened elder froze under the icy gaze of the angry warrior. The old man pathetically justified his meanness with the desire to ensure victory for the Samians. Kagan silenced the old traitor with a furious kick. The warrior was shocked by the collapse of his grandiose plans. Kagan rejected with contempt the political tricks unworthy of a warrior. The swordsman remembered a great battle where the winner was never determined. Kagan's mother vowed to protect the honor of the Samion family at any cost. She admitted her powerlessness to personally punish the influential elder of the clan. The woman told the old man to immediately retire and grow flowers. The elder, in complete despair, realized the final collapse of his power. The humiliated politician stood frozen alone in the middle of a cold, empty corridor. Suddenly, a magic crystal of emergency communication flashed brightly in front of him. The old man activated an important signal artifact with a trembling hand. The interlocutor in the crystal was horrified by the scale of the destruction that had occurred. The elder angrily accused the allies of losing control of the passes. The enraged leader loudly shouted the name of the dangerous mercenary Tilavan. The elder acknowledged the unexpected superiority of Davin's abilities over expectations. The conspirators realized the inevitable responsibility for the failure to contain the young man. The old man was seriously afraid of losing the favor of his mysterious patron. The elder ordered his allies to immediately accelerate the execution of the plan. The enemies have devised a cunning plan to finally eliminate the dangerous Davin. Davin slept peacefully, not feeling the threat lurking nearby. A mysterious shadow struck a lightning-fast death blow into the bed. Davin miraculously blocked the enemy's surprise attack in his room. The awakened swordsman furiously demanded that the killer immediately identify himself. The attacker was amazed by Davin's incredible reflexes even in his sleep. Merlin suddenly raised his naked blade over the sleeping Davin's bed. The mentor officially announced midnight as the start time for the first rigorous training session. The teacher praised Davin's intuition, but reproached him for his low vigilance. Merlin forbade Davin from leaving the magical dungeon until the end of his training. The red-haired swordsman promised to completely tame the student's raging lightning power. Davin, confused, disputed his mentor's assertion of his weakness. Merlin emphasized the young men's complete lack of understanding of the extent of their own magical potential. The mentor showed Davin a unique and very fragile magical pendant. The teacher explained the inevitable destruction of the artifact when touched by external lightning. Merlin linked the beginning of fencing training with maintaining the integrity of the pendant. Davin realized the urgent need to quickly gain true power. The young man longed to become a true Adenka and see the hidden truth. The swordsman directed the power of lightning to destroy the strong magical barrier. The hero made a furious lunge, trying to hit his mentor with his blade. Merlin watched his student's every sharp movement closely. The devastating explosion threw the wounded Davin onto the cold stone floor. The young man took a low fighting stance, preparing for a new attack. Davin stood frozen in shock at the overwhelming power of his opponent. The teacher's shadow loomed ominously over the disoriented and weak student. Davin watched the mysterious manifestation of ancient technology with concentration. Merlin showed Davin the true greatness of the mighty lightning giant. Davin and the stricken spirit were horrified by the colossal power they had never seen before. The mentor concentrated the blinding power of the ancient elements in his hands. The ghostly giant loomed ominously behind his confident master. A devastating electrical discharge instantly shook the entire magical dungeon. Davin screamed loudly, overwhelmed by a furious and painful flow of energy. The ghost's enormous shadow completely suppressed the will of the extremely weakened young man. The defeated hero was greatly surprised by the unusual blue color of the magical discharges. Merlin ironically apologized to his student for his harsh methods. The mentor decided to use the most effective and destructive method of teaching. Merlin sternly ordered Davin to awaken his true lightning giant. The mentor promised Davin to continue his merciless attacks with magical lightning. Strong hands furiously washed clothes in a deep basin of foam. Davin was busy with heavy household chores, hanging out wet clothes. The exhausted servant was indignant while the red-haired woman rested carefree. A closed carriage, guarded by guards, drove slowly along the night street. The hooded man followed the magical pet stealthily down the corridor. The stranger cast an icy glance, hiding in the shadow of a deep hood. A tiny glowing beast slid nimbly through the door into the dark room. A powerful blue magical vortex suddenly appeared in the empty corridor. A whole week has passed since Davin's grueling training began. A loud roar was heard in the snowy mountains near the secret camp. The tiny magical beast, Fok, joyfully greeted his mistress. The girl was delighted at the safe return of her faithful little companion. The owner praised the pet and asked about her master's safety. The girl became worried because Davin had been away on vacation for too long. The companion expressed hope that all was well with her young master. Davin jumped and delivered a powerful blow with his fiery magic sword. The mentor calmly blocked the furious attack of his impetuous student. Merlin noted Davin's increased skill in using combination attacks. The enemy felt that Davin's current attack was useless. Davin noticed the sudden attack of the dangerous enemy in anger. The young man created a stream of concentrated yellow electricity in his jump. A blinding charge of blue energy tore through the space around. Two powerful magical elements collided in a devastating momentum. Davin brought down the electric blade, making a sharp lunge from above. Davin was afraid of the enemy vehicle's too wide range. A raging stream of azure magic completely engulfed the battlefield. Davin compared the power of his lightning to the enemy's blue bolts. The red-haired master demanded immediate and decisive action from Davin. Davin deftly dodged another swift attack from his mentor. The young man froze, seeing the sparkling pendant right in front of him. Davin resolutely rushed forward, trying to catch the coveted artifact. The precious medallion shone dazzlingly in the very center of the battle. The red-haired master calmly stopped Davin's attempt to grab the target. The astonished Davin realized the true and insidious plan of the enemy. The mentor's brutal blow suddenly pierced the young warrior's chest. The wounded Davin cried out in pain, losing consciousness from exhaustion. The exhausted hero fell onto the stones under the gaze of the victor. The master noted with disappointment the lack of awakening of Davin's true power. The mentor ordered the exhausted Davin to immediately stop training and rest. Julian strongly advised Davin to drink more water before the fight. Davin was painfully searching for a way to crush the mentor's superior blue lightning. The hero suddenly realized the fundamental difference in the nature of the two giants. Julian was very angry because the water from the flask was flowing too slowly. A chance glance at the bottle gave Davin a brilliant idea. The young man watched, fascinated, as the drops rhythmically fell from the narrow neck. The crystal-clear water in the air suddenly took the form of an icy spike. Davin's gaze filled with sparks of understanding of the basics of awakening true power. Julian triumphantly announced that he had solved the mystery of controlling the power of great lightning. Davin joyfully realized the principle of controlling the flow of his electricity. The hero's gaze filled with radiance from a sudden mental breakthrough. The young man directed the released power straight into the blade and body. Julian inspired Davin to fully release the accumulated blue lightning. The mentor grinned contentedly, seeing the awakening of his student's hidden talent. Julian coldly reminded him that this ordeal was to continue. Julian demanded that Davin immediately break the magic pendant. Julian excitedly announced the beginning of the decisive phase of the battle. A colossal burst of magic instantly split the stones underfoot. The teacher attacked with lightning speed, testing Davin's new reaction speed. Davin's shadow quickly fell upon the mentor from above. The opponents clashed in the center of a blinding whirlwind of blue lightning. A powerful explosion of magical energy completely engulfed the arena. The mentor was struggling to hold back the onslaught, having secured himself on the rocks. The master watched his students' unusually fast movements with amazement. The warrior suddenly recognized Davin's style as the technique of his old friend. Davin put all his fury into this decisive attack. The young man demonstrated the true mastery of the Middle Sword King. Davin's crushing blow caused a colossal release of arcane power. The shocked master confessed to a long-standing friendship with Raelsa. The mentor calmly blocked the attack, noting his excellent knowledge of the other's techniques. Davin, in a furious clash of blades, tried to withstand the powerful onslaught. The young man was frightened by the sudden interruption of his technique at a critical moment. Davin's gaze flashed red as he realized the impending mortal threat. The master peered closely into his student's face, remembering the old scar. The enemy continually pressed the warrior, depriving him of any opportunity to recover. The hero felt a burning pain and fear of shameful defeat. A magical lightning sign flashed brightly in the center of the protracted battle. The mentor aimed his blow straight at Davin's Achilles heel. Davin grabbed the treasured artifact with lightning speed, completing this difficult test. Davin intercepted the artifact in a blinding whirlwind of blue lightning. The pendant, clutched in his hand, suddenly developed deep cracks. The artifact finally crumbled into thousands of tiny, sparkling fragments. The young man clutched the empty chain with all his might, breathing heavily. The mentor looked closely at Davin, noticing his incredible potential. The warrior praised his student's skill, recognizing him as a worthy successor. Davin triumphantly gripped the hilt of the sword, having successfully passed the test. The master warned the hero about even more severe trials to come. A few days later, Davin was calmly walking through the corridors of the estate. A frightened maid blocked the hero's path, telling them something important. A frightened maid brought Davin some frightening news about a new mission. The comrades were amazed by the personal order, intended only for young Davin. The group discussed a strange task, usually carried out by more experienced warriors. Julian noticed a hidden and extremely suspicious detail in the scroll. Davin discovered that the clan elder was behind the insidious order. Friends resolutely offered Davin their help in the upcoming expedition. Davin was deep in thought, carefully studying the terms of the dangerous contract. The mentor warned the hero against the mortal risk of a solitary expedition. Davin considered the mission an open provocation on the part of the Council of Elders. The young man perceived this task as a cruel test or a trap. The master directly called the upcoming task a deadly trap of the clan. The dean of the Crimson Fortress fully agreed with the arguments about the risk. Davin declared this war his own and promised to crush the trap. The hero expressed a desire to know the truth, becoming stronger every day. Davin foresaw the inevitable embroilment in a brutal power struggle. Davin proudly confirmed his belonging to the great Adenka family. The elders in the office silently acknowledged the young warrior's unwavering determination. The dean officially gave Davin permission to defend his honor. Cadet 9th rank Davin Adenka saluted, accepting the council's challenge. The red-haired master lazily rested on the snow-covered roof, watching from afar. The master was indignant because her rest on the snow-covered roof was interrupted. The mentor and the dean discussed the strange mission of young Davin. The dean of the fortress suspected treachery on the part of Elder Tillavan. The red-haired warrior guessed the evil intentions of her old enemy. A sudden magical signal alerted the command to the attack. The gate guards froze in horror before the powerful explosion. An unknown madman brazenly demanded that Davin be handed over to him. The fortress fighters blocked the passage, preparing to fight back. The impudent stranger refused to follow the rules and continued to break through. The attacker gripped his spear tightly for a crushing blow. The red-haired warrior with a spear released a powerful golden aura. Julian demanded that Davin's current location be revealed immediately. The fortress guards prepared to stand to the death under the onslaught. The warrior with the markings smiled predatorily in anticipation of the battle. The attacker activated the devastating technique of the gorilla spear. The powerful clash of weapons created a blinding flash of energy. The enemy was stunned by the sudden appearance of the whip. The magical fetters completely deprived the red-haired warrior of the ability to move. The enemy finally identified Davin's identity based on his fighting technique. Davin from the wall ordered an immediate end to the senseless battle. The red-haired warrior's companion called out to his master in horror. Davin warned of death at the slightest movement of the enemy. The hero threatened to immediately cut the throat of the captured magician. The enemy realized the incredibly high rank of Davin's magical power. Helga appreciated the deep knowledge of the butler who arrived at the fortress. The director of the fortress demanded an explanation for the use of prohibited equipment. Helga demonstrated the devastating power of her unique weapon. The woman was amazed at the young man's ability to quickly avoid being caught by the whip. The amazed warrior enthusiastically asked to become Davin's student. The group was presented with a majestic view of the walls of the city of Turnicon. Davin's carriage rushed through the dense and bright summer forest. Davin studied the suspiciously simple task from the elders on the way. The hero's mission was to destroy one ordinary goblin. Davin sternly reminded Julian to exercise extreme caution. Goblins usually hunted in large groups, taking advantage of their numerical advantage. For some reason, the target was wandering through the dark forest completely alone. The bloodied monster fell to the ground dead after the collision. Davin admitted that the goblin possessed incredible and dangerous power. Julian reacted with obvious concern to the creature's strange behavior. The hero ordered the spirit to plan a strategy for the worst-case scenario. Davin checked the report, determining the exact location of the target. The young man instantly moved to the roof of the speeding carriage. The driver doubted the proximity of the city and demanded payment. Davin stunned the coachman with his sudden decision to leave the carriage. The hero, with a cold smile, ordered them to leave immediately. The old man, in horror, warned the young man about the dangers of the forest. The stunned man lost sight of Davin in an instant. The passenger disappeared without a trace, leaving only a stream of azure energy. A magical trail pierced the dense forest thicket like lightning. A surge of energy marked the hero's rapid movement. Davin hid in the dense thicket, stalking his hidden prey. The young man drew his sword, preparing to search for the hidden monster. The hero activated the magic circle to enhance his perception. A flash of azure lightning instantly illuminated the forest darkness. A ghostly giant with the thunder technique appeared above the forest. Davin enveloped his body in streams of weak electrical energy. The young man used a scanning network of many small discharges. Davin's piercing gaze captured the slightest vibrations in the air. The magical search detected a lone moving target ahead. The monster bared its teeth in fury, sensing the imminent approach of the enemy. The huge gray monster growled furiously, its purple markings flashing. The creature quickly disappeared behind the trees, leaving a bright trail. Davin was amazed by the abnormally large size of the goblin he encountered in the forest. The young man studied in detail the strange, pulsating marks on the enemy's skin. Davin wondered anxiously about the true nature of the mysterious enemy. The heroes suggested using black magic to create the chimera. Davin decided not to judge the enemy's strength by race. An unknown force suddenly broke through the young man's protective electrical barrier. Davin was horrified by the ease with which the enemy overcame his lightning. The hero suspected the attacker was an assassin sent by the Council of Elders. Davin cried out in pain from the sudden sharp blow. A black spear flashed right in front of the young man's face. The pursuer made a soft landing behind the hero. A familiar red-haired girl cheerfully called out to Davin. The student enthusiastically issued the hero an official challenge. Davin froze in confusion after such a strange proposal. The girl boasted about receiving the high rank of cadet. A huge mutant emerged silently from behind the tree. The hero realized in a rage the fatal proximity of the monster. The goblin chimera let out a deafening roar before launching a deadly attack. Davin quickly attacked the monster from above. A huge goblin suddenly launched a blow at the stunned girl. The young man furiously warned his partner about the mortal danger of the chimera. The monster flashed magical signs, preparing a devastating attack. The giant mutant loomed like a menacing shadow over the frozen warrior. The forest shook from the deafening and furious roar of the monster. Davin gritted his teeth as he realized the enraged creature's change of purpose. The chimera instantly rushed at the girl with a crushing attack. The hero threw his hand forward, activating a powerful magic spell. A blinding flash of energy marked the precise hit on target. The young man gripped the handle tightly, happily noting the success of the maneuver. The warrior stood majestically over the fallen enemy amidst the rising dust. The swordsman, with a predatory grin, swore to crush the scoundrel he hated. Helga and her companion slowly left the snowy territory of the fortress. The director noted with relief the disappearance of all the factors that irritated her. The woman suspiciously asked whether this situation had been planned in advance. The man confirmed sending Raven after Davin for his own purposes. The interlocutor, with a sly smile, called this insidious plan simply excellent. Helga waved it off cheerfully, pretending not to understand the hints at all. The director's piercing gaze revealed her deep thoughtfulness about what was happening. Helga asked her companion with a smile about the availability of vacation days. The huge mutant swung his fist for a crushing blow from above. Davin's apprentice flashed her eyes, filled with golden light, furiously. The goblin chimera flew back shamefully after a powerful spear attack. The monster fell with a crash, plowing the ground with its heavy body. The wounded goblin let out a piercing roar full of pain and rage. The red-haired warrior triumphantly hovered over the fallen enemy. Another blow from the spear caused a powerful explosion of magical energy. The mutant desperately reached out with a clawed paw towards his opponent. The earth shook from the fall of the magical spear, forming a deep crater. Raven unleashed a hail of crushing blows from her spear on the goblin. Davin watched the battle apathetically from a high tree branch. The hero realized the complete futility of his intervention in this battle. The girl was amazed at Davin's colossal superiority over all their peers. Raven mentally compared the youth's power with her level and Kagon's. The wounded mutant goblin was in agony, preparing for the final push. The warrior activated the all-penetrating spear, selecting a powerful defensive attribute. The forest was filled with the piercing scream of a chimera dying in pain. A blinding flash of energy marked the spear's fatal impact on its target. Raven triumphantly finished off the monster with a final crushing blow. Julian was genuinely amazed that Davin managed to kill the goblin instantly. The monster's severed limb began to rapidly regenerate before everyone's eyes. The girl watched in a daze as the lost body part was supernaturally restored. Dense crimson scales covered the enemy's body again in a matter of seconds. A huge mutated goblin with a massive red arm appeared before the heroes. Ciri let out a shocked cry, startled by the sudden appearance of scales on the monster's body. Davin angrily demanded that his ally not be distracted and start dodging quickly. A crushing blow from the mutant's red fist turned the ground beneath his feet into crumbs. The monster, maddened by rage, unleashed a barrage of swift and powerful attacks on the girl. The warrior realized the frightening truth about the incredible physical power of this monstrous mutant. Davin furiously ordered his companion to immediately dodge the enemy attack. Glittering blue threads suddenly pierced the space around the fighting heroes. The magical fetters instantly restrained the movements of the enraged mutated goblin. The shocked girl watched in fascination as the mysterious shining threads appeared. Butler Sirkin appeared calmly in the forest, controlling the deadly strings. The faithful servant politely inquired about the well-being of his young master. The girl happily thanked Sirkin for the timely and effective rescue. The monster's huge fist tried in vain to break the shackles that held it. The goblin howled shrilly as the magical threads began to tear at his flesh. Davin coldly stated the unusual nature of the enemy he had encountered in the forest. The mutant goblin suddenly activated a glowing purple magic circle. Ciri was horrified by the rare ability of an ordinary monster to use magic. The monster's scarlet eye flashed before it completely disappeared. A powerful magical flash concealed the flight of the defeated forest enemy. The mysterious force completed the spell, leaving behind only sparks. A lone figure in a black cloak watched the battlefield. The elder coldly acknowledged the emergence of a new serious problem. Julian was genuinely amazed by the sudden and traceless disappearance of the monster. The heroes discussed the strange ending of this difficult battle with apprehension. Sirkin officially introduced the young master Raven Valtican to his companions. Raven Valtican introduced himself as a cadet and the director's official assistant. Julian was amazed by his unexpected acquaintance with the heir of a great family. Davin remembered the powerful family of legendary spearmasters. The swordsman was finally convinced of the high origins of his savior. Ciri enthusiastically recognized the cadet as the future leader of the Valticans. Davin became seriously interested in the heir's goals in the Red Fortress. Julian persistently suggested that the hero join forces with the newcomers. The authority of the Valtican family promised to be an excellent protection for Davin. The young man recognized his new allies as experienced and reliable fighters. Davin smiled slyly, planning to thank the director for such help. Sirkin insistently demanded an immediate and honest explanation from Davin. The butler coldly mentioned the goblin's oddities and the master's solitary exit. Sirkin emphasized the presence of hidden and deep goals in this mission. The faithful servant promised to protect Davin in the dangerous struggle of Adenka. Sirkin acknowledged Davin's current cadet status as a mere formality. Raven suddenly interrupted the conversation, declaring more important matters. The gambling cadet pointed decisively at Davin, challenging him to a fight. Raven persistently reminded everyone of the hero's recent resounding victory. The young man admitted that he personally watched his opponent's recent sparring session. Raven described with great excitement his intense emotions from the duel with Kagon. Raven confessed to a passionate desire to win and surpass Davin. The cadet energetically declared a sharp change in his personal priorities. The young man expressed a sincere desire to train with his idol. Julian noted with approval Raven's incredible honesty and burning passion. Davin smiled slyly, realizing the benefit of acquiring a new ally. The young man suddenly responded with a sharp refusal to the cadet's challenge. Davin called the capture of the mutant the main objective of the current moment of the mission. Raven indignantly demanded that at least one training match be held. Ciri angrily called Davin a coward for his unexpected refusal. Davin resolutely confirmed the steadfastness of his cold and measured choice. Davin defiantly declined the challenge, focusing on the upcoming goblin hunt. The companion froze in shock, realizing the sudden change in the hero's plans. The red-haired girl eagerly insisted on a duel immediately after capturing the target. The young man only smiled ambiguously, hinting at a possible meeting in the future. The detachment in the forest was enthusiastically preparing to begin a dangerous mission. Julian was struck by Davin's manic persistence in achieving his goals. The hero's clever deception forced the spirit to acknowledge his undeniable tactical superiority. The majestic and populous buildings of the city of Turnican appeared before the eyes of the travelers. The friends decided to stop at a local tavern for a well-deserved rest. Alarming news about the machinations of influential Adenka elders surfaced at the table. Davin realized that the goblin was an artificially created chimera. The companion at the table expressed concern about the monster's strange scales. The hero decided to continue the search, taking into account the new frightening details of the case. Anger filled Davin as he felt the trace of enemy magic. The young man jumped up abruptly, smelling a familiar nauseating smell in the air. The stench brought back painful memories of Samion's dungeons for the hero. Davin immediately rushed after the mysterious figure on the stairs. The source of the terrible stench turned out to be a stranger trembling with fear. The hero imperiously blocked the man's path, demanding his personal attention. The fugitive froze in mortal horror, recognizing Davin as an aristocrat. Davin furiously recalled his true name. The hero made a sharp lunge down the stone stairs. The young man quickly caught up with and crushed the mysterious enemy. Davin grabbed the stranger tightly by the collar of his cloak. He sternly demanded that the identity of the secret customer be revealed. Davin's eyes flashed with an ominous and frightening scarlet light. The enemy was trapped in the grip of the awakened magical seal. The prisoner screamed hysterically from the pain pulsating in his veins. The red mana suddenly broke free from the human's control. Friends came running to the noise, worried about the condition of their master. Davin screamed about the imminent explosion of out-of-control mana. The companions, confused, did not sense the approach of a magical catastrophe. The young man was the only one who felt the crushing flow of alien energy. The enemy's body began to glow rapidly due to magical overload. A bright white flash marked the beginning of a powerful release of mana. Davin angrily demanded that everyone leave immediately. A red magical aura tightly enveloped the young master's figure. Frightened comrades rushed to Davin's aid in despair. The hero realized the mortal danger and gritted his teeth in rage. A devastating explosion destroyed the entire tavern building in an instant. The terrified maid screamed as she saw the start of the devastating explosion. The man froze in shock, missing the moment of the sudden release of energy. A mysterious magical barrier began to slowly unfold around the frightened heroes. The companion frantically tried to protect Davin from the approaching wave of fire. A raging flame fiercely engulfed the entire space inside the old tavern. The heroes hid behind the shield in despair, trying to save their master. The young man realized the impossibility of protecting Davin in the epicenter of the raging disaster. The devastating force of the explosion completely wiped the hotel off the face of the earth. A blinding light from a magical flash suddenly flooded the entire scene. Davin stood steadfast among the smoking ruins, preserving his life. Davin's eyes flashed a furious scarlet light amidst the smoke and sparks. The friends were frozen with horror as they looked at the colossal destruction of the tavern. The hero tried with all his might to stay on his feet. The girl ran in panic to Davin, who had collapsed to the ground. The young man finally lost consciousness from extreme magical exhaustion. Witnesses were amazed by the incredible vitality of the aristocrat who survived among the ruins. Those around wondered how the mysterious blade managed to reflect the powerful explosion. The companions carried away the hero, dragging behind them the captive bound by magic. Davin, through the pain, acknowledged the correctness of his risky decision. Julian was horrified by the catastrophic state of his ward's magical channels. The door handle clicked, locking the heroes inside the secure room. Davin refused to see a doctor, admitting only to the effects of overexertion. The young man ordered that a guard be posted during his urgent meditation. Sirkin was amazed at such quick trust from the new master. Davin noted the butler's high level of skill as a warrior. The hero boldly ruled out any success of the possible betrayal of his companions. The man looked at Davin seriously, considering his words. The silhouette of the young man disappeared behind a dense dome of protective magic. Davin went into a deep trance to restore his mana circuits. The companion asked about the secret of Davin's miraculous survival during the explosion. The mentor noted with amazement that Davin had masterfully cut through the very epicenter of the explosion. The red-haired warrior seriously doubted whether such techniques were possible for an ordinary person. Davin calmly assessed the chances of success as extremely illusory and uncertain. The body of the culprit of the disaster remained unharmed, contrary to the logic of a powerful magical detonation. The fallen enemy's face was covered with ominous crimson cracks from excess energy. The enemy's remains instantly turned to gray dust under Davin's watchful gaze. The observer suddenly realized his own frightening lack of knowledge about the forbidden art. The girl jumped up abruptly, visibly inspired by a sudden understanding of the essence of the current situation. The warrior recognized Davin's true greatness and demanded an immediate duel. The cold light of the full moon silently illuminated the site of a recent violent clash. Davin tightly squeezed the viscous threads of the magical web with his hand. The darkness of the night found Davin and the spirit deep in thought. Davin suddenly felt a strange presence and turned around sharply. The hero was amazed by his companion's peaceful sleep after the battle. Davin and the spirit analyzed the strange mana of the slain enemy. The magical flow unnaturally accumulated in the heart of the fallen warrior. The companions realized that the prisoner was being used to implant mana. Davin suspected a large-scale conspiracy against his new family. The sharp address behind him made Davin flinch violently. In the darkness of the night, the ominous silhouette of a mysterious observer appeared. The butler caught Davin in deliberately refusing to make a quick escape. The man asked why Davin had not saved himself, knowing about the explosion in advance. Davin recalled the many innocent people who were in the restaurant. The image of a mother desperately protecting her child surfaced in the hero's memory. The interlocutor was surprised that other people's lives were more important than Davin's personal goals. Davin asked if Raven could abandon these people without caring. The butler confidently confirmed that he would never have turned away. The man acknowledged the young gentleman's exceptional nobility with a smile. The butler bowed respectfully before the most righteous sword of the Adenka clan. Davin ironically thanked the servant, calling him cowardly and cunning. The butler paid his respects to Davin, deciding to show a measure of formal respect. The man dryly announced his refusal to help in the search for the goblin. Davin greeted the news of his partner's treacherous indifference with disbelief. The monster's huge, clawed paw dug heavily into the soft ground. The cloaked enemy promised to feed Davin's flesh to the forest monster. The sorcerer was looking forward to saving Davin's life for dessert. The distraught heir of Vartican bared his teeth in anticipation of a bloody ambush. The hunt for the ferocious goblin has officially begun in the forest thicket. The companion joyfully rushed into battle under Davin's watchful gaze. Davin realized the butler was suspiciously absent after yesterday's conversation. Raven slept soundly, completely ignoring the start of the hunt. The butler declared Raven's protection his main task. Davin had a gloomily presentiment of the imminent collapse of his confidence. The servant looked forward to testing Davin's sword with treacherous obstacles. The butler solemnly swore not to touch the forest goblin. Julian was surprised by the absence of the warrior who guarded Davin's sword. Davin realized the mortal danger of any advantage to the enemy. The spirit suddenly called out to Davin in the middle of the dense thicket. Raven was stupidly puzzled by their strange route. Davin used magic to search unsuccessfully for traces of the monster from yesterday. Davin realized that the goblin had magically moved and was instantly out of sight. The hero decisively ordered a change in search tactics to the time-tested classic method. Davin carefully made his way through the thicket, listening attentively to every suspicious rustle in the forest. Raven doubted the mission's success, lamenting the lack of a warrior with specialized skills. Davin concentrated on searching the ground for any material traces of the presence of such a large beast. Experience from his past life helped Davin apply a masterful technique to track down the most dangerous monsters. Catching the pungent smell of fresh blood, Davin immediately commanded Raven to follow him. The squad rushed swiftly through the thicket, guided by Davin, who confidently led them forward. As he ran, Davin checked the readiness of his trusty sword for the imminent and inevitable clash. The companions froze in amazement, discovering in the thick of the forest the gruesome remains of a ferocious goblin's recent meal. Davin pointed out to his companions the fresh claw marks of the forest monster. Raven admired Davin's skill in tracking the beast without magical attributes. Raven gratefully acknowledged that he had learned a lot today. Davin tensed, sensing a hidden threat in the deceptive silence of the forest. The hero became suspicious due to the suspicious ease of the search mission. Davin became wary, noticing the unnaturally even and continuous chain of footprints. The young man explained to Raven the abnormal clarity of the evidence found in the field. Davin realized that someone was deliberately luring them into a trap. The companions froze in horror when they saw a blinding flash in front of them. A powerful magical explosion suddenly shook the ground beneath the hero's feet. Davin realized the insidiousness of the trap when he stepped on a hidden magical mine. Davin and the spirit cautiously studied this strange reed field. The heroes discovered the complete unnaturalness of the reed growth in this place. A blinding electric discharge suddenly and thunderously struck the ground. A powerful magical whirlwind instantly rose up in front of Davin. The ominous silhouette of a mysterious enemy appeared in the dense thickets. The enemy activated the blood rune, preparing for the decisive attack. The sorcerer pathetically released the destructive energy of his powerful spell. A bright flash of mana illuminated everything around, consuming the field. The satellites identified the one who lured them into this trap. The sorcerer mockingly praised the children for realizing the magical trap. The enemy smiled madly and introduced himself as Karbal. Raven asked anxiously if Elder Adenka had ordered this. Karbal confirmed the existence of an order to kill Davin for a reward. Davin was infuriated by the assassin's frightening and brazen frankness. Laughing, Karbal officially promised not to leave the heroes alive. A gigantic silhouette of a terrible horned demon appeared behind the sorcerer. Davin furiously released the purple energy of his sword. Amelun. Raven decisively activated the Vatican family's glittering golden spear. The heroes simultaneously rushed to attack the enemy's monstrous shadow. The enraged monster let out a deafening roar, preparing for a devastating attack. Davin froze, realizing the complete futility of attacks against an invulnerable enemy. The hovering villain ominously reminded the heroes of his undeniable superiority. The madman concentrated magical spheres in his hands, promising swift reprisals. Davin and his partner lunged, causing a series of powerful explosions. An exhausted Davin fell to his knees to the alarmed cries of his ally. Julian condemned Davin for his dangerous attempt at healing through meditation. The magician mockingly suggested that the heroes fight him and the chimera. The deranged enemy laughed madly, promising death to the young warriors. A sinister grin froze on the enemy's face before the final blow. Davin smirked and doubted his enemy's ability to control the goblin. The enemy froze in complete bewilderment at the sudden turn of events. A mysterious silhouette suddenly bound the villain with shining azure threads. The magical bonds dug deep into the stunned enemy's flesh. Sirkin rushed into the attack, surrounded by streams of bright energy. The red-haired warrior joyfully shouted the name of her unexpected savior. The ally admitted that Davin easily uncovered his secret disguise. The man confirmed his loyalty to Davin and his readiness to fight together. The hero calmly reported the elimination of the mercenary who had threatened Davin. The group was stunned to see the fallen enemy mysteriously disappear. Only the torn clothes of the vanished enemy remained on the ground. The heroes were suddenly bound by rings of ominous scarlet energy. The wounded enemy remembered the dangerous name of the killer with threads. The villain, in a panic, recognized the king of assassins in his ally. Sirkin met his opponent's hateful gaze with dispassion. The companion was astonished to learn the true title of her savior. The Threadmaster asked contemptuously why the enemy had not fled yet. The madman grinned, announcing a sudden change in his plans. The enemy intended to create a perfect chimera from the fallen warriors. Davin enlisted the help of the legendary master for the decisive battle. Sirkin and his allies launched a coordinated attack on the massive chimera shadow. The magic circuit flashed brightly, transmitting energy for control. Davin made a dash, bringing down a shining sword on the enemy. The chimera bared its teeth, and its eye filled with a furious light. The monster dealt a heavy blow to Davin with its mana-filled fist. The hero blocked the attack, feeling a sudden drain of all his mana. A powerful magical beam from the seal struck Sirkin. The magician mockingly suggested that the king of assassins save his strength. Sirkin held back the flow of energy with his shining azure threads. The villain boasted of a special leash for controlling a wild beast. Sirkin activated the deadly thread trap with a sharp snap of his fingers. Davin flinched at the sudden realization of his opponent's true strength. The chimera suddenly pounced on Sirkin in a swift, furious leap. The stunned master assassin barely had time to react to the lightning strike. A powerful explosion of the enemy's magical energy shook the earth to its foundations. Davin and his ally called out to Sirkin anxiously through the clouds of dust. Breathing heavily, the wounded ally confirmed his readiness to continue the hard fight. The heroes recognized the legendary impenetrable dragon scales on the monster's body. Davin was horrified by the news of the return of the power of ancient extinct creatures. Sirkin explained that the enemy had absolute resistance to any mana. The heroes were amazed at the reckless and extremely stupid behavior of the enemy. The enemy brutally suppressed the goblin's will, demanding complete submission. The chimera's eye filled with rage from the unbearable magical pain. The sorcerer was frightened by the sudden change in his beast's behavior. A powerful burst of energy suddenly threw the villain away. The enemy fiercely proved the undeniable superiority of his unique ability. The magician dreamed of gaining absolute power through blood. Davin carefully studied all the features of the enemy's magical technique. The hero found the only sure way to destroy enemy control. Davin decisively informed his comrades about the beginning of his plan. The enemy froze in amazement, not believing his eyes at what he saw. The sorcerer surveyed the crater, realizing the successful escape of Davin and his allies. The enemy's face darkened, sensing serious difficulties in carrying out his plan. A sudden blow from above made the villain cough painfully from shock. The defeated enemy whispered angry words towards the heroes in rage. A figure appeared over the battlefield, mockingly greeting the stunned mage. The ground exploded on impact, sending clouds of dust into the air. The warrior called upon the power of the sacred spear, preparing to pierce flesh itself. The villain realized with horror the futility of any attempts to defend himself. The enemy screamed furiously about the undeniable power of his dragon armor. Raven furiously attacked the ancient monster's huge stone hand with his sacred spear. The red-haired youth felt the crushing power of the enemy's powerful counterattack with obvious horror. A powerful burst of magical energy instantly threw Raven very far back from his target. The grinning, scarred enemy mockingly called all the current attempts of these heroes futile. Davin decisively activated the second stage of his long combat blade's powerful supernatural transformation. The enemy, in a rage, suddenly realized that Davin was targeting him right now. Julian coldly confirmed that their real, furious battle had begun from the very beginning. The swordsman used the secret technique of the Wanderer, filling the entire space with a very bright blue glow. Davin's sudden, precise attack caused his wounded opponent to cough up blood in a painful, heavy cough. The bloodied madman laughed loudly, declaring his complete and undeniable absolute superiority. The villain loudly ordered the Chimera to wipe Davin and Raven from the face of the earth. The huge monster froze in silence, glaring at young Davin with its single blazing eye. The Chimera emitted a powerful dark aura, preparing to tear apart the one standing right in front of it. The scarred enemy realized with horror that Davin had not been aiming at him at all. Davin sarcastically admitted that his target was the magical leash that was holding the goblin. The freed Chimera turned in rage against its former master with a loud roar. The stunned swordsman panicked and tried to protect himself with magic from his own pet's wrath. The monster's crushing blow instantly shattered the enemy's protective barrier into tiny pieces. The wounded villain cursed in impotent rage, feeling the approach of his inevitable end. The Chimera struck a powerful blow, breaking through the tough scales that the enemy called dragon skin. The freed Chimera let out a furious roar, baring its sharp, bloody fangs. The enraged monster rained crushing blows upon the remains of his former tormentor. It seemed that the Chimera did not like its false and extremely cruel master at all. A true tamer always fought with his soul, and did not use only magical items. The monster's flesh began to rapidly regenerate, becoming covered with a strange scarlet organic mass. The wounded Raven breathed a sigh of relief, happy about the final elimination of his dangerous enemy. It became clear that the enemy was forcibly holding the Chimera using forbidden magic. Davin declared decisively that the time had come to carry out their original plan of conquest. The young man concentrated, promising that now the final stage of the capture would be simple. The hunter silently left the battlefield, carrying a heavy, bloody bag on his shoulder. Raven joyfully announced the successful completion of their very first assignment. Davin reported that he received this task directly from the Council of Elders. The young man grinned ominously, intending to call all the guilty to a harsh answer. The swordsman confidently mentioned the presence of a witness ready to confirm every word. Davin's interlocutor was extremely surprised to hear the loud name of the legendary king of assassins. Davin showed the bag, hinting at the handwriting of the ruthless king of assassins, Sirkun. The butler sincerely thanked the heroes for suddenly simplifying their difficult situation. Davin noted with obvious pleasure the increased power of his own attacks. The group ran quickly through the thicket, discussing their butler's unexpected blunder. Davin suddenly froze, noticing something shocking right before his eyes. The head of the fortress, Helga, suddenly appeared in front of Davin, sitting on a tree branch. The warrior confidently promised Davinu to help him successfully complete this risky task. Helga cheerfully asked the young man to show her the contents of his heavy bag. The woman carefully examined the loot, asking Davin about the identity of these people. Laughing loudly, Helga declared that she was seeing these enemies for the first time. Helga noted the foul smell with disgust, demanding an investigation at the level of noble families. Davin asked the girl again with sincere doubt about the unpleasant smell of evidence. Helga mentioned Elder Julian Samion, who represents the interests of his great family. She named their mutual acquaintance, the influential Elder Tilavan, as the instigator of the mission. Helga whispered ingratiatingly that she and Tilavan had been very old friends. Helga wrote to inform Sir Vargon of Davin's successful return home. The fortress commander looked terrifying due to the accumulated irritation from endless work. Vargon furiously demanded that he immediately end his duties during his well-deserved vacation. The man rubbed his forehead wearily, genuinely resenting the need to work overtime in the fortress. An enraged Vargon slammed the table, forbidding his subordinates to distract him from his work. The frightened assistant hastily handed the commander a written report on Davin's recent achievements. Vargon began to carefully study the documents sent, trying to get to the bottom of the matter. The commander's eyes widened in shock at the incredible details in the report. Vargon smiled slyly, planning to finish the paperwork thanks to Davin's accurate information. The man concentrated on analyzing the connection between the young man, the goblin Chimera, and the mysterious magician. The commander was amazed at the decision to entrust a dangerous mission to an ordinary 9th-rank cadet. The report's text contained strange symbols, confirming the unusual nature of the recent mission. The elder, dressed in rich robes, carefully looked through the important documents provided by Davin. The man with purple eyes coldly inquired about the true meaning of Davin's words. Davin calmly informed the head of the family that he had two serious assumptions. The young man openly called the task he had carried out a trap deliberately prepared for him. The chief expressed disappointment that a mission of this level had become a problem for Davin. Davin countered by emphasizing his success and triumphant return after completing the mission. The young man mentioned that he felt the intervention of the forbidden power of the Samian clan during the battle. Davin called the use of someone else's magic to test heirs an absolutely unacceptable act. Davin mentioned the close relationship between elders Tilavan and Holloman. The head of the family asked Davin about the content of his second bold assumption. The young man assumed that the incompetent elders simply knew nothing. The elder was torn between being branded a coward or being labeled an incompetent leader. The man coldly asked Davin which option he was more inclined to. Davin chose incompetence, considering it better than malicious and pathetic cowardice. Suddenly, the sound of a woman's hurried steps running was heard in the corridor. A frightened woman burst into the hall, screaming about an impending great disaster. The head of the family, confused, asked his wife the reason for her appearance. The woman shared shocking news about Elder Tilawan Adenka with horror. Elder Tilavan committed suicide by piercing his own heart with a sharp steel sword. The man died instantly in his room, leaving behind only his corpse. The head of the family, in complete shock, asked again about the influential elder's voluntary departure. The woman confirmed that Tilavan had stabbed himself with a sword in his own chambers. The head's wife showed a suicide note in which Tilavan admitted all his guilt. The head of the family listened with disbelief to the official version of his comrade's sudden death. Davin firmly stated that this suicide was brazenly and professionally staged. The young man's words made the head of the family seriously doubt the veracity of the evidence. The woman present looked at Davin with obvious fear upon hearing his theory. Davin explained that a responsible person would never have allowed such an incident to happen. Julian suggested that the elder had been eliminated by secret forces, cleverly disguised as a suicide. Davin doubted that in the protected center of the Adenka lands, someone would dare to kill an elder. The young man firmly called the suicide that had occurred merely a carefully planned and brazen performance by enemies. The woman narrowed her eyes thoughtfully, analyzing the bold and extremely unexpected conclusions of her young son. Versa acknowledged with a smile that Davin had noticed important details that had completely escaped her. The mother formally asked the head of the family for permission to take Davin away for a short conversation. The head of the family dryly shifted responsibility to his wife, allowing her to act at her own discretion. Versa commanded Davin to follow her, leaving her husband's office behind her. The woman admitted her desire to use her son's abilities to investigate this mysterious incident. The shadows of the heroes lay ominously on the floor next to the body of Tilavan, pierced by the sword. The man's body, with a sword thrust into his chest, lay lifelessly frozen against the cold stone wall. Davin calmly approached the corpse, while his companion warned him against unnecessary emotional shock. The young man carefully examined the glassy eyes of the deceased, trying to discern grains of hidden truth in them. Julian noted ironically that the dead body was now completely indifferent to any external rough manipulation. The girl froze in confusion, completely unable to understand the reasons for Davin's strange interest in the dead man. The swordsman noted the frightening purity of the blade, which entered straight into the victim's heart on the very first try. Davin explained to his companion that for an experienced warrior, the nature of such a wound looked extremely suspicious and unnatural. The hero's gaze lingered on the face of the deceased, devoid of the usual traces of pain that come with death throes. The complete absence of signs of struggle and hesitation made Davin finally doubt the reality of the corpse he had seen. With a cold grin, the swordsman stated that what lay before them was only a masterfully executed and convincing fake. The companion, in horror, asked Davin where the real Tilavan was at that moment. The young man grinned meaningfully, enjoying the effect his discovery had on those around him. Davin was delighted, while the shocked Julian could barely contain his stormy emotions. The spirit furiously scolded his partner for taking unjustified risks and jumping to conclusions without evidence. The hero calmly reasoned that his guesses were based only on intuition. Julian reluctantly agreed with Davin, although he was clearly angered by such sudden correctness. The swordsman joyfully announced the discovery of traces of dark magic and body copying techniques. Davin casually explained to his companion the principle of a complex spell that simulates a person's death. The woman asked seriously how the young man had been able to recognize such a skillful magical forgery. Davin asked ironically why his mother had not spotted the deception with her special eye. The woman gloomily explained that her special eye only sees the lies of living people. Davin unceremoniously grabbed his companion by the shoulder, demonstrating to her an example of true dark magic. The enraged lady roughly pushed Davin against the wall, demanding that he immediately reveal the source of the knowledge. The young man and his ghostly companion froze under the heavy weight of a sudden rage. Davin's mother angrily declared that she didn't care about the circumstances of the old man's death. The woman's flaming red eye pierced Davin, thirsting to know the secret of his boundless knowledge. The old man with a thick blue beard stared in horror at the unexpected, impudent guests. A majestic man in a scarlet cloak greeted the assembled group, noting their extremely long separation. The owner of the house, with feigned friendliness, offered the guests a cup of hot tea. The blue-bearded man narrowed his eyes suspiciously, carefully studying every movement of his new mysterious visitors. The three high-ranking guests sat in tense silence at a table in a luxurious hall. The head of the clan casually inhaled the pleasant aroma of tea, trying to maintain an outward appearance of absolute calm. The girl suddenly shuddered, recognizing in the cup the favorite type of tea of the recently deceased elder. From a bird's-eye view, the tea party looked like a carefully planned and dangerous political game. The interlocutor smiled nervously when the conversation turned to the mysterious disappearance of influential clan elders. She defiantly recalled that Tilavan had been officially expelled from the Supreme Council. The man cast a dark look, contemplating the need to finally cut off all remaining ends. The head of the department commanded those present to immediately stop their idle talk and get down to business. The woman, with a sly smile, asked about the reasons for dissatisfaction with the failed mission of young Davin. The interlocutor coldly remarked that such behavior by the family was extremely vile and base. The head of the clan personally came to express his dissatisfaction to the council due to Davin's excessive guardianship. The leader sternly reminded that the young man was the biological son of the late Sarvana Hisley. The interlocutor hinted with a grin at the possible jealousy of Mrs. Versa and the family's protests. The woman contemptuously called such concern for the bastard the height of shamelessness and hypocrisy. She coldly inquired about the meaning of further guardianship over the son of a long-dead rival. The image of Sarvana, whose tragic death made the leader much stronger, appeared before his eyes. In the silence, a desperate plea for forgiveness and protection was heard from the departed lover. In the past, Khan desperately begged his dying wife to agree to use forbidden magic. Sarvana looked at her husband for the last time and asked him to save their son. The man clenched his teeth in impotent rage, mourning the bitter loss of his only love. Khan clenched his teeth in rage, barely containing the anger that had built up over the years that was bursting to the surface. Purple energy enveloped the head as he recalled the painful emptiness in his life. The man stood before the council, overwhelming those present with his suddenly increased magical power. His eyes glowed with an ominous purple light, foreshadowing the imminent onset of the inevitable reprisal. The woman asked mockingly whether the head really thought the council was completely uninformed. Khan rose rapidly in the clan hierarchy immediately after the tragic death of his wife. A scene from the past appeared before his eyes, linking his success with the death of Sarvana. The lady spoke of the beautiful appearance of the deceased, whose loss had once saddened the entire family. Her face twisted into a terrifying grimace before the most daring and dangerous accusation was announced. The interlocutor asked directly whether the leader himself had sent his wife into the world. The blade's tip froze a millimeter from the speechless woman's face, restricting her movements. The head of the clan clutched a sword, shrouded in dense flashes of deadly purple magical energy. A powerful magical explosion shook the estate, covering the entire building in a blinding dome of furious power. A huge column of pure energy shot upward, turning the night sky into a blazing glow. Khan put all his hatred into a crushing blow, destroying any enemy resistance. The woman's face was distorted with indescribable horror before this incredible and frightening demonstration. She watched helplessly as magical power tore apart reality around her. The swordsman stood coldly over his fallen rival, asserting his absolute right to power. The woman fell to her knees, realizing that the nightmare she had seen was just an illusion. The stunned lady admitted that this was the true limit of greatness attainable by man. 9 stars flashed behind the leader, confirming his status as the clan's greatest master. Khan proudly declared that his late wife had always been called the true heart of a Denka. In the present, Davin froze under his mother's heavy gaze, enveloped in a thick red aura. The woman demanded an explanation as to how the young man had been able to sense traces of dark magic. A frightened Julian frantically tried to figure out how Davin would manage to get out of this dangerous situation. A cheeky smile flashed across the young man's lips, heralding the beginning of his new and risky game. The swordsman defiantly declared that he had clearly seen the very essence of this spell. The companion, in amazement, pressed Davin to herself, demanding a detailed explanation of his words. Julian screamed in panic that such an answer was the biggest and most fatal mistake. Mother sternly reminded him that it was impossible to identify a specific type of dark magic from traces. Davin acknowledged the limitations of his perception, citing the eye of truth as the only way to counter this technique. The young man confidently declared that a simple divine revelation had helped him quickly realize the truth. The shocked woman furiously demanded that he stop lying, recalling the strange events at the recent swordsman's meeting. Davin calmly explained that his deep analysis of the situation had given him the precise knowledge of the name of the forbidden technique. The woman's magical eye froze in place, completely unresponsive to this blatant lie. His companion quickly ordered Davin to keep the secret, fearing unnecessary attention to his new exceptional abilities. A stunned Julian could hardly believe his ears, amazed that such a brazen lie had actually worked. The hero persistently inquired about the details of the revelation, wanting to quickly find out the exact current location of the true Taliban. Julian panicked and hurried his partner, demanding that he immediately come up with a logical continuation of their impromptu magical vision. Julian realized that ancient magic had absorbed the victim's powers, unnoticed even by his sensitive mother. The spirit suggested the intervention of a third party who wanted to reliably hide the traces of his actions. An exhausted Taliban was completely without support, trapped by magical exhaustion. Julian pointed up furiously, spotting an enemy lurking in the shadows of the room. The woman shuddered in surprise, realizing the proximity of the enemy hiding from their sight. Davin made a serious request to his mother, preparing for the decisive confrontation. The hero firmly declared his intention to personally take the life of the criminal elder of the clan. The companion warned the young man of danger, reminding him of the former power of their enemy. Davin resolutely drew his blade, calling on his mother to help him in the dangerous ambush. The swordsman planned to lure the fugitive out, counting on the magical protection of his influential mother. The woman, with an approving smile, agreed to hand over the right to carry out the sentence to Davin. Davin concentrated his will as a blinding flash of lightning signaled the beginning of a new powerful attack. Julian commanded a lightning strike, and a heavenly bolt of lightning descended devastatingly straight onto the enemy position. The stunned opponent collapsed, pinned to the floor by the colossal pressure of the young man's new magical power. The enemy's crimson face was distorted by unbearable pain under the influence of the electrical circuits that bound him. The enemy roared in fury at such audacity, releasing frightening fountains of dark and sinister energy. A slender hand quickly grabbed the spear shaft, ignoring the flashes of dangerous and destructive magic around it. The red-haired warrior was stunned as she watched the incredible power that Davin suddenly displayed in battle. The enemy fell into a true frenzy, amazed by the young man's audacious attempt to attack him with completely bare hands. The enemy grinned arrogantly, spilling out all his accumulated hatred along with streams of crimson aura. An iron grip tightened around the weapon's shaft, preparing a decisive counterattack in this furious duel. A majestic figure in white towered over the fallen enemy, demonstrating his absolute superiority. The woman contemptuously called the wounded Tilivan just a pathetic and obedient dog of the Samians. The bleeding old man bitterly lamented that he had lost all his strength and opportunity. The heroine smiled mockingly, finding the very thought of the enemy escaping an extremely funny situation. The powerful maiden surrounded herself with shining spheres, completely thwarting any attempt by the traitor to escape. The enemy's face was distorted with horror at the punishing power that had overtaken him so suddenly. Davin made a swift lunge with his blade, irrigating the floor with scarlet blood in a furious impulse. The young man crouched low, concentrating the remaining magic to deliver the final and fatal blow. Davin decisively declared the end of the battle, his bright scarlet eyes flashing angrily. A blinding flash engulfed the entire space, finally ending this protracted and bloody duel. Davin collapsed to the floor as the mysterious warrior looked down at him silently. The girl froze in horror, realizing the critical state of her young and faithful ally. The young man convulsed from the unbearable pain that pierced his entire exhausted body. A loud cry of agony erupted from Davin's chest, shaking the walls of the cold hall. Julian and the warrior rushed to the hero, desperately trying to understand the reason for his attack. The spirit rushed around in panic, not understanding the reasons for the sudden and abrupt breakdown. Davin's eyes widened as a strange blue glow slowly enveloped his flesh. Julian cried out in horror as he noticed the frightening disappearance of the fingers on his master's hand. Davin realized the frightening truth about the beginning of the process he had so greatly feared. The young man's body began to disintegrate, triggering a fatal collapse of his magical and physical being. The warrior, in a panic, ordered the priest to be called, seeing the critical condition of the extremely exhausted Davin. Julian realized the frightening acceleration of the collapse, which was to begin much later than planned. Images of their past triumphs and constantly pushing the limits of what was possible flashed through their minds. Through the pain, Davin recalled the endless battles against enemies who were far stronger than him. The spirit realized that the body's natural reaction had provoked a fatal acceleration of the entire destructive process. The young man turned to Julian with his last strength, realizing the nearness of his inevitable end. Images of past defeats and the bitter failure of my entire past life flashed before my eyes. Julian sank into mournful silence, helplessly watching his friend's unbearable torment. Davin fiercely rejected the very thought of defeat, unwilling to accept such an unfair end. The ghostly boy slowly dissolved into a stream of butterflies, surrounded by a halo of bright, mysterious energy. The spirit recognized Davin's methods as reckless, but entirely justified by his current great purpose. Julian noted the impossibility of recognition by his parents without the selfless help of his extremely brave master. The ghostly helper promised to support the crumbling sacrum with divine power for the immediate salvation of Davin. The young man screamed in horror, suddenly realizing the very high price of such a choice. Julian confirmed his inevitable and final disappearance from the world with a calm smile. The spirit told Davin to find a way to heal while his powerful divine energy was active. Davin desperately begged his friend to stop, not wanting to accept such a terrible, unfair sacrifice. Julian finally dissolved into the glow of butterflies, expressing his last sincere faith in the master. The shocked young man stood frozen in silence, realizing the weight of the loss of his closest comrade. The last shining butterfly landed on Davin's palm, marking the beginning of his new journey. Davin trusted Julian and squeezed his hand tightly as a sign of complete readiness. The hero vowed to heal his body at all costs. The young man sank to the floor, exhausted, hearing the loud cry of his faithful servant. The priest opened the massive doors, entering a spacious, light-filled room. Dullen looked extremely alarmed to see the critical condition of his young master. Davin appeared before the Supreme Court awaiting a final decision on the case. The notary in the gray jacket watched the progress of this complex trial with indifference. Officials, buried under books, continued to slowly process important government documents. Two girls sat in the corridor, waiting for the end of a long court procedure. The red-haired warrior was angry about the prolonged red tape and really wanted to sleep. The warriors froze at the entrance when a loud cry was heard announcing the arrival of the fortress director. The noble Sir Merlin entered the hall swiftly, enveloped in an aura of true power and strength. The knight inquired with concern about the lady's night journey out of great anxiety for Davin. The lady hastened to reassure the guest, confirming the well-being of the young hero, exhausted in battle. Raven was genuinely surprised by the sudden appearance of such an important and influential person at such a late hour. The polite man in the gray uniform politely apologized for the unexpectedly long wait for the end of the audience. The woman, with a slight smile, thanked the faithful butler for his diligent and timely efforts. The mysterious official dryly explained his delay by the need to urgently resolve an extremely important matter. Raven's eye flashed dangerously, reflecting the deep inner excitement of a young and very brave warrior. The allies exchanged suspicious glances, trying to discern the true nature of the connections between everyone present. A polite man in a gray uniform confirmed this extremely sad truth with a sad smile. Raven's eyes flashed with fury as he admitted that it was he who left the scar on the enemy's face. The warrior gripped the hilt of his sword tightly as bolts of blue magic sparked around his body. Magic threads suddenly entangled the official, preventing him from making even the slightest movement. The allies screamed in horror, alarmed by the sudden appearance of these crazy and dangerous individuals. The night city froze in silence, while inside the building, doctors were amazed at the hero's critical condition. Priest Dullen laid his shining hands on Davin, wishing to prevent a possible mortal disaster. Dullen scolded the young man sternly, explaining that external healing was no guarantee of recovery. Davin smiled faintly, remembering a similar grumbling from an old acquaintance from the past. Davin's gaze suddenly cleared as he realized that Dullen might be the one who knew the solution. Davin asked the priest if he knew anything about the condition of his sacrum. The young man sat in bed while Dulin listened attentively to his strange and frightening story. Dulin realized that the divine essence was literally holding Davin's bones from complete destruction. The priest honestly admitted his complete ignorance of such a rare and dangerous anomaly. Davin was horrified by the thought of the fatal mistake he and his missing friend had made. Dulin fell silent meaningfully, pondering the only correct idea that had suddenly come to his mind. The priest suggested an alternative method of strengthening divine protection without directly interfering with the bones. Dulin pointed out the need for rapid development of spiritual energy for the survival of the exhausted hero. Davin, in extreme confusion, asked about his need to take ordination in order to save his life. Dulin confirmed the difficulty of this path, lamenting the critical lack of time for training. The priest pointed to the ancient tomb of the king, located next to the legendary temple. Dulin told the tale of the Holy Grail, which grants its owner colossal divine power. Davin listened attentively to the story about the artifact that became the basis of many mysterious legends. The young man smiled enthusiastically, fired up by the idea of immediately meeting with the great keeper of the cup. The priest confirmed the existence of the only warrior in history who managed to completely subjugate the Grail. Dulin mentioned Arslan Adenka, a great ancestor and legendary wielder of the powerful Sun Sword. Visions of a brutal clash between an elite Tamil mercenary and an Adenka warrior flashed. The opponents fought fiercely on the Sarvidan plain, as lightning literally cut through the night sky. Merlin recalled with a grin their previous meetings, where they had acted as implacable enemies. The Blade Master pointed the charged weapon forward, declaring the inevitability of all current changes. Sirkin suddenly made a swift dash forward, releasing shining magical threads from his hands. Raven screamed in utter indignation, taken aback by Sirkin's sudden and very brazen attack. Merlin attacked his opponent furiously, his sword sparking with powerful bolts of blue lightning. The warrior with the scar on his face concentrated his strength, preparing for the decisive clash of the duel. The angry woman slammed their heads together, immediately putting an end to this very stupid argument. The director of the fortress laughed loudly, reminding the offending men of the need to adhere to strict rules. The opponents lowered their heads in humility after hearing the order to fight fairly after Davin's match. Merlin turned around in surprise as they left, doubting the correctness of the dangerous decision they had made. Davin strode forward resolutely, ignoring the priest's persistent warnings about a possible mortal threat. The young man confidently announced a trip to the ancient and mysterious tomb of the great king. Davin's companions discussed with apprehension his latest extremely risky venture. A smiling Merlin Pilko bowed politely to Davin, wishing him future triumph in battle. Davin coldly expressed his hope for a meeting, calling his mysterious interlocutor the King of Assassins. The red-haired warrior silently watched Davin and Merlin as they walked away into the approaching night. The hero peered into the distance, trying to grasp the true meaning of the name Pilko he had suddenly heard. The girl anxiously asked her companion if his ancient family really bore the name Palko. Davin's companion stood frozen in horror before the dark entrance, begging him not to rush. The resolute Davin snapped that he had come to the cave solely for the sake of immediate entry inside. Davin recognized Julian's extreme time pressure, demanding that he immediately find the legendary Holy Grail. The servant respectfully reminded Davin of his important warning before entering the dungeon. The priest reported in a panic that no one had ever returned alive from this abyss. The heroes gazed in fascination into the frightening and bottomless depths of the mysterious ancient dungeon. Davin fell silent meaningfully, thinking over what he had heard and preparing for the decisive next step. The companion indignantly asked why Davin had told him about the mortal danger at all. The guards outside stood firm, requiring a second-rank priest to accompany them for entry. The dejected priest asked in despair why Davin was sending him there. Davin calmly asked his frightened companion if he knew anything about the Holy King. The man remembered the ancient legends about the great hero, which he studied together with Julian. The founder of the Church of Gaia once suffered a martyr's death in an epic battle with evil. The priest proudly declared that he was the direct heir to the divine power of the legendary Holy King. Davin reacted with undisguised interest to the mention of the ancient Holy King's divine power. The companion told Davin about a secret prophecy that had been carefully kept in the church for centuries. Davin was shocked by the words that only those who survived death would find the Holy Grail. The priest admitted that the true meaning of the phrase about experiencing death remains a great mystery. The man felt his inner holy power pointing directly at the chosen one, Davin. Dulin expressed great concern over Davin's hasty decision to immediately enter the dangerous tomb. Davin confidently stated that the prophecy of the ancient Holy King pointed specifically to him. The young man resolutely stepped into the impenetrable abyss that enveloped the entrance to the mysterious ancient dungeon. A powerful burst of magic caused the frightened priest to recoil from the passage in wild horror. Davin's companion watched in stupefaction as the dark energy swirled ahead, frightening him. Clenching his palms, the priest plunged into a desperate prayer for the safe return of the brave Davin. The light from the distant exit quickly faded, leaving Davin alone with a cold and silent void. Every movement Davin made on the stone steps only produced a heavy and disturbing echo. The young man persistently climbed the flights of glowing stairs leading to the very heart of the ancient tomb. Complete isolation and impenetrable darkness began to rapidly distort the sense of time and space. Davin tried unsuccessfully to call Julian, hoping to clarify the situation and obtain important information. The realization that Julian could no longer hear him made the hero freeze in alarm. The sudden silence made Davin involuntarily remember his 10 years of solitary confinement. The spiral staircase leading down seemed like an endless circle, devoid of the slightest hint of an ending. Having collected his thoughts, the determined Davin prepared to carefully check the route for dangers. A mysterious voice strictly forbade Davin to look back under penalty of eternal damnation. The young man realized that the slightest mistake would trap him forever in this dark, cursed tomb. Davin resolutely drew his trusty blade, angrily demanding that the hidden enemy reveal itself immediately. A flash of magical light and eerie ghostly hands made the hero instantly prepare for battle. Dense, dark energy began to rapidly fill the hall, absorbing the last remnants of light in the dungeon. Shocked, Davin barely whispered a question about the nature of the shadows that suddenly appeared in front of him. Melanin introduced himself as the leader of the Immortal Shadow Clan, appearing out of nowhere before the stunned youth. The ghostly silhouette solemnly announced that they had been faithfully awaiting the coming of the legendary Seeker of Truth for centuries. Frozen before the giant shadows, Davin tried to comprehend the true meaning of his mysterious title. Melanin urged Davin to cast aside the shackles of the Samian clan and finally face the truth with courage. The shadows told Davin that they had faithfully guarded this mysterious place for 500 years. Melanin begged for release, demanding to prove his status as a true seeker of the great truth. The hero realized the connection between the shadows and Arslan and asked about a way to prove it. The ghost offered Davin to cut them with his sword, confirming his rights with pure mana. Davin resolutely prepared to cut down the shadows with Adenka's sword, fulfilling their long expectations. The young man remembered his teacher's instructions and used the destructive sword style of the glorious Adenka. With the deadly moon slash, Davin attacked with lightning speed, releasing his incredible inner power. With a fierce glint in his red eyes, Davin proudly proclaimed his name. The warrior called himself a descendant of Arslan, who once left these guards here. A flash of magic marked the moment when the hero's blade finally severed the ancient bonds. The creepy shadows angrily shouted at Davin that his current evidence would be completely insufficient. The hero made a swift dash forward, dodging the massive claws of the terrifying ghostly enemy. The shadow leader roared in fury, finally denying Davin's right to be called the true seeker of truth. Davin called upon the power of the Thunder Giant, engulfing his trusty blade in powerful electrical discharges. A blinding giant lightning bolt struck devastatingly into the very center of a dense cluster of dark ghosts. Powerful electrical discharges paralyzed the shadows, causing them to shudder in unbearable pure pain. A massive black hand, in its death throes, tried unsuccessfully to reach out to the departing Davin. Davin realized with great shock that his long-lost arm had instantly grown back. The young man fell rapidly through the endless emptiness of the dungeon, shrouded only in the thick shadows of his enemies. Gathering the last of his will, Davin delivered a final crushing blow to the very center of the ghost. Davin realized the terrifying power of shadows, capable of instantly rising after every blow. The shadow leader attacked furiously, promising immediate destruction to anyone who encroached on the tomb. Feeling a threat behind him, Davin painfully fought the dangerous urge to look back. The dark ghost warned of eternal wandering if one loses one's sense of direction. The insidious shadow dealt Davin a crushing blow, catching him off guard in pitch darkness. Melanin called on Davin to stop his dangerous self-delusion and acknowledge his true weakness. Davin shuddered at the cruel statement that he was not the hero of the prophecy at all. The young man wondered in confusion about the nature of Arslan's legacy, hanging helplessly before the enemy. The hero thought longingly of Julian, desperately needing his wise advice. Davin felt a bitter loneliness, suddenly doubting his own importance and strength. Legions of ferocious shadow monsters suddenly surrounded Davin, depriving him of any chance to retreat. Davin's red eyes grew cloudy with exhaustion under the heavy weight of the enemy's deadly magic. The priest in the distance prayed fervently, pressing his hands to his chest in a fit of helpless despair. Davin's companion realized in horror that the hero had entered a strictly restricted area without permission. The guards blocked the path of the frightened priest while Davin hid in the depths of the cursed tomb. The astonished man watched in mute stupor as strange shadows appeared in the depths of the ancient corridor. A thin stream of blood slowly trickled down Davin's chin after the ghost's crushing blow. Melanin solemnly reminded them that they were the true guardians of the sacred prophecy about the king. A gigantic black hand mercilessly squeezed Davin's body, demonstrating to him the absolute power of the shadows. The Shadow Guardian admitted with bitter disappointment that Davin had failed to live up to their expectations. The Shadow Guardian emphasized that Davin's inability to win proved his innocence in the prophecy. The wounded hero realized the conditions of the prophecy, looking into the eyes of his inevitable and imminent death. Davin suddenly remembered that in the ancient legend there were two obligatory points of prophecy. The Shadow Stalker arrogantly declared that the conditions of the prophecy did not apply to Davin at all. The ghostly executioner swung his scythe, intending to make the task even easier and finish off the hero as quickly as possible. A blinding explosion of primal fury shook the space as the hero finally unleashed his power. A wave of colossal dark energy instantly engulfed the hall, marking the beginning of its inevitable transformation. Enveloped in crimson flames, the warrior roared furiously, demonstrating his new crushing power to his enemies. Melanin recognized in horror the black and red mana that belonged exclusively to the powerful and dangerous Samion. Davin's awakened magical power instantly surged around his body like a crimson whirlwind of rage. Davin activated the Red Song, completing the ancient verse with his awakened furious mana. The Red Full Moon's devastating technique instantly cut through the dense darkness of the Ghost Guard. The hero realized that true proof required him to state his real name. The warrior proudly proclaimed himself Davin Samion, finally accepting his true identity. Davin confidently stated that he came here after his complete victory over death. The ghost urged the hero to follow the prophecy and find the king's legendary Holy Grail. A blinding flash marked the long-awaited end of the test and the release of the ancient shadows. The Shadow Guardians scattered into sparks of light, joyfully announcing their eternal freedom. A shocked Davin watched in mute amazement as his opponent suddenly disappeared. Before the hero appeared a massive gate, adorned with the majestic symbol of the ancient Holy King. Davin peered cautiously into the narrow gap, prepared for any danger ahead. The young man boldly stepped into the light-flooded hall towards the mysterious golden sarcophagus. Davin froze at the open coffin, not believing his own eyes at that moment. The emptiness inside the tomb made the hero wonder about the location of the legendary Holy Grail. The sharp noise made Davin flinch and instantly become combat-ready. A colossal figure, woven from blinding golden light, suddenly appeared before the warrior. Shocked, Davin recognized the majestic ghost as the legendary and powerful Holy King. There was a powerful confirmation that Davin was the true heir of the great Arslan bloodline. A mysterious voice announced the fulfillment of an ancient agreement left by an old friend. The giant, glowing with gold, imperiously extended his hand towards Davin, who stood frozen in anticipation. Davin stood frozen in shock, amazed by the sudden and majestic manifestation of ancient power. The legendary Holy Grail appeared before the hero's eyes, shining with a bright divine light. The giant imperiously announced the completion of his mission and handed the artifact over to the young man. The young man carefully accepted the priceless cup, feeling the incredible warmth and power emanating from it. The king's ghost began to dissolve into sparks, fulfilling the oath he had once given to his old friend. Davin stood silently by the empty tomb, sincerely thanking the departed spirit for the gift. Determination flashed in the warrior's eyes as he realized the weight of the new responsibility placed upon him. The young man humbly bowed his head, paying his last respects to the great ruler of the past. Suddenly, the walls of the ancient hall shook and became covered with a network of deep and dangerous cracks. The temple's vault began to collapse rapidly, forcing Davin to instantly prepare for an immediate escape. Davin realized with horror that the vibration was caused by the rapid collapse of the entire tomb. The warrior feverishly thought about the essence of the next stage of the previously concluded agreement. The shadow of the mentor appeared through the dust, suddenly appearing among the falling debris. Knight Pilko looked sternly at what was happening, maintaining a frighteningly icy calm. Davin's companion was genuinely worried about the prolonged delay of his faithful comrades. The young man tried to comprehend what he had heard, clarifying the details of the ancient plan with his comrade. Raven mentioned an ancient prophecy concerning the lineage of the legendary magician Merlin. The hero confirmed the dark fears, acknowledging the inevitability of the fulfillment of the long-standing prophecy. Raven at the entrance connected the legend of the Quibel family with the current situation. The young man clenched his fist furiously, realizing the beginning of the process of fulfilling the great prophecy. The red-haired warrior peered anxiously into the distance, hoping for a miraculous rescue of her mentor Merlin. The ghostly companion suggested that the true seeker, Davin, would soon encounter his victim. The knight reflected on the strange preservation of the founder's surname in the family of today's Adenka. Paelko struggled to comprehend the tragic fate of his once great and noble house. The warrior told of an ancient prophecy passed down in military families from generation to generation. The comrade confirmed the existence of a special task, comparing it to the important mission of Arslan's shadows. The knight declared that it was necessary to sacrifice the life of his descendant for the sake of the greatness of Adenk. Shocked, Davin realized in horror the true and cruel price of fulfilling the ancient treaty. The young man screamed furiously, not wanting to accept the tragic and senseless fate imposed on him by his ancestors. The red-haired warrior's eyes flashed with a furious light as he resolutely accepted his duty. Paelko launched a swift strike, surrounded by streams of powerful blue magical energy. Davin clutched the precious Holy Grail tightly to his chest in confusion. The young man looked back at his comrade, realizing the inevitability of the onset of a large-scale catastrophe of the ancient temple. The warrior raised his finger imperiously, pointing to the only true path to salvation. The knight pointed decisively at the massive central pillar that supported the vaults of the entire tomb. The colossal column served as the backbone of the dungeon, threatening to collapse the ceiling after its destruction. Davin rushed forward through the rockfall, desperately asking his partner for immediate help. Paelko summoned a gigantic ghost warrior, preparing to carry out his heroic mission. The young man asked in horror if the noble knight was going to die for him. Paelko calmly closed his eyes, immersed in the memories of their very first meeting. Something in Davin's heart trembled from hearing the words about duty and honor. Paelko smiled warmly, remembering their first meeting and the name of his faithful student. The knight proudly raised his shining blade, accepting the joy of his inevitable death in battle. With a powerful swing, the swordsman brought down a crushing blow on the central pillar of the majestic ancient temple. A blinding flash of energy marked the beginning of the complete destruction of the supporting pillar of the sacred tomb. Rock fragments rained down on Davin, causing him to raise his weapon in horror. Paelko's fading gaze met the young man's eyes at that last tragic moment. Davin grinned furiously, not wanting to accept family pride at the cost of his mentor's life. The youth screamed in despair, denying the right of a true king to achieve his goals through bloody sacrifices. The image of the crying Arslan confirmed to Davin the falsity of the cruel prophecy about unnecessary human sacrifices. Davin furiously crossed blades with his mentor amidst flashes of powerful azure energy. Paelko clenched his teeth painfully, realizing the unwavering determination of his young student. The knight screamed furiously, warning of the imminent death of both in the collapsing temple. Davin smiled confidently, suggesting to his mentor that they immediately leave this godforsaken place together. A shocked Paelko froze, unable to immediately believe the young man's daring plan. The young man revealed his teacher's hidden plan to remain in the tomb to save his successor. Davin prepared himself resolutely, promising to make an incredibly quick and saving escape for everyone. The warrior crouched low to the ground, concentrating all his magical power for a dash. The hero concentrated his energy into one powerful leap, striving to overcome any dangerous obstacles. The ancient protective spells flared with a bright light, granting Davin incredible magical power. The knight watched in horror as his student's sudden and frightening transformation took place. Davin concentrated, merging together all the mystical characteristics and powers available to him. The ancient magical seal flashed brightly, confirming the activation of a destructive and powerful technique. The spirits of the great defenders of the past rose majestically behind the determined young hero. Davin shouted furiously, giving his mentor the long-awaited order to begin the final attack. Paelko raised his sword high, filling the blade with the destructive energy of heavenly lightning. The mighty warrior unleashed the full force of his blow upward, breaking through the vaults. A blinding flash of light marked the successful breakthrough through the centuries-old thickness of stone slabs. The tomb's vault finally collapsed, opening the way for the heroes to the long-awaited freedom above. Huge chunks of stone fell down with a roar, marking the complete destruction of the ancient hall. Davin soared upwards, enveloped in powerful streams of shining purple magical energy. The young man clenched his teeth in anger, concentrating all his remaining strength for this decisive breakthrough. A blinding column of energy pierced the thickness of the earth, rushing from the dungeon to the distant sky. Davin saw the long-awaited light, realizing the proximity of the exit to the surface of the crumbling ancient temple. The hero desperately reached out his hand to the shining gap among the falling rubble. The young man made the final leap, tightly clutching the newly acquired sacred cup in his hands. Davin froze in horror, noticing something unexpected and frightening in the fading hall below. The warrior's body fell painfully onto the hard ground after a difficult and exhausting flight. The young man looked down with undisguised despair, following with his eyes his mentor who remained in the ruins. Pelko smiled warmly at the end, bequeathing to his faithful student to be sure to reach the truth itself. The mentor concentrated the remaining magical energy in his palm for a decisive explosion. A powerful energy flow pierced the temple's vault, creating the only path to salvation. Davin cried out in despair, realizing the teacher's intention to sacrifice himself for him. Pelko began to fall rapidly into the abyss, disappearing behind clouds of dust and stones. The young man rushed upwards towards the light, carried away by the powerful force of the directed magical explosion. The red-haired warrior intercepted Davin in time, using a strong rope to save him. Huge boulders of stone collapsed, completely cutting off the path back to the tomb. Raven pulled furiously on the rope, urging her comrade to hold on with all his might for the sake of life. Davin looked into the darkness for the last time, watching his heroically deceased mentor go. The rescue rope quickly tightened, pulling the exhausted youth to the surface through the gap. The red-haired warrior barely held her comrade on the rope, breathing a sigh of relief after being rescued in the abyss. The rescued man lay motionless, barely audibly acknowledging his full understanding of the current situation. Holding the rope, the companion confidently stated that Kibel's name helped successfully save Pelko. Davin slowly came to his senses, letting out a heavy groan and opening a piercing scarlet eye. The young man jumped up abruptly in a cold sweat, desperately shouting the name of his missing master. Clutching the golden cup, Davin looked around in confusion, trying to comprehend the change in scenery. Seeing his mentor lying in front of him, the young man noted with undisguised relief that he had survived. Friends greeted Davin, ironically noting that after his heroic deeds he had slept too long. The young man carefully examined the mysterious artifact in his hands, finally realizing the value of the captured item. Davin confirmed that he held in his hands the very same holy grail of the great king. The young man in the white cloak stared in awe at the shining artifact. Someone's fingers carefully touched the precious red stone on the wall of the ancient cup. The grail suddenly burst into flames, greedily absorbing the divine powers of the shocked young man. Inside the bowl, a clear, golden glowing liquid miraculously materialized. Davin's companion stared in utter confusion at the water that had suddenly appeared in the goblet. Davin smiled slyly, wishing to gain divine power through a sip of this moisture. The red-haired companion reminded him with disgust of the 5 centuries the bowl had spent underground. Ignoring all doubts, Davin resolutely raised the sacred cup to his lips. A powerful energy instantly filled the hero's body, awakening hidden powers within him. A magical light flashed in Davin's scarlet eye, confirming the successful absorption of the power. A bright pillar of purple energy marked the sudden return of the ghostly spirit to reality. Julian finally materialized in his true form among the magical azure butterflies. Davin smiled warmly and sincerely greeted his faithful partner after his rebirth. The spirit boy looked at his hands in complete daze, not believing the miracle that had happened. Davin calmly explained the method for fully restoring the divine powers of his ghostly ally. Julian realized that the energy supply he had received was enough to sustain his existence. The spirit's eye behind the lens of his glasses reflected extreme amazement at the current situation. The heroes stood together at the edge of a giant hole where the tomb had collapsed. The companions were animatedly discussing the complete destruction of the ancient tomb immediately after the mission was completed. The news of the disappearance of the royal tomb spread quickly among the astonished city dwellers. The townspeople heatedly discussed in the newspapers the uselessness of the destroyed tomb, which almost no one visited. Passers-by were astonished to learn that Adenka's 7th son had single-handedly destroyed the ancient royal tomb. The latest press featured a portrait of Deven alongside a detailed written report. A mysterious girl in rich clothes silently studied the shocking news of the young man's incredible exploits. She recalled the recent rumors about Davin's complete infirmity, unable to even stand up. Davin confirmed with a smile his quick recovery thanks to the invaluable help of Priest Dullen. The angry woman clutched the newspaper fiercely, realizing the sheer scale of the chaos the young aristocrat had caused. Her scarlet eye flashed with magical light, suspecting a carefully planned conspiracy. The majestic temple of Gaia stood motionless above the city, remaining the main stronghold of the sacred faith. The comrade loudly proved to those around him that Davin had no obvious motives for destroying the shrine. Priest Dullen humbly appeared before the church's high council in the majestic White Hall. Priest Nellick coldly inquired whether the true cause of the chaos that had occurred was truly important to those gathered. A high-ranking cleric strictly emphasized the fact of the complete destruction of one of the holy places by Davin. A shocked Dullen tried to object, but his voice was drowned out by the council's stern silence. A powerful slam of the palm of the hand on the table made everyone present in the hall instantly fall silent. Nellick authoritatively declared the church's right to demand a generous donation from the Adenka family. The priest's eyes flashed ominously at the mention of the 500-year-old trusting relationship between the great houses. The remaining priests, with greedy smiles, supported the idea of strengthening the church's influence at the expense of others. Dullen realized with indignation that the sanctimonious people intended to personally squander all the funds received. The young priest was forced to agree with the management's arguments, hiding his true contempt for the situation. The elder entered the hall, expressing deep disappointment at the actions of young Master Davin. The stern old man demanded an answer for the shame brought upon the majesty of the deceased holy king. Someone's hand in a plated glove furiously clutched the steel hilt of a cold combat blade. A fierce warrior with a fiery gaze prepared to commit some extremely inappropriate action. The girl in the red cloak sternly scolded Davin for the large-scale chaos he had created. She emphasized the tomb's status as a major historical treasure, protected for 5 centuries. The interlocutor recalled the ancient union of 2 clans that arose during the Old War. The girl warned about the temple's protest and demand for unimaginable compensation for damages. Davin suggested that they drop formalities and immediately move on to discussing the real matter. The shocked girl stared at the hero with utter bewilderment after his impudent words. Raelsa rolled the cart into the hall, humbly apologizing to her mistress for being late. Davin's determined hand gripped the white cloth tightly, preparing to reveal the hidden treasure to the world. Davin triumphantly tore off the veil, revealing the shining golden holy grail to the astonished audience. The girl stared at the artifact in shock, not believing the authenticity of the sacred cup. The young man coldly explained the enormous value of the item, defending his interests before the noble lady. Davin chuckled haughtily in response to his interlocutor's threats of inevitable severe punishment. The hero smiled ominously, confidently declaring his complete immunity in this game. The noblewoman's face was distorted with extreme surprise after the young man's bold statement. Davin predicted that instead of the deserved execution, only sincere and generous gratitude awaited him. The interlocutor gloomily demanded to continue the story, intrigued by the unexpected and bold turn of current events. Davin confidently stated that the abandoned tomb of the Holy King was completely unimportant. The ancient entrance has long been overgrown with thick grass, confirming the church's complete neglect of the shrine. The young man noted the weak security at the entrance and the ease with which any priest could penetrate inside. Davin emphasized that the temple has finally stopped all attempts to study this historical site. The hero added sarcastically that truly believing clerics would immediately begin examining the tomb. Davin called the old tombs just useless cargo that the church wanted to get rid of. The boy boldly asked about the punishment while the mother expressed her extreme disappointment with her son. The woman clenched her teeth in anger, amazed by Davin's unheard-of insolence and dangerous courage. Her eyes flashed with scarlet anger at the young man's attempt to brazenly lie to her. Raelsa had an innate gift for seeing through any lie, which now complicated the current situation. Davin's enraged mother furiously demanded that her son immediately reveal all his secrets. Julian's spirit shuddered violently, realizing the woman's frightening ability to unmistakably recognize any lie. The young man, with a cheeky grin, invited his mother to personally see the true treasure. A dazzling golden light instantly filled the luxurious hall, reflecting on the richly decorated ceiling. The women present froze in complete stupor at the sight of the suddenly shining magical artifact. Rails's faithful servant confirmed the authenticity of the ancient relic, which was completely impossible to counterfeit. Shocked by what she saw, Davin's mother froze, unable to believe the scale of this miracle. The hero coldly inquired whether his parent was now satisfied with such significant proof of success. A few days later, a large delegation solemnly arrived at the main gate of the Adenka estate. The priests in white robes sternly promised Davin inevitable punishment for all the atrocities he had committed. Priest Nelik chuckled wryly, recalling Dullin's recent tales of the ancient Holy King's power. The young priest, in complete despair, warned the gentleman about the fatal and irreparable mistake he was making. With a haughty smile, Nelik dismissed all warnings, considering his current actions to be absolutely correct. An ominous blue fire flared in the priest's eyes due to his burning and uncontrollable desire for power. Dullin fell silent in helplessness, realizing the complete futility of any attempts to reason with his mentor, who was blinded by ambition. Mother Davina strictly demanded that the veracity of every word spoken in this majestic hall be confirmed. The woman officially acknowledged the church's role in the rapid political rise of her youngest son. With a sinister grin, the mother promised to personally execute Davin for any attempt at brazen and daring deception. Julian's spirit trembled violently, struck by the hero's mother's frightening ability to unmistakably recognize any lie. The elder humbly bowed his head, unquestioningly accepting the lady's harsh decision regarding the young man's future fate. The aristocrat, with a cold gaze, considered the other's speeches to be meaningless chatter, anticipating the test. The hosts officially welcomed the members of the influential delegation from the Temple of Gaia who arrived at the estate. Hiding her true motives behind a smile, the mysterious woman invited the guests to follow her. The negotiators took their seats in the huge hall, preparing for the start of the council. Those gathered expressed false condolences regarding the tragic incident that prompted the meeting. The elders called for the preamble to be dropped, demanding that the position of the Adenka ruling council be officially voiced. The villain was looking forward to seizing power in the council, counting on the support of the powerful Temple of Gaia. The leader of the council fell silent warily, sensing the frightening and firm confidence emanating from Davin. Davin grinned defiantly right in the faces of his enemies, planning something daring and dangerous. The enraged opponent demanded an explanation, accusing Davin of provocative behavior and complete lack of seriousness. Davin bowed mockingly, offering a false apology for his provocative behavior. The hero, with a predatory smile, accused the lord of deliberately excluding the mistress. The elderly aristocrat's face contorted in rage, unable to contain his anger. The members of the delegation froze in deep shock after hearing the bold and direct accusations. The spirit covered his mouth with his hand, barely holding back his laughter at the absurd situation that had developed. The enraged old man hit the table with all his might, threatening Davin with immediate death. Davin calmly decided to formally introduce himself in order to consolidate his triumph in the negotiations. The young man reminded everyone of his status as the 7th prince and 9th disciple. Davin showed off a shining magic crystal, confirming his true and dangerous identity. The glowing artifact in the hero's hands flared with a bright azure flame, suppressing his will. Davin raised his hand up, summoning the colossal ghostly figure of an ancient warrior. The majestic spirit began to slowly dissipate, thanking the hero for keeping his promise. Dazzling azure sparks filled the hall, finally suppressing the will of the frightened council members. The high-ranking elder froze in mute horror, realizing the true power of the young prince. With a predatory grin, Davin officially announced the beginning of this long-awaited meeting. Meanwhile, in the forge, young Hansen was concentrated on carrying a heavy basket of blades. The girl suddenly turned around at the stranger's loud call, interrupting her usual work. An energetic journalist appeared on the workshop's threshold, searching for the legendary creator of a special sword. The blacksmith wearily lowered the heavy burden, listening to the emotional and confused explanations of the guest. The man excitedly asked if she had really forged the famous Crimson Lotus of Davin. The puzzled journalist asked again in confusion, not understanding the reason for the sharp and sudden change in mood. An enraged Millie seethed with rage, forbidding reporters to pester her with stupid questions. The girl sternly reprimanded the guest, claiming that the endless attention of the press was interfering with trade. The loud bang of a heavy hammer interrupted the emotional argument, attracting the attention of everyone present. The huge blacksmith with steel muscles called on his assistant to immediately moderate her ardor. The journalist was deeply amazed to realize that the legendary master was standing before him. Master Hansen grimaced with displeasure when he noticed another annoying newspaperman on the threshold of the forge. The mighty blacksmith sighed heavily, blaming Davin for the fame that had befallen the workshop. The experienced master's stern gaze focused on the guest, demanding that he immediately stop the farce. Millie resolutely pushed the reporter away, refusing to answer any provocative questions. The master blacksmith mentally thanked Davin, once again feeling proud of his high rank. Hansen noted thoughtfully that he had not seen the young man since that memorable day. The precious magic crystal in the hero's palm suddenly flared up and dissolved without a trace. Davin, with a frightening grin, suggested that those present finally begin the important meeting officially. A murmur of surprise swept through the hall at the sudden mention of the legendary king's identity. The elders discussed in confusion whether the ancient relic had collapsed after fulfilling its purpose. The young man remembered the blacksmith's gift, not expecting to use the artifact so soon. The opponent clenched his teeth in impotent rage, realizing the collapse of his insidious plan. The enraged elder accused Davin of falsifying the facts to cover up past sins. The council members acknowledged the impossibility of counterfeiting such a rare and powerful magic crystal. Davin narrowed his eyes slyly and offered his enemies a look at another valuable relic. The young man solemnly presented to those gathered the genuine Holy Grail, shining with a magical golden light. The astonished elder jumped up in horror, unable to believe the appearance of the legend. The skeptical opponent furiously accused Davin of brazenly desecrating the name of the Holy King. Davin calmly told about the great sacrifice of the Knight Merlin to save the sacred artifact. The council member froze in shock, realizing the scale of the feat of the great warrior of antiquity. The knight present unexpectedly confirmed the authenticity of this divine object. Davin swore with all his might on his life and divine power that his words were true. The enraged opponent demanded through clenched teeth that the witness answer whose side he was on. The hero proposed to Elder Delbecq to significantly increase the current stakes in this dangerous game. The old man admitted that all the responsibility of a son also inevitably falls on the shoulders of the mother. The woman with a burning gaze placed her right hand on the truth of all of Davin's words. The opponent froze in shock, realizing the sudden and extremely dangerous change in the current stakes. Davin's mother offered to risk Lord Delbecq's own hand in this dispute. Delbecq, in a cold sweat, realized the complete impossibility of retreating in the face of determined enemies. The enraged old man officially put his left hand to accuse the prince of a brazen lie. Davin reminded the council that his life had been on the line from the start. The young man resolutely approached the priest Nelek, drawing him into this dangerous game. Davin, with a predatory smile, reproached his enemy for the lack of any stakes on his part. The frightened opponent heard the demand to put forward something valuable in order to continue the struggle for power. The opponent was horrified to realize the authenticity of the Grail, considering what was happening to be a brazen and skillful bluff. The priest burst into laughter and officially put his own life on the line in the argument. The remaining temple servants stood frozen in mute stupor, watching the terrifying developments. Inspired fanatics began to shout out en masse demands to join this risky bet. Davin turned to his assistant, receiving immediate confirmation from him that he was ready to proceed. The priest's fingers carefully touched the shining rubies on the walls of the ancient golden artifact. A powerful surge of divine energy blinded those present, confirming the true and formidable power of the relic. The bowl instantly filled with a thick, glowing liquid that emitted a warm, golden, and pure glow. Davin's companion explained that the Grail transforms his magical powers into holy water. The shocked elders were speechless, contemplating the divine miracle in complete helplessness. Davin mockingly asked the pale priest Nelek about his current plans. The hero, with a predatory grin, demanded that the authenticity of the revealed holy artifact be officially recognized. The terrified priest Nelek stood frozen in a daze, unable to hide his defeat. The rest of the temple servants, completely confused, muttered incoherently absurd and empty excuses. The hot-tempered old man jumped up, furiously refusing to believe in the divine nature of ordinary water. A sudden flash of scarlet interrupted the angry cries about Davin's cunning tricks and deception. Nelek watched in mortal horror as the swift and merciless bloody glare approached. The enemy's eyes flashed with an otherworldly purple light, foreshadowing an imminent and swift reprisal. A deadly red streak pierced the very core, blinding the enemy with its insane fury. A wave of chaos washed over the hall as ghostly blades began to smash through the ranks of the traitor's accomplices. An enraged Elder Delbecq screamed in horror, demanding an explanation for Lady Versa's sudden madness. With one lightning-fast swing, Versa severed Delbec's arm, drenching the hall in thick scarlet blood. The old man stood frozen in shock, watching the fountain of blood flow from his severed limb. A piercing cry of pain tore through the silence of the hall as the realization of his injury hit the stunned traitor. Versa majestically declared herself the true mistress of Adenk, looking at her enemies with disdain. The woman officially confirmed her duty to protect the honor of Davin, her recognized and legitimate son. The terrified priests recoiled in panic, realizing the crushing and merciless power of the angry aristocrat. The council members watched in deep shock as their colleague was brutally murdered. Julian was amazed at the incredible speed of Davin's mother's strike without even having time to blink an eye. Versa Halam proudly stood before everyone as the legendary and invincible giant of the Adenka clan. Delbec clutched his bloody stump in horror, finally realizing the loss of his arm. The council hall fell silent after the bloody massacre carried out by the enraged Versa. Mistress Adenka calmly wiped away someone else's blood while Davin watched her closely. Davin, unexpectedly for everyone, officially announced his desire to leave the defeated enemies alive. Dulin gazed in shock at the shining grail, realizing the scale of the power hidden within the ancient artifact. The terrified priests of the Temple of Gaia hung on Davin's every word of salvation with hope. Versa turned to her son with obvious bewilderment, demanding an immediate explanation for such mercy. The young man firmly replied that he no longer wished to constantly hide behind his mother's back. Davin resolutely volunteered to personally and officially bring this dangerous matter to an end. The hero cast a mysterious glance at the elders, hiding his true and daring intentions. Versa, her face bloodied, smiled predatorily, fully approving of her son's bold decision. Davin calmly ordered the priest Dulin to immediately begin performing the sacred ritual. The hero demanded that the priests join forces and fill the golden cup with energy. The frightened temple servants rushed to carry out the prince's will, fearing further reprisals. Blinding streams of golden light poured into the artifact, accompanied by the loud prayers of the priests. Davin noted with satisfaction that up until this point, everything had gone exactly according to plan. The ghostly spirit watched Davin with curiosity, waiting for the next part of the plan to begin. A divine radiance was reflected in Davin's eyes, foreshadowing the imminent completion of this dangerous council. Nellic clutched his throat in horror, remembering the recent feeling of his own imminent death. The priest froze in shock, once again seeing the legendary and dazzling grail before him. Priest Nellic suddenly intervened in the dialogue, breaking the tense silence with his abrupt appearance. Dooman felt a heavy premonition as a drop of cold sweat slowly ran down his cheek. The healer quickly offered to return Delbec's hand while the flesh still retained its vitality. Delbec closed his eyes with relief, anticipating the long-awaited return of his former military might. Davin decisively blocked the priest's path, causing everyone present to freeze from his abrupt refusal. The young man noted with an icy grin that the elder without an arm looked much more majestic. Delbec fell into an indescribable rage, unable to comprehend the scale of young Davin's insolence. Davin gripped the warrior's shoulder in an imperious manner, feigning praise for his false nobility in front of the elders. The young man caustically reminded Delbec of his recent willingness to sacrifice a limb for the sake of the goal. Davin slyly emphasized that healing the wound would forever tarnish the elder's high military honor. Elder Delbec was seething with rage, mentally cursing Davin for his brazen provocation. Delbec's whole body trembled, frantically trying to justify his shameful injury to those present. With a sly grin, Davin called on the witnesses to remember Delbec's heroic feat forever. The enraged elder grimly admitted his defeat, barely containing the burning hatred seething within him. The high priestess coldly and calmly announced that all contentious issues had been finally settled. The woman suddenly turned to Nellic, causing the priest to instantly tense up and freeze in fear. Nellic laughed nervously, admitting the youth's innocence and completely abandoning any claims. The priests began to leave, eager to end this extremely unpleasant visit as quickly as possible. Nellic gleefully planned his future revenge, despite the current humiliating position of his temple. Davin commanded the guests to stop, freezing them in place with one word. Davin stopped the departing priests in an authoritative manner, reminding them of their outstanding debt to him. The young man solemnly produced a shining azure crystal, demonstrating it to the astonished representatives of the temple. Davin coldly thanked the priest for his involuntary help in fulfilling the ancient promise. For a moment, images of the great rulers of the past and the Holy Grail appeared before my eyes. The golden cup remained out of reach of the Temple of Gaia for 5 long centuries. Davin discovered the relic in the king's tomb, earning sincere gratitude from the current monarch. The young man, with a sly smile, asked about the future actions of the legitimate descendants of the Holy King. Priest Nelik froze in deep confusion, feeling growing anger and obvious powerlessness. The ranks of clergy bowed respectfully before Davin, acknowledging his undeniable superiority and victory. Nelik humbly expressed the temple's gratitude for fulfilling the will of their legendary Holy King. Davin calmly demanded that the sacred relic be immediately handed over to him. The priests humbly knelt, calling down the goddess's supreme mercy upon the race of Davin. The youth stood majestically above the fallen clerics, enjoying the moment of complete triumph. The frightened priest bowed deeply and touched his forehead to the cold floor of the hall. The cleric desperately pressed himself to the ground, expressing the utmost respect to Davin. The spirit ironically assessed the spectacle, recognizing this humiliating gesture as the highest praise. Davin confidently opened the massive doors, letting in a blinding light into the hall. The shocked priest froze in horror, realizing the beginning of the most interesting stage of the plan. A crowd of reporters with cameras rushed inside, taking the humiliated temple servants by surprise. Journalists, in amazement, recorded the shameful moment of kneeling of the highest ranks of the temple. Reporters eagerly filmed the humiliated priests, anticipating a big sensation. The priest panicked and tried to shield himself from the blinding flashes. Delbek, in a rage, ordered the guards to immediately drive away the press. The enemy's eyes flashed, refusing to admit his crushing defeat. The elder furiously accused the young man of grossly violating the laws. Davin calmly reminded us of the exceptions made in the public interest. The young man mockingly emphasized the absolute obviousness of his triumph. Delbek grimly acknowledged the advantageous position of the entire Adenka clan. Within days, the shameful news about the temple spread across the continent. The scandalous information instantly spread to all corners of the world. The townspeople discussed the shameful fall of the temple on the news with amazement. All further plans of the clergy to seize power collapsed. Nelik froze in shock upon learning the fate of the Holy Grail. Davin calmly explained the need to hand over the relic to a reliable person. The young man confessed to a periodic need for powerful divine power. The priest listened to Davin's unexpected revelation with great doubt. The cleric remained silent, trying to discern his master's true intentions. Davin openly declared the total rottenness and corruption of the temple. The astonished priest asked if the young man really trusted him. Davin, with a mysterious smile, confirmed his faith in his ally. Davin, with a smile, confirmed his complete trust in his faithful ally. The young man remembered the moment he received the magic stone from this priest. Davin expressed his belief in the noble use of the Holy Grail by a priest. The cleric vowed to use the artifact for the success of his prince. Julian ironically warned Davin against showing excessive zeal. An alarmed maid burst into the hall, interrupting the hero's secret conversation. The friends compared this visit with previous events of an important meeting. The woman demanded that they start packing immediately, without wasting a minute. The maid reported Lady Versa's unexpected invitation to dinner. The news of the upcoming dinner shocked Davin and the spirit. Davin confirmed his imminent return to the fortress after the current mission. The spirit was amazed by Davin's mother's rare invitation to this dinner. Lady Versa watched the young man with her piercing gaze. Davin ate his dinner calmly, suppressing his inner trembling before the powerful woman. The spirit noted the importance of Lady Versa seeing the truth. Julian confidently urged his partner not to worry in the presence of his mistress. The young man remembered the recent triumph over the temple and the discovery of the relic. The hostess of the house suddenly spoke about the purpose of this mysterious invitation. Lady Versa announced with a grin that she was preparing a small gift. The woman noted Davin's merits in exposing the betrayal of the treacherous elder. Adenka's mistress suggested that Davin choose a worthy reward for his services. The young man asked for time to think, and the lady willingly allowed it. Julian regarded what was happening as punishment for the mistakes of the current mistress. Soon, Davin announced that he had finally decided on his desire. The hero expressed his intention to pass the exam for the sake of his advancement. The aristocrat was extremely surprised by such a modest request from the Red Fortress cadet. She reminded the young man of the need to quickly complete the current mission. The hostess emphasized her power to fulfill absolutely any wish of Davin. The woman asked whether Davin really only needed the right to take the exam. Davin confirmed the steadfastness of his choice with a short and firm answer. The hostess, with a sly smile, asked about the real reasons for his decision. Davin answered seriously that he considered this path to be the only correct one. The young man mentioned the severity of the assessment and the rare frequency of exams. He realized that his mother's connections would have advanced him in the service much faster. Davin flatly refused to take someone else's place, relying on someone else's influence. The hero intended to achieve the desired status solely through his own personal efforts. Mrs. Adenki thoughtfully repeated the cadet's words about the correctness of his choice. The woman warned that such convictions would require a colossal investment of time. The interviewee acknowledged that incredible resilience will help Davin reach the top. The hostess remembered with nostalgia that she had once been exactly like this. The owner admitted to looking for easy ways out due to the burden of responsibilities. The woman's mysterious gaze froze in deep and heavy thought. The hero was promised a letter of recommendation to raise his current rank. The lady solemnly supported Davin's desire to follow his true path. The young man respectfully thanked his mother for her trust and support. The sunset lit up the sky, marking the end of this important personal meeting. Davin got into the carriage, preparing to leave the walls of the estate forever. The youth and the spirit left the majestic building of the aristocrats in silence. A mysterious silhouette in the window silently watched the departing hero. The hostess was left alone, immersed in her difficult thoughts. The hostess told Railsa to prepare a recommendation for Davin. The assistant anxiously inquired about the purpose of the new dangerous mission. Davin was officially sent to the southern port city of Maltium. Railsa was immediately reminded of the Viola family's dark reputation. In that place, the rulers mercilessly exploited their subjects. The maid considered accompanying the priest a suicidal task for the young man. The news of the trip with the priest of Gaia shocked Railsa. She recalled the recent destruction of the temple by a young hero. The Viola family's greed threatened Davin with a treacherous attack. The lady coldly acknowledged the risk of a staged accident. The carriage wheels spun rapidly, carrying the hero towards new dangers. The spirit warned about the incredible difficulty of the path Davin had chosen. The lady ominously doubted the fairness of Davin's upcoming exam. The red-haired warrior joyfully welcomed the young man who had returned to the fortress. The woman sincerely admired Davin's outstanding achievements on the previous mission. Davin noticed the surprisingly elevated mood of his old acquaintance. She rejoiced over Davin's final elimination of one of the elders. The young man coldly noted the warrior's obvious hostility towards the defeated enemy. The woman recalled with disgust the vile harassment of that same old man. The assistant delicately interrupted the lady's enthusiastic speech, reminding her of the matter. The red-haired warrior handed Davin a scroll with a new task. Davin anxiously clarified the purpose and location of the upcoming journey. The interlocutor announced a mission to the southern city of Maltium. The hero instantly recognized the old name from his past. Those around froze in silent shock at the dangerous route. The girl with purple hair happily asked about the deadlines. She emotionally begged Davin to take her with him. The commander indicated the location of the famous Maltia barrier on the map. The group discussed the lack of records of the city paying tribute. Davin remembered the close connection between the Halame and Viola families. Davin realized his mother's hidden selfish interest in the new assignment. The girl spoke enthusiastically about a great naval battle of the distant past. The companion openly confessed her sincere love for history. She gestured wildly, making Davin quite nervous and sweating. My friend honestly admitted that she had always dreamed of becoming only a historian. The girl suddenly became angry, fiercely defending her right to personal dreams. Davin inquired about the true reasons for her joining the ranks of the warriors. She explained her choice by the need for protection during dangerous research. The interlocutor decisively squeezed the edge of the form, having finally made an important decision. The girl persistently offered to help Davin in his current mission. The blushing girl timidly asked to go on a journey with the hero. The rest of the friends burst into the room noisily asking questions. The comrades passionately promised to give their all on the future mission. Davin kindly allowed the whole company to go together. The group burst into joyful shouts, celebrating their common decision. Julian commented sarcastically on the unexpected addition to his ranks of assistants. The spirit was skeptical about the actual combat value of these young men. Davin felt great sincerity and trust in their eyes. The young man mysteriously noted the presence of another contender for the team. Raven was genuinely delighted with the upcoming adventure. Davin promised Raven a fair military duel in exchange for help. Raven joyfully sealed the agreement with a firm handshake, anticipating the coming battle. Julian became seriously concerned about Mr. Sircon's possible interference in this matter. The spirit sarcastically noted Davin's growing wisdom, considering it his own merit. Raven suddenly came to his senses, realizing that he had almost forgotten important news. An unexpected flash of magic and mysterious threads made the hero wary. Davin remained absolutely calm. closely studying the strange manifestation of magical power. A shining azure net completely enveloped the heroes, reacting to the internal energy. The young man tried to unravel the true meaning of this sign with obvious bewilderment. The stranger approached the frozen Davin, politely apologizing for his unexpected appearance. A dark silhouette with shining eyes apologized for his sudden appearance. Davin remained icy calm, studying the mysterious guest intently. The stranger politely suggested that the hero quickly draw his weapon. Davin chuckled, not sensing any obvious killing intent from his opponent. The enemy asked ironically about Davin's complete lack of anxiety. The man openly expressed his sincere admiration for the young gentleman's endurance. The hero demanded to know the essence of the technology that had completely isolated them. Julian recognized the barrier in horror as the territory of the Flesh King. The interlocutor ominously warned about the slim chances of getting out of here alive. The killer called this method ideal for revealing other people's secrets. Davin inquired about the essence of their upcoming secret conversation. The mysterious guest wondered where exactly to begin his story. He ironically recalled the small number of survivors in the barrier. The man mentioned the only person who managed to escape from the trap. The killer solemnly revealed the name of this fugitive, Merlin Paleco. Davin was shocked to hear the unexpected mention of his master. The guest described a genius who mercilessly crushed the territory of the King of Flesh. The enemy recognized that ancient defeat as the most humiliating event. After that failure, the man began to explore new ways of mana. The killer ominously summed up his years-long search. The man confessed that he left a scar on Master Davin's face. The interlocutor told Davin about the loss of contact with his mentor. Davin was struck by his mentor's unexpected mention of a dangerous enemy. The spirit seriously doubted the true age of this strange deacon. The stranger said he was the same age as the father of the current head of the family. The killer cheerfully asked Davin about his too young appearance.